Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. My family has owned this old house for so long that it feels less like a building and more like a stubborn member of the family who refuses to leave. It has been standing since the late 1800s, watching the town grow up around it, and through all those years it has never really belonged to anyone outside our bloodline for long. It is one of the oldest houses in the city, and everyone in the neighborhood knows it. People point it out when they walk by and tell their kids, "That house has been here forever." Now, though, it is pretty much abandoned. The paint is peeling, the porch is sagging, and the wooden steps creak in a tired way when anyone puts a foot on them. The boards are starting to rot, and the windows look empty and dark. You would think someone would have bought it by now because of its history, but the few who tried never lasted long. People hear things about what goes on inside, about what people have seen and felt, and after a while no one wants to take the risk. So it just sits there, getting older and more broken, holding everything it has seen inside its walls. The house first came into the family when my great-great-great-grandfather bought it. Back then the town was small and quiet, the streets were not even properly paved, and houses were spread out with big, wild yards and lots of open space between them. I imagine him as a young man, proud to own such a large place, thinking it would be the home where his family would grow for generations. After he died, the house passed to his son, my great-great-grandfather. That was where he raised his own family, including my grandfather. My grandfather grew up there, running through the halls, climbing the same stairs that are still there now, and sleeping under that same slanted roof. Later, my father and his brother grew up there too. The house held 4 generations one after the other, watching them grow from children to adults. By the time I was born, the house had already seen so many of us come and go that it felt like every wall must have had memories soaked into it. My father, his brother, and later me and my 2 cousins, Mark and Jason, all lived there at different times. For privacy's sake, I am not using their real names. They would absolutely kill me if I did. But this is our story, mine and theirs, and it belongs to that house as much as it belongs to any of us. The house itself is big and old-fashioned, with 4 levels stacked on top of each other like layers of a story. At the very bottom is the basement, low and cool, with stone walls and a heavy smell of earth and old laundry. Above that is the middle floor, the main part of the house where the kitchen, living room, and other everyday rooms are. Above that is the upstairs with the bedrooms, where most of the family slept over the years. And finally, at the top, under the roof, is the attic. The attic is not just a place for storage. When my father and his brother were boys, it was their bedroom. You had to climb a narrow stairway to get up there, and the ceiling sloped down on both sides, so you could only stand straight in the middle part. It was hot in the summer and cold in the winter, but it was their space, and they loved it. The living room has its own strange piece of history. Before my time, before my father's time even, that room was used as a funeral parlor. When someone in the family died, their body would be cleaned and prepared and then laid out in the living room. Friends and family would come by to pay their respects, to stand by the coffin, to talk quietly and remember. That means that whatever else has happened in that house, there has also been a lot of grief and mourning gathered in that room. As if that wasn't enough, my great-grandmother died in the basement, while doing laundry, and my great-great-grandfather died upstairs in the master bedroom. Others in the family passed away in hospitals, but those 2 died right there in the house. My grandparents, my father's parents, are still alive, but the house has already seen more than its share of last breaths. I sometimes think that if you could wring the air out of that house like a sponge, it would drip with old laughter, arguments, secrets, and goodbyes. Now that you have some idea what the house is like, I can start telling you about the things that happened there. The first story was told to me by my father. I never actually sat my grandparents down and asked them if anything strange happened to them in the house, which is something I still think about doing. Maybe one day I will, and if I do, I am sure their stories would fill another whole book. But for now, this is the one I know best from that time. My father told me that when he was about 10 years old, and his younger brother was 9, they shared the attic as their bedroom. It was one of those days when the rest of the family was outside. It might have been summer, because he remembers the light coming through the attic window and the sound of people talking outside. He was playing alone with his toy cars on the attic floor. The floorboards up there were old and wide, and the paint on the walls was faded. He lined his toy cars up and made little vroom noises under his breath as they rolled along imaginary roads. He told me that while he was playing, he suddenly heard a noise that did not fit with the peaceful afternoon. It sounded like someone was throwing books down the attic stairway. Not just one book falling, but several, tossed one after another in a heavy, careless way. The sound echoed up the stairwell, thumping and sliding, as if someone were angry or in a hurry and did not care where things landed. The stairway from the attic leads down directly into what used to be my great-grandmother's room. The idea that someone might be up there throwing books around when he was supposed to be alone scared him, but curiosity pushed him to go look. He put down his toy cars and went to the top of the stairs, listening. The noises had stopped, so he slowly went down the steps, each creak under his feet loud in the quiet. When he reached the bottom and stepped into the room, he saw books scattered all over the floor. Some were still open as if they had been dropped halfway through reading. Some covers were bent back. A few had pages torn, as if they had not only fallen but been thrown with real force. There was no one there. The room was empty. No window was open, and there was no breeze that might have knocked them over. Books didn't just jump off shelves and tear themselves. He told me he felt the hairs rise on his arms and the back of his neck. He ran downstairs as fast as he could and straight outside, where everyone else was still standing in front of the house, talking to the neighbors across the street. He asked them if anyone had gone inside. Maybe someone had come in behind him without him hearing. Maybe one of the adults had been searching for something and dropped the books by accident. But they all said they had been outside the whole time. No one had gone into the house. He told me he stood there for a minute, breathing hard, feeling ridiculous and frightened all at once. When no one could give him an explanation, he went back inside. There was nothing else to do. The house was his home. It was not like he could just refuse to go in again. He tried to brush it off, telling himself that maybe the books had been stacked badly, and had all slipped at once. He straightened them up a bit, then decided to go downstairs to the living room to watch TV. He sat down on the couch in the living room, which at that time still had the old rocking chair in the corner. That rocker had been his great-grandfather's favorite chair when he was alive. He would sit there every evening, pipe in hand, puffing slow circles of smoke and watching whatever was going on in the room. Even after he died, the rocker stayed there, a wooden reminder of someone who was no longer around. As my father sat on the couch, trying to lose himself in whatever was on TV, he suddenly caught sight of something in the corner of his eye. It was like a flicker of movement where there should have been none. He turned his head slightly, and in the corner of the room, in that same old rocking chair, he saw a silhouette. It was not a clear, full person, more like the shape of one. But the outline was unmistakable to him. It looked like his great-grandfather, sitting in his old rocker in the exact same posture he used to have, pipe in hand, as if he had never left. The shape was dark, almost like a shadow made thicker than the others, but it was there. My father said his heart was pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. Part of him wanted to run out of the room and never look back. Another part of him, the same part that had pushed him to check on the thrown books, told him that he had to see if he was just imagining things. He gathered his courage, stood up slowly from the couch, and walked toward the rocking chair. The closer he got, the more he could feel something like pressure in the air, as if the room itself were holding its breath. As soon as he stepped right up to the chair and was close enough to reach out and touch it, the silhouette vanished. It disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, blinking out of existence with no sound and no trace. The rocker was empty. The pipe was not there. The chair did not move, but it felt different, like the memory of someone sitting there had been pulled out of it. After that day, my father told me, strange and unexplainable things started to happen more often in the house. Objects moved or disappeared, lights flickered, footsteps were heard where no one should be walking. He stopped trying to convince himself that everything had an easy reason. The house, he said, had woken up. I did not grow up in that first wave of strangeness. By the time I was old enough to remember things, some of the earlier generation had already passed on. My great-grandmother and great-grandfather were no longer alive. After they died, my parents, my uncle and aunt, my cousins and I moved in with my grandparents for a while. 3 generations under one roof again, all of us bumping into each other in the kitchen and climbing those same old stairs. At first, to me as a child, everything seemed normal. I was still getting used to the house itself, learning which floorboard creaked, which door stuck a bit, which windows let in the morning light, and which corners stayed shadowy even during the day. I was 8 years old back then. My cousin Jason was also 8, and Mark, the oldest of the 3 of us, was about 12. We spent most of our time together, running in and out, playing in the backyard, riding bikes on the sidewalk, and watching TV inside when the weather was bad. It felt like a regular childhood, just placed inside a house that had more history than I could really understand at that age. One day, though, that regular feeling shifted. Everyone else was out of the house except my grandfather and us 3 kids. I remember the day clearly because of how quickly it went from ordinary to frightening. We were in the backyard, doing what kids usually do, playing, talking, maybe arguing a little over some game, or who got to use something. The sun was out, and it was the kind of day where you could smell grass and hear distant cars and people's voices. I remember hearing a sound that drew my attention upward. It was small, like a rock or something hard falling from a height and hitting something on its way down. My eyes went toward the house, toward the kitchen window. The kitchen window looked out over part of the backyard, and we were so used to seeing my grandmother or someone else moving around there that it felt almost like another face watching us. When I looked at the window, I saw something that made a little squeaking noise escape my throat before I could stop it. It was so quick, such a brief moment, that if I had blinked I might have missed it. But I saw it. Passing by the kitchen window, inside the house, was a shadow. It looked like the shape of an old man, moving smoothly across the glass, as if he was walking by the window on the inside. There was no color, no detailed features, just a dark human-like shape gliding by where no one was supposed to be. It startled me so much that my body reacted before my brain did. I made a high, sharp squawk, half gasp and half scream. My cousins turned to look at me, startled by the sound, and then followed my gaze to the window. By then, of course, the shadow was gone. The moment had passed. They saw only the plain kitchen window, open to let in air. "Did you see that?" I blurted out. My heart was racing. "Did you see someone in there?" They shook their heads and said they hadn't seen anything. I tried to explain, hands waving as I talked, that I had seen a shadow, that it looked like an old man walking past. Jason laughed nervously, and Mark frowned at the house as if he could make sense of it by staring hard enough. I insisted that someone must have broken in. At 8 years old, the idea of a thief was still somehow easier for me to handle than anything else. I told Mark he should go check it out, since he was the oldest and therefore the bravest by default in my mind. He refused at first, saying he wasn't going in there alone. I did not really want to go either, but the combination of fear and curiosity pushed us all to go together. We walked back into the house, through the back door and into the kitchen. The air inside felt cooler, as if the temperature had dropped slightly the moment we stepped in. For a second everything looked normal. Then our eyes went down to the floor. Scattered across the kitchen floor, in sharp white pieces, were 4 or 5 smashed plates. Some had broken into large chunks, some into tiny shards. They lay in a rough half-circle as if someone had grabbed a stack from the cupboard and thrown them downward. What was strange, even more than the broken plates themselves, was the silence that came with them. We had not heard any crashing sounds from outside. No loud bangs, no clattering. If all those plates had fallen and smashed while we were in the backyard, we should have heard it easily through the open kitchen window. But we had heard nothing, only that small rock-like sound that had drawn my eyes up. We looked around the kitchen quickly, our eyes jumping to the counters, the cupboards, the open window. There was no one there. No broken glass in the window. No sign that anyone had climbed in or out. Just a room with broken plates lying on the floor, as if they had exploded from inside themselves. Our fear pushed us to find an adult. We went to my grandfather, who was somewhere else in the house, reading the newspaper. We asked him if he had heard anything break or seen anyone come in. He looked up at us calmly and said no, he had not heard or seen a thing. He had been in his chair reading the entire time. If a stack of plates had smashed in the kitchen, he should have heard it as clearly as we should have from outside. But he hadn't. That answer only made our skin crawl more. The idea that something loud and violent could have happened in the house without any sound reaching us felt wrong. We were so freaked out that we ran back outside and refused to go back into the kitchen for the rest of the day unless someone else was with us. A lot more has happened to me in that house over the years. Small things and larger things, moments that felt strange and moments that felt truly terrifying. If I tried to write every single one of them down in detail, it would take what feels like forever. But that day, with the shadow in the kitchen window and the smashed plates on the floor, stands out in my mind as one of the creepiest. So that is the one I chose to share here. My experience is only one thread in the larger fabric of this house's story. Other people, even those not related to us by blood, have their own pieces to add. One of them is my friend, who I will call Jenica. She and her family lived in the house for 2 years, about 2 years ago. That made them the first people outside my family to really settle in the house for any length of time. Before them, the house had always passed from one relative to another, never fully leaving our hands. Passing it to strangers, even friendly ones, was a big step. We thought maybe it would be good for the house, that a new family might fill it with new memories, new laughter, and push away some of the old shadows. Jenica slept in the downstairs room, the same room that had once been my great-grandmother's bedroom. The same great-grandmother who had died in the basement, while doing laundry. That room had a door in it that led directly to the basement. You could lie in bed and see the outline of that door from the corner of your eye. If you got up at night for a glass of water, you had to pass it. It was just an ordinary wooden door with an ordinary handle, but knowing what lay behind it gave it a heavier feeling. At first, Jenica told me, everything was fine. The first couple of months felt calm. The house was old, sure. There were the usual creaks and groans that come with old wood and old pipes. But nothing felt particularly threatening. They unpacked their furniture, put pictures up on the walls, and tried to make the place their own. They learned which windows were drafty, which doors stuck when it rained, and all the other small quirks of an old house. They slept, ate, and lived there like any family would. Then, one day, things started to change. Jenica started hearing odd noises from the basement door in her room. At first, it was just small sounds, tiny rattles, a faint tapping, like something brushing against the other side. She tried to ignore it. Old houses make noises, she told herself. It was probably just the house shifting or the air moving through the cracks. But the sounds kept happening, and instead of fading, they became more frequent. Sometimes the doorknob would rattle slightly, as if someone were gently testing it from the other side. Sometimes the door itself seemed to shake, just a little, in its frame. The feeling that something was behind that door grew stronger. To try to make herself feel safer, she moved her dresser in front of it. It was not a small piece of furniture. It took effort to drag it across the floor and wedge it against the door. But once it was there, she felt like there was at least a barrier between her and whatever had been making those sounds. Even then, she told me, there were nights when she would hear the door rattle, as if something on the other side was still pushing, still trying to get through, even though the dresser was there blocking it. It was not only the door. She said that sometimes things in her room would move without being touched. Items that she was sure she had left in one place would be in another place when she came back. A hairbrush on the dresser would be on the bed. A book on the bedside table would be on the floor. Nobody else in her family admitted to moving them, and sometimes it happened when she was alone in the house. At first these were small changes, little shifts here and there, but enough to make her question her memory and her own sense of reality. The strange events did not stop with small movements. They continued to build. One of the worst things she told me about was the day her brother was pushed down the stairs. He had been going down as usual, not running, not playing around, just walking. Suddenly he felt a force at his back, as if someone had firmly shoved him. He lost his balance and fell down several steps. Thankfully, he was not seriously injured, but he was shaken and bruised, and he insisted that it had not been a trip or a slip. He said he had felt hands, or at least a push, right between his shoulders. After that, the family began seeing more direct signs that something was out of the ordinary. They reported seeing apparitions, shapes that looked like people, but made of shadow or faint light instead of solid flesh. These figures appeared briefly in hallways and rooms, never long enough to hold a full conversation with, but long enough to see their style of clothing. Jenica said that the figures looked like they were dressed in old-fashioned clothes from the early 1900s. Long skirts, high collars, suspenders, hats. They did not look like anyone she knew from modern times, and the sight of them filled the house with a feeling of being watched by people who did not belong in this century. After 2 years of this, Jenica's family had had enough. The noises from the basement door, the moving objects, the push on the stairs, the figures in old clothes, it all added up to a daily stress they could not keep living with. They got tired of the fear, the confusion, the constant wondering about what might happen next. They decided to sell the house, to close that chapter and move somewhere that felt safer, even if it was smaller or less special in other ways. The house was then bought by a couple who did not know all the details of what had happened inside. Maybe they had heard some rumors, but not enough to scare them away. They moved in, settled their furniture, tried to make the house their own too. But within about 5 months, they sold the house again. They told people that they were also experiencing things they could not explain. No one went into detail, but whatever they went through was enough to drive them out as well. And so the house sits there now, empty. The windows stare out like blank eyes. The once loved rooms are dusty and quiet, the floors collecting dirt instead of footprints. Some people want to tear it down. They look at the rotting wood, the sagging roof, and the cracked steps and say it would be better to level it and start fresh. But others in the neighborhood, including a lot of older residents, want it to stay. They remember when it was the first house in town to have electricity, back when my great-great-grandfather, an electrician, managed to wire it up before anyone else had lights. They remember parties on the porch, family gatherings, and the way it always stood there, solid and proud, while other houses came and went. To them, it is not just a creepy house full of ghost stories, it is a part of the town's history. It is a marker of how far the city has come, a reminder of what life used to be. They hope that someone, someday, will be brave enough and patient enough to buy it and fix it up. Maybe someone who sees it not as just a broken old place full of shadows and whispers, but as a piece of living history that deserves another chance. As for me, when I think of that house, I feel a mix of things. Love, fear, curiosity, and a kind of deep respect. It held many generations of my family, watched them grow and die, and it has its own stories to tell, in its own way. Whether haunted by ghosts or simply haunted by memories, it is a place I will never forget.
Lately, more strange things have been happening to me, and even though I keep trying to tell myself there must be some normal explanation for all of it, every new thing that happens makes that harder to believe. For a long time, I was able to brush off odd little moments as my imagination, or tiredness, or just the way old houses creak and shift at night. I would do what most people do, turn on a light, check the hallway, tell myself I was being silly, and go back to whatever I was doing. But now, it feels like whatever is going on around me has started to step forward in ways I can't ignore anymore. It is like something that used to stay in the corner of my eye has decided to stand right in front of me and see how long I can pretend it isn't there. It started, or at least got noticeably worse, with the mirrors in my bedroom. I have 2 mirrors nailed to the wall in my room. They were there before all of this started, just ordinary wall mirrors, the kind you glance into quickly while you're getting ready and then forget about. They don't swing or tilt, and because they are nailed in place, they don't move when I bump into the wall or walk by. I never open my windows, so there is rarely any draft, and even when there is, it's not strong. I do have a fan in my room, but it is small and weak and usually faces toward my bed or my desk, never directly at the mirrors. For years, those mirrors were the least interesting things in my room. A few days ago, I was just going about my usual routine when I noticed something that made me stop completely. I don't even remember exactly what I was doing. Maybe putting clothes away or looking for something on my dresser, but I turned and glanced at the mirrors, and what I saw didn't make sense. The mirrors themselves were still. The frames were steady, perfectly motionless against the wall. But the reflections inside them were shaking. Not a soft ripple, not a tiny tremble, but a violent shaking, as if everything in the mirror world was going through an earthquake, while the real world, my world, was perfectly calm. It took me a few seconds to understand what I was seeing. I stared at my reflected room in the mirrors. The things that were in the reflection, my bed, my lamp, parts of the wall, the edge of my closet, were all jerking and trembling inside the glass, as though they were being shaken by invisible hands. Outside the mirrors, in reality, those same things were just sitting there quietly, not moving at all. It was like there were 2 different versions of my room in front of me. One calm and still, and one trapped in some strange, invisible storm. I stepped closer, thinking maybe there was some trick of my eyes happening. Sometimes when you are tired, your vision can blur or double for a moment. I blinked, rubbed one eye, then the other. The images kept shaking. It was not my eyes. I checked to see if maybe my fan had turned and was now blowing directly on the mirrors, but it was facing away, still at its usual angle. There was no strong wind, no vibration in the wall, nothing that could cause the glass to wobble. And yet, inside the glass, everything moved. The longer I watched, the more wrong it felt. The frames were solid. The mirrors did not creak or sway. If I had walked into the room at that moment without looking into the reflections, I would have thought everything was completely normal. But that double world inside the glass looked like it was shaking itself apart. I felt my heartbeat begin to pound in my chest, and a tightness formed in my throat. I glanced around my room, half expecting that at any moment the shaking in the reflections would spread to the real room, that my furniture would begin moving right in front of me. But my room stayed still. Only the mirrors showed chaos. I wanted to see if this was happening with all mirrors or just those 2. So I turned away from them and walked over to the full-length body mirror on my closet door. That mirror isn't nailed in. It is attached to the door itself, and whenever someone opens or closes the closet, it shifts. I looked closely at my reflection there. Everything in that mirror was normal. Nothing shook. My reflection moved when I moved, and stayed still when I did. The image of the room behind me in that mirror was perfectly calm. No earthquake effect, no trembling lines, just the usual. I kept going back and forth, looking at the 2 nailed mirrors with their shaking images, then at the closet mirror with its normal reflection. It made no sense. 2 mirrors in the same room, on the same wall, reflecting the same space, but one set looked like it was filled with something disturbed and restless, while the other showed a peaceful room. I didn't know what to do. There wasn't anything I could fix. I couldn't adjust a nail or straighten a frame to stop the shaking because the glass wasn't moving. It was like trying to stop a dream from happening while you are wide awake. Eventually, the shaking stopped, like it had never been there, but the image of what I saw stayed fixed in my mind. After that, I could not look at those mirrors the same way anymore. I started avoiding them, glancing past them or only using them for a split second. My own reflection felt less trustworthy, like it might, at any moment, start distorting again into something that did not follow the normal rules. The next day, something else happened that made me feel even more watched and unsettled. I went into my closet, not thinking about anything strange, just doing something normal and simple. I have a jewelry box in there, one of those little boxes with a lid and a small mirror inside. It is the kind you keep rings or necklaces in, something that normally feels harmless and even comforting. I reached for it, opened the lid, and the moment I did, a heavy, crawling feeling spread over me. It was that intense sense of being watched, the feeling you get when you are certain someone's eyes are on you, even if you haven't seen them yet. My skin prickled, and the tiny hairs on my arms seemed to stand up. My heart gave a hard beat like it skipped, and then started up again faster. I stared at the little mirror inside the jewelry box, because that was where my eyes were naturally drawn. Just like with the wall mirrors, the reflection inside that small, polished surface was wrong. It was shaking. Not my hands, not the box itself, but the mirror image. The little reflection of my closet, of my face, of whatever was in front of it. All of it trembled and quivered as if something inside the glass was shaking it. On top of the shaking, I saw something else that pushed my fear to a new level. Shadows were darting across the mirror. They moved quickly, too fast to be normal. They were not the slow, predictable movement of a person walking past a light. They were thin, dark shapes that slid past the surface, as if they were living things made of darkness. They did not match anything happening in the real world behind me. Nothing in the room was moving enough to cast flashes of shadow like that. Yet, there they were, appearing and vanishing on the surface of that little mirror, like something was pacing behind a narrow window.
I closed the jewelry box quickly and pressed my palm over the top, as if I could hold the feeling inside and stop it from spilling out. I stood there for a moment, trying to get my breathing under control. The closet suddenly felt smaller, closer, the walls pressing in. I stepped back out into my bedroom and shut the closet door, needing that barrier between me and whatever had just been staring back at me through that tiny mirror. As if the mirrors weren't enough, something even more subtle but strangely disturbing happened next. I have a poster in my room, just a normal poster, nothing dark or scary. It has clouds in it, part of the artwork, and I have had it up long enough that I know what it is supposed to look like. One day, I looked at it and froze. One of the clouds had changed. Where there used to be just a simple puff of white, I now saw a face formed in the cloud. It wasn't perfectly detailed like a photograph, but there was no mistaking it. Two shapes where eyes should be, a suggestion of a nose, a curve like a mouth. It looked too deliberate to be my imagination. The longer I stared at it, the more it felt like the face was looking back at me. I tried to tell myself that maybe the face had always been there, and that I had just never noticed it before. Sometimes our brains find patterns in random things, like seeing shapes in clouds in the sky. That is normal. But something about this didn't feel like that. It felt like the face had not been there before and had appeared only now, at a time when other strange things were happening with reflections and shadows. I could not stand looking at that poster anymore. The face formed in the cloud made my stomach twist and my chest feel tight, like it was pushing its presence into my room, like a guest I had never invited. I took it down, pulled it off the wall, rolled it up and tossed it straight into the garbage. As soon as it was gone, my room felt the tiniest bit lighter, but the uneasy feeling did not disappear. It was rooted too deep by then. It wasn't just the mirrors and the poster either. Little objects started appearing in places they had never been before. I kept finding water bottles under my bed. They were not just one or two that I had forgotten. It happened enough times that I knew for sure I had not put them there. I do not drink water and then crawl under my bed to hide the bottle, and nobody else in the house has a reason to do that either. Still, every so often, I would look under my bed and find one lying there, like some kind of offering or joke, except no one was laughing. Things began to fall over when there was no reason for them to. I would hear a small thump or clatter, turn around and see that something that had been sitting solidly on a surface, a book on a shelf, a small container, a picture frame, had fallen. Sometimes they fell in ways that did not match any natural movement, like sliding forward and dropping as if someone had nudged them from behind. There were no strong vibrations, no slamming doors nearby, nothing to make them move. Yet they did. My stuffed animals, which I keep on a shelf in my closet, also began to seem different. I am not a child who plays with them anymore, but I keep them because they mean something to me. That shelf is inside the closet, back from the edge, so you normally can't see the stuffed animals clearly unless you step in and look. Lately, I have been finding them moved. Not just shifted a little, but positioned in ways that seem too intentional. Some of them are turned so that their faces look directly toward the door, as if they have been arranged to stare at me when I open the closet. Others lean over the edge of the shelf at a steep angle, as if they are trying to fall out or reach for whatever is outside. For me to see their faces clearly from my room, they would have to be leaning far out like that, and they are. I know I did not leave them like that. I would remember placing them in such odd, almost creepy positions. On top of that, clothes that I had hung up neatly in the closet would sometimes end up on the floor. Not just one item slipping from a hanger, but several pieces lying in a pile near the bookcase. I would know that I had taken care to hang them properly, that they were secure on their hangers. Yet they would be on the floor as if someone had grabbed them and pulled them down. It gave me the feeling that something or someone was going through my things when I wasn't looking, rearranging them in subtle but unsettling ways. Even the posters that remained on my walls started to feel different to me. I know that people sometimes say posters seem like they are watching you, or that the eyes follow you when you move across the room. That's a pretty common thing, especially with certain kinds of art. I've felt that before, the normal kind of poster eyes effect. But this felt different. When I looked at some of the posters now, the faces seemed sharper, the eyes darker and more focused. It didn't feel like a simple trick of perspective anymore. It felt intentional, like those printed eyes were somehow aware of me, tracking me as I moved, paying attention. What used to be normal decoration started to feel like a room full of quiet observers. Shadows, too, began to act strangely. I would notice them in places that did not make sense. For example, the shadow of my TV, which should fall on the wall or the floor in a predictable way because of where the light source is, would appear instead inside my closet, as if the TV were sitting in a completely different place than it actually was. The shadow of my bookcase, which should be against the wall near the bookcase itself, sometimes seemed to shift and sit beside my bed, like the shape of the shelf had somehow slid across the room without the shelf moving. I would double-check the positions of everything, look at the light, try to figure out how any of it could be possible. I never found a simple answer. The more I watched, the more it felt like the shadows were part of their own logic, following rules that I didn't understand. Along with the visual strangeness came sound. There were odd noises, especially late at night or when I was alone. Sometimes I would hear what sounded like someone whispering my name, very softly, almost like a breath right beside my ear, even though there was no one there. Other times I would hear footsteps outside my bedroom door, slow and distinct, the way a person walks when they are trying not to be too loud but can't avoid the floorboards creaking. I would hear the sound of a door opening somewhere in the house and the faint impression of someone entering, like a shift in the air and the quiet sound of movement. Every time I went to look, there was nobody in the hallway, no open doors where there hadn't been one before. This all seems to happen mostly when everyone else is in bed or when I am alone in the house. During the day, with normal noises and sunlight and people moving around, things feel less intense, more tolerable. But when the house grows quiet, and the lights are out in other rooms, and I know that my family members are asleep or far away, that is when the whispers, the footsteps, the moving shadows and the shifting objects usually come. It is like whatever is behind all of this prefers the dark and the silence. Or maybe it just prefers me when I am most vulnerable. It is not only me who has experienced odd things, either. Sometimes strange things happen to my mother too, which makes me feel both more validated and more worried. There are times when she will put something down somewhere, a set of keys, a piece of paper, a little object, and then it will vanish. She will search everywhere, retracing her steps, checking every surface, every pocket, every drawer. It will be gone, as if it never existed. Then, weeks later, she will find it in a place where it should never have been, somewhere she is certain she did not put it. Maybe it will be in the back of a cabinet nobody uses, or buried under something in a room she rarely goes into. When that happens, and we all swear we didn't move it, she gets the same unnerved expression I do when I talk about the mirrors. She does not like to dwell on it, but I know it bothers her. It makes it harder to say, "You're imagining things," when it's not just me imagining them. And through all of this, there is one more presence that I have become aware of more and more often, the shadow ghost. I don't know what else to call it. It is not always in a clear form. Sometimes it is just a darker patch in the corner of a room, or a shape that moves across a wall where no one is walking. Other times, it feels more like the outline of a person, tall or slightly hunched, there for a second, and then gone. I have seen it enough times now that I am sure it is not just a trick of light or my eyes playing games with me. The more all these other strange things have happened, the shaking mirror images, the moving objects, the whispered name, the more often I notice that shadow shape nearby, just at the edge of my vision. I wish I could say that I have gotten used to it, but I haven't. Every new incident still makes my stomach drop and my heart race. I find myself questioning everything, my sanity, my memory, my senses, but then I remember the smashed plates, the moved stuffed animals, my mother's missing things, and I realize that this is not something I am facing purely in my head. Something is happening around me, growing more bold and more obvious, and I don't yet know what it is or what it wants. All I know for sure is that these days, when I stand in my own room and look into my mirrors, I cannot trust that what I see is only my reflection. I was about 7 years old when all of this happened to my family, and even now, so many years later, I still get goosebumps whenever I drive past our old house. I am 33 now, old enough to have lived in several places, made a life, and left childhood far behind in most ways. But that house, and what happened inside it, has never really let me go. There is something about that place that still feels close, like it is just sitting there in my memory, waiting for me to remember it again. Even after all this time, just thinking about it makes my skin prickle. We moved into that house when I was still a little kid. It was in a small town in northern Ontario, one of those towns where everyone seems to know everyone else, where people wave when they pass and gossip is almost as common as the weather. For us, though, the move felt exciting. This was a new beginning. The house itself was huge, especially from my 7-year-old perspective. It seemed enormous, like a mansion compared to the smaller places we had lived in before. There were so many rooms, so many corners, and so much space to run around in that it felt like a giant indoor playground. My older sister and I were thrilled. We imagined endless games of hide-and-seek, forts made from blankets, secret spots tucked away under staircases or behind doors. At first, everything really was great. The house was bright during the day, full of sunlight coming in through huge windows. The floors creaked a little when you walked, but we thought that was just part of its charm. The backyard felt big and open. The air in the town smelled different from what we were used to, a little cleaner, a little colder, with hints of pine trees and wet earth when it rained. We were the new family on the block, and people were curious but friendly. My parents seemed happy with their choice. They liked the space, the neighborhood, the idea of raising us somewhere quiet. Inside the house, my sister and I quickly found our favorite spots. One of ours was the living room, which had a huge picture window that looked out onto the garden. The window was covered with white sheer curtains that moved gently when the breeze from an open window or a vent caught them just right. The light coming through those curtains was soft and milky, and when it was sunny outside, the whole front part of the living room seemed to glow. Our TV sat in front of that big picture window, and it became our usual place to sit on the floor and watch cartoons. One day, not long after we moved in, my older sister and I were doing just that. We were sitting on the floor in front of the TV, completely absorbed in an episode of the Smurfs. The kind of ordinary, peaceful moment that fills up childhood, just us, a cartoon, some snacks maybe, and that gentle white curtain behind the TV. I remember the sound of the Smurfs' voices, the simple music, the feeling of being relaxed and safe. The room around us was quiet except for the TV. My parents were somewhere else in the house, probably resting or finishing chores. Then, without any warning, something changed. My sister and I turned our heads at the exact same moment, as if some invisible signal had nudged us both. Our eyes went to the big picture window behind the TV. Everything in me felt normal 1 second, and the next second I felt a cold jolt of confusion and fear. We both saw him. There, behind the white curtains, was the clear shape of an old man standing outside, right in front of the window, staring into the house. He was not blurry or half-formed the way shadows sometimes are. He looked as solid as any person. He was wearing a dark suit, the kind that seems a little formal for a casual visit, and a hat that shaded part of his face. Even with the curtain between us, we could tell he was just standing there, facing us, looking straight into our living room. There was no movement, no friendly wave, nothing that suggested he had just happened to walk by. It was like he was simply standing there, watching. At the same time, my sister and I both said, "Who's that?" The words came out almost together, overlapping, which made the moment feel even more unreal. We stared at each other, wide-eyed, then turned our gazes back toward the window. There was something deeply wrong with the way he was just standing there, without any expression or sign of what he wanted. My sister, being older and always a bit braver, or at least better at daring me to do things, challenged me. She told me to pull the curtains aside to see who it was. I did not want to do it. Every part of me wanted to just pretend nothing was there, to go back to watching the Smurfs and hope that when I looked up again, he would be gone. But my sister kept pushing, whispering that I should go look, insisting that I was just scared and that it was probably nothing. It did not take her long to get me to agree. I think part of me really needed to know whether he was real. With my heart pounding in my chest, I stood up and walked slowly toward the window. I could feel my sister's eyes on my back. The closer I got, the taller the window seemed, and the softer the white curtain looked, like a thin layer of fog I would have to step into. I reached out with a shaky hand and grabbed the edge of the curtain. I hesitated for a second, took a breath, and then pulled it aside. There was nobody there. The space outside the window was completely empty. I could see the garden, just like always, a stretch of grass, a few bushes, a patch of earth, all of it calm and still. No old man in a dark suit, no hat, no figure of any kind. It looked like no one had been there at all. The garden did not even look disturbed. There were no footprints, no sign that someone had passed close by. Just ordinary ground and plants. My sister looked at me from across the room, and I looked back at her with the curtains still in my hand. We did not say anything. We both knew what we had seen. We had seen the same thing, at the same time, without talking first. That was what made it feel different from a trick of the eyes or a daydream. I let the curtain fall back into place, and the white fabric swung gently as if nothing important had happened. Fear finally broke through our silence. We both ran, our socks sliding on the floor, into the part of the house where our parents were sleeping. We shook them awake, breathless, trying to explain through half-formed sentences that someone had been outside the window. They listened, maybe a little annoyed at first at being woken up, but when they saw how serious and frightened we were, they got up and went outside to check. My parents walked around the yard, looking everywhere, by the window, near the front, along the sides of the house, out by the fence. They found nothing. No sign of anyone leaving or trying to hide. There was no old man in a suit on the street, no neighbor walking a dog, no stranger leaning on a car. The yard was empty, the street quiet. After a while, they came back in and told us they had not seen anyone. They tried to reassure us, saying maybe we had seen a reflection or our imaginations had been playing tricks on us. But my sister and I knew better. That was our first real introduction to whatever spirits lived in that house. After that day, little things began to change. At first it was just feelings, small things that were easy to ignore. Sometimes a room would feel colder for no reason, or a shadow would seem to linger a bit too long. But then the nights started getting louder. A few weeks after the window incident, my sister and I started hearing strange noises at night. They were not the regular old house sounds we were used to: pipes groaning, wood settling, the occasional creak when someone walked around. These were different. We heard footsteps, clear and distinct, pacing back and forth, going down the hallway. We heard doors open and close, sometimes gently, sometimes with a sudden slam that made us jump. We heard scratches, as if something were dragging fingers or nails along a wall or a floor. Sometimes the noises would come all at once, a series of things happening in the dark beyond our bedroom doors. The more this went on, the more uneasy we became. Our separate bedrooms, which had seemed like such grown-up spaces at first, began to feel like islands surrounded by something we did not understand. After a couple of weeks, we had had enough. We put up a fuss about it, and begged our parents to let us share a room. Eventually, they gave in. My bed was moved, or my sister's was, and we ended up sleeping together in one bedroom, thinking that being close to each other would make everything easier. My dad worked nights back then. It meant that he would often be out of the house when these strange things happened. My mom, on the other hand, was a night owl. She liked to stay up late, reading or watching TV in the living room downstairs while the rest of us were in bed upstairs. That was the rhythm of our house for a while. My dad gone, my mom awake downstairs, and my sister and I together in the bedroom upstairs with the rest of the floor quiet and dark. The layout of the house made things stranger. The upstairs had a large, square hallway, like a frame, with 4 bedrooms set at its corners. You could stand in the hallway and see all the doors, each one leading to a different bedroom. It was the kind of arrangement that could feel cozy when there were lots of people moving around during the day, but at night, when the lights were off and only slivers of light slipped out from under doors or from the window at the end of the hall, it felt like a stage where anything could appear. On many nights, my sister would wake me up sometime between 11 and 1 in the morning. She would whisper my name and shake my shoulder, her voice tense and urgent. At first I would be groggy and confused, but then I would listen. "Do you hear that?" she would ask. And I would. We both would. We could hear the sound of footsteps walking down the hallway, slow and deliberate. They were heavy enough to make the floorboards creak a little, soft enough that they still sounded like someone was trying not to make too much noise. After the footsteps came another sound, the noise of dresser drawers opening and then slamming shut. Not the quiet slide of a drawer carefully closed, but the loud thud of wood hitting wood, like someone was in one of the bedrooms pulling drawers open and pushing them back hard, over and over again. We lay there, frozen, listening to these sounds happening just outside our room. We did not dare open the door or call out. We were too scared to move. In the morning, once it was bright and the fear had thinned out enough to make our legs work properly again, we would tell our mom that we could hear her putting laundry away at night and ask her not to do it while we were trying to sleep. Each time we did, she looked at us with real confusion and told us she had never gone upstairs. She said she stayed downstairs every night and did not step onto that upper floor at all after putting us to bed. She insisted that she had not been opening drawers or walking around at that hour. At first we did not know what to make of that. We did not want to believe something else was responsible, but the sounds kept coming. Night after night, those footsteps and drawers became our unwanted soundtrack. The more it went on, the worse it felt. After about a month, things escalated. Along with the noises, we started to see things too. We began noticing shadows moving across the walls, even when there was no one in the hallway. They were not tiny shifts made by cars passing outside or leaves moving in front of a window. These were taller, more solid shadows that glided along the wall in the shape of someone walking where no one was. Sometimes a shadow would pause, as if something invisible was standing still, and then slowly move on. The hallway, already unsettling at night, felt like it was full of silent, watchful figures. Objects started going missing. At first it was little things, small objects that we might easily misplace, a hair clip, a pencil, a toy. But after a while, the pattern became harder to ignore. Things that had specific, regular places began to vanish from those places and then show up somewhere completely different. It did not feel like normal forgetfulness anymore. The strangest example of this involved my sister's change jar. She used to keep her coins in a jar, saving up pocket money and loose change she collected. She liked counting it, knowing how much she had, imagining what she would spend it on. Then, bit by bit, the coins started disappearing. She would look in the jar and find less than she remembered. At first she thought maybe she miscounted, or maybe she was spending it and forgetting. But as more and more went missing, she became convinced someone was stealing from her. Naturally, she accused me. I was the closest, the one who shared the room with her, the little sibling who might be tempted to sneak a coin now and then. She called me a thief, angry and hurt. She told our parents I was taking her money. I denied it over and over again. I told them I had nothing to do with it, and I meant it. I was hurt that she thought so little of me, and frustrated because I could not prove my innocence. For a while, there was tension between us, all because of that missing change. Then, something happened that none of us were expecting. One day, our sump pump broke. The sump pump was down in the basement, down in that part of the house that was always a little damp and smelled of earth and concrete. When it stopped working properly, my parents had to pull it up out of the hole it sat in so they could see what was wrong. As they lifted it out, wet and dripping, they discovered that the inside of the sump pit was clogged with coins. There, in the dirty water at the bottom, was all of my sister's missing change. The coins were rusted and slimy, stuck in places where they didn't belong. There was no logical reason for them to be there. We did not toss coins into the sump hole. We had no reason to be in that part of the basement at all, especially not sneaking down there with handfuls of change. My parents pulled them out and recognized them as the missing money. When my sister saw it, she realized I had been telling the truth. I had not taken her change. Something else had moved it to one of the strangest spots in the house. That was the first time I think we all realized that whatever was going on in the house had more to it than just noises and shadows. It was interacting with us in ways that felt intentional, even playful in a twisted sort of way. A human thief might take the coins and spend them. Instead, they had been removed from her jar and carried all the way down to a hidden, watery hole in the basement, as if whatever did it wanted them out of reach and out of sight. After that, things got more serious. My mom, who had always stayed mostly downstairs and who we had blamed in our minds for the nighttime noises, began to have her own direct experiences. She started seeing the old man we had described from the beginning, the same one my sister and I had seen outside the picture window that day. Only this time, she saw him inside the house. She would be in bed at night, trying to sleep, while my dad was at work. She said she would hear footsteps coming down the hallway, the same ones my sister and I had heard so many nights. She would lie there and listen as they came closer, one slow step at a time. Then she would see him at her doorway, the old man in the dark suit and hat, standing there and staring into the room at her. He would not speak or move. He would just stand there, silently watching her for a long time. She told us that when this happened, she felt like she was being held down. It was as if something heavy was pressing on her chest, pinning her to the bed. She could not move, even though she was fully aware of what was happening. Panic would rush through her, and she would try to scream for help. She said the screams felt weak at first, like she could not get enough air, and that she had to fight to force her voice out. She would call for my dad or cry out generally, desperate to break whatever was holding her. For a long time, my dad did not believe her. He is not the kind of person who scares easily. He is practical, grounded, and had always been the type to shrug off ghost stories. When my mom told him about the man in the doorway and the feeling of being held down, he tried to convince her it was just a bad dream, or maybe something like sleep paralysis. He did not think it was a real presence. He listened, but he did not let himself be pulled into fear. Then, one night, everything changed for him too. He happened to be home that night instead of working. They both went to bed as usual. Sometime in the middle of the night, my mom woke up and felt that familiar fear creeping over her. She heard the footsteps in the hall, saw the old man appear in the doorway, and again felt that heavy pressure pinning her down. This time, though, my dad was right there beside her. Whatever was happening did not leave him out. He felt it too. The way they told it later, my dad woke up and found that he could not move either. He could see something in the doorway, a figure, a presence, and he felt something pressing on him, holding him in place. The room felt tense, thick with a kind of electricity, like the air just before a lightning storm. My dad tried to move, to get up, to push himself free, but he couldn't. For the first time, he felt the same helpless, trapped fear my mom had been describing. He realized that this was not just in her head, not just bad dreams. It was something real enough to affect him too. My dad is not easily rattled, but after that night, he changed. From then on, he slept with a baseball bat under the bed. It was his way of trying to take back some control. A bat is good against burglars or anyone breaking into the house, but deep down I think he knew it would not do much against whatever was walking down that hallway. Still, having it there probably made him feel a little less helpless. After that experience, my parents started talking seriously about moving. The events in the house were getting stronger and more frequent. It was not just the odd noise anymore. It was a constant feeling of being watched, of not being alone even when no one was in the room. Sometimes, before something happened, you could almost feel it coming. The air would change. It was hard to describe, but it felt a bit like a light buzzing on your skin, like being lightly tickled or brushed by something you could not see. The hair on your arms and the back of your neck would stand up. Your stomach would tighten. It was a charged feeling, like static building up in the air. After that strange sensation, something almost always followed, a shadow moving where it shouldn't, a sudden noise, a door opening, a drawer being pulled out and slammed. Sometimes that charged feeling would go on for so long that it made you feel physically sick. Your head would ache, or your stomach would churn, or you would feel exhausted and restless at the same time. The house no longer felt like a home. It felt like a place we were sharing with something we did not invite and could not understand. Finally, we moved. It did not happen overnight. There were plans to make, a new place to find, money to sort out, and all the usual things that come with leaving a house. But in our minds, we had already left long before the furniture was taken out. Getting out felt like lifting a weight off our shoulders. The new house we moved into did not feel tense in the same way. The nights were quieter, the shadows more normal. We started sleeping better. The old house, with its footsteps and its old man in the doorway, became something that lived in our memories instead of our daily lives. Years went by. We grew older. Life moved on. We changed schools, made new friends, and eventually left that part of our childhood behind, or at least tried to. About 10 years later, fate decided to remind me of our past in a way I did not expect. We moved back to the region, though not into that old house, of course. By then I was a teenager, ready to start high school. One day, I was riding the bus to school. The morning was like any other. The bus was full of students talking, laughing, complaining about homework, telling random stories to pass the time. I was staring out the window, half listening to the hum of voices around me, when I became aware of a girl sitting not too far away, telling ghost stories about her house. At first her words were just background noise, another person sharing spooky stories like teenagers often do. But then I started hearing details that sounded uncomfortably familiar. She talked about strange noises at night. She mentioned an old man. She said things about footsteps, about feeling watched, about shadows in the hallway. The more she spoke, the more my chest tightened. The house she was describing, with its layout and its strange events, sounded too much like ours for it to be a coincidence. As the bus rolled along, I paid closer attention. I watched as she pulled the cord to signal her stop. When the bus slowed and finally stopped, I turned my head to look out the window. There she was, getting off the bus, walking toward a house I knew very well, a house that was burned into my memory. She was getting off in front of the old Graham house, our old house. In that moment, a flood of feelings washed over me. Fear, recognition, a strange kind of sadness, and a chill that went straight through my body. The stories she was telling were not new ones. They were echoes of what my family and I had lived through years before. The house had not forgotten its old habits. Whatever was there when we lived inside those walls was still there, making its presence known to whoever lived there now. Even now, when I drive past that house, I cannot help but feel those same goosebumps rising on my arms. The building itself may look ordinary to someone who does not know its history, just another old house in a small northern town. But to me, it will always be the place where an old man in a dark suit stood at our window, where footsteps walked down a hallway alone, where an unseen hand moved coins into a sump pump, and where my parents finally believed that some houses are not empty, even when no one can be seen. My grandparents' house in Moosehorn, Manitoba never looked like the kind of place where anything strange would happen. It was small and plain, a simple farmhouse on a smaller bit of land they had bought after raising 9 children on a bigger farm. By 1984, most of their kids were grown and gone, scattered across different towns and provinces, starting lives of their own. Only 2 still lived at home then, my uncle, who was about 17, and my aunt, who was a few years younger. The new farm was quieter than the old one. There were fewer animals, fewer acres to work, and fewer people in the house. The days followed the same simple pattern. My grandfather would be outside most of the time, fixing fences, caring for the fields, or tinkering with old machines in the yard. My grandmother would be in the kitchen, humming over the sound of pots and pans, baking bread, cooking stews, and keeping an eye on everything and everyone. The house always smelled like something warm and homemade. Inside, the furniture was old but cared for, the decorations were simple, and the atmosphere, at least at first, was calm and familiar. When my grandparents moved into that house, everyone thought of it as a new beginning. The old farm had been a place of hard work and noise, filled with children and visitors, with laughter and arguments blending together. This place felt like the last chapter, a peaceful spot where my grandparents could slow down. Nobody was thinking about ghosts or anything strange. They just wanted to settle in and enjoy some quieter years. But almost as soon as they moved in, my uncle started to feel that something in the house was different. At first, he didn't talk much about it, because how do you explain a feeling you can't see? It began as just a sense that he was being watched sometimes when he was alone. He would be in his room doing homework, or listening to music and feel like someone was in the doorway, just out of sight. When he would look up, the hall would be empty. When he walked down the hallway at night to get a glass of water, he would sometimes get chills, as if he had stepped into a cold pocket of air, even though the house was warm. He told himself he was just adjusting to the new place. Teenagers have active imaginations, and it didn't help that the house was old enough that it creaked and groaned at night. Floorboards would shift when the temperature changed, and the wind would sometimes whistle in a strange way past the windows. Any old house can sound alive if you listen too closely. Then came the first clear sign that something more was going on. One morning, my uncle stepped out of the bathroom after a shower, wrapped in a towel, the mirror still fogged up with steam. He went to wipe it with his hand and froze. Before he could touch the glass, he saw that something was already written there. In the fog on the mirror, as if traced with a fingertip, was a single word. Brother. He stared at it for a long moment. It was written clearly, not like random streaks left from earlier. The letters were neat and even, not shaky or messy, and they were just starting to drip as the steam slowly rolled down the mirror. He told himself someone must have done it before the shower and that the heat and humidity had just brought it out. It's true that if you write something on a mirror once, it sometimes shows up again when the glass fogs over. That was the explanation that made the most sense, so he held on to it. He went out into the kitchen and asked my grandmother if she had written anything on the bathroom mirror as a joke. She frowned and shook her head, her hands still busy with the breakfast dishes. She wasn't the type to play pranks like that. His sister, my aunt, denied it too. She said she hadn't even gone into the bathroom that morning. My grandfather wasn't interested in such things and said it was probably just some old writing that was still there from before they bought the house. My uncle tried to agree with them and told himself to forget about it, but the words stuck in his mind all day. Brother. A few days later, another strange thing happened, and this time it was harder to push aside. It was early on a cool September morning. The air outside had that crisp bite that comes just before the true cold of a Manitoba fall, and the windows on the house were fogged with a thin layer of condensation. My uncle was getting ready to go out, maybe to school or to help with chores, and he headed for the front door, pulling on his jacket as he went. As he reached for the knob, something caught his eye. On the glass of the door, Written in the condensation from the outside air were 4 words. I am a father. The words were traced as clearly as the first one on the bathroom mirror had been. Again, they looked like someone had just written them with a fingertip, the droplets of water clinging to the lines making the letters stand out. My uncle felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. This didn't feel like an old message hiding under the fog. It felt fresh. He opened the door quickly and stepped out onto the small front step, looking around the yard, the trees, and the road, half expecting to see someone laughing and running away. There was nobody. The yard was quiet, the morning still, only the faint sound of birds and distant traffic. He went back inside and called his parents and his sister to the door. One by one they came, looked at the words, and shook their heads. Who did that? My uncle asked, his voice tense. Come on, this isn't funny. His sister said she had just woken up and hadn't been near the door. My grandmother said she had been in the kitchen the whole time. My grandfather, practical as ever, frowned and said maybe some kid in the neighborhood had done it, though there weren't many houses nearby and not many children around. Still, that was the easiest answer, so he went with it. My uncle didn't feel satisfied with that explanation, but there wasn't much else he could say. You can't argue with an invisible prankster. He wiped the words off the glass and went on with his day, but now he was watching the house with different eyes. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. At night, the hallway felt longer and darker. The small sounds in the house seemed louder, more deliberate. The real turning point came a few nights later. My uncle had gone to bed as usual. His room was simple, with a bed pushed up against one wall, a small dresser, and a window that looked out over a quiet field. The only light was from the moon outside and the faint glow of the hallway through the crack under his door. He drifted off to sleep, thinking about normal things: school, friends, chores, the change of seasons. Somewhere in the middle of the night he woke up. At first, he didn't know why. The room was dark and quiet. He lay there, blinking, waiting for his eyes to adjust. Then he felt a tug at the end of his bed. It was not a gentle pull, like a loose blanket sliding off. It was sharp and clear, like someone had taken hold of the covers and given them a purposeful yank. His heart started to pound. He pushed himself up on his elbows and looked down toward his feet. There, at the end of the bed, stood a man. The figure was faintly glowing, a soft white light, the way moonlight sometimes looks through fog. He wasn't solid like a living person, but he wasn't just a shadow either. My uncle could see through him slightly, but he could still make out details. The man looked like he was in his early 20s. He was dressed in a Canadian Armed Forces uniform, the kind used during the Second World War: jacket, trousers, boots, and the style of cap that soldiers wore back then. His expression was serious but not angry. His eyes were fixed on my uncle, studying him as if trying to recognize him. My uncle's terror pushed aside any thought of staying calm. He screamed, loud and long, the sound tearing through the quiet of the house. As soon as he did, the figure vanished. One moment, the glowing soldier was there at the foot of the bed, and the next, the bed was empty, and the room was dark again. The blankets lay rumpled where they had been disturbed, but there was nobody there. My grandfather burst into the room a few seconds later, half awake and alarmed. He flipped on the light and stared at my uncle, who was sitting upright, pale and shaken. "What's going on?" my grandfather asked. "There was a man," my uncle said, his voice trembling. "He was standing right there at the end of the bed. He was wearing a uniform. I swear he was right there. He tugged my blankets." My grandfather looked at the empty space at the foot of the bed, then around the room, then back at my uncle. He saw no open windows, no doors, no broken glass, nothing that suggested someone had broken in. To him, it sounded like a nightmare, the kind that feels real but is gone as soon as the light comes on. "You were dreaming," he said firmly. "You woke yourself up screaming. There's nobody here. Go back to sleep." He tried to sound calm and certain, because that's how he dealt with things he couldn't explain. He turned off the light and left, closing the door partway behind him. My uncle lay back down, but sleep did not come easily. He could still see the figure in his mind, every detail of the uniform, every line of the pale face. It had felt too real to be just a dream. At first, nobody else in the house believed him. They thought he was overtired, or spooked by the earlier words on the mirror and the door. But over the next months, things started to happen that they couldn't ignore. The strange activity didn't stop after that night. If anything, it grew more frequent, though the actual glowing figure never appeared again. Furniture would move by itself. My grandmother would leave a chair tucked under the kitchen table, only to come back a few minutes later and find it pulled out, as if someone had just stood up. A small table in the living room would be shifted slightly out of place. Once, a picture frame on the wall was found tilted at an odd angle, even though nobody had touched it. They tried to blame the cat, or vibrations from someone walking heavily through the room, but not everything could be explained that way. Footsteps were heard when nobody was walking. My aunt would be lying in bed at night and hear slow, steady steps coming down the hallway, passing her door, and then stopping outside my uncle's room. Sometimes they sounded like they went right past his door and down the hall toward the kitchen, as if someone was walking familiar paths from long ago. When they would get up to check, the house would be empty and still. Doors sometimes creaked open, even when they had been shut firmly. Items would be found in slightly different places than where they had been left. Once, a drawer in my uncle's room was pulled open half an inch when he was sure he had pushed it closed. These were small things, but together with the earlier events, they built up a picture of something in the house that wasn't part of the family. After a while, even my grandfather had to admit that something strange was happening. He never liked to use the word ghost, but he stopped telling my uncle he was imagining things. My grandmother, who was a quiet woman, just accepted it with a kind of gentle worry. She would cross herself sometimes when something moved on its own, whisper a small prayer under her breath, and then go back to her work. My aunt tried her best not to think about it, but she avoided being alone in the house more than before. The feeling that the presence in the house was focused on my uncle never really went away. The first fogged words were about a brother. The second message on the door said, "I am a father." The figure in uniform had appeared at the foot of my uncle's bed, tugging his blankets as if trying to wake him up or get his attention. The footsteps paused near his room more often than anywhere else. It was as if whoever or whatever it was had chosen him as the main person to reach. Then, about a year after the first strange events, everything stopped. There was no slow fading out, no gradual decline in how often things happened. It was more like a line being drawn. One day, the footsteps and movements were still happening now and then suddenly, they were gone. The furniture stayed where people left it. The mirrors showed only fog with no words. The nights were quiet again, except for the normal sounds of an old house. My grandparents noticed the change, and so did my uncle, but they didn't complain. Life felt more normal again. They could go through their routines without wondering who else might be sharing the house. For many families, that might have been the end of it, a strange chapter, talked about for a while and then pushed aside as time moved on. But my uncle couldn't forget the figure at the foot of his bed, or the words on the glass. As he got a little older, and had more free time, his curiosity grew. He wanted to understand who the soldier had been, and why he had appeared in that house. So he decided to look into the history of the farm. In those days, you couldn't just type an address into a search engine. You had to go to local records, talk to people, and dig through archives. My uncle started asking around the town. Moosehorn was the kind of small place where people remember things, where older neighbors can tell you who lived in which house 30 or 40 years ago. He visited the municipal office and the local library. He flipped through old land records, newspaper articles, and any documents he could find connected to the property. Eventually, he pieced together a rough story of the family who had owned the farm before my grandparents. In the 1930s, long before my grandparents bought the land, two brothers had grown up there. They had done farm work, gone to the small local school, and helped their parents, just like many rural boys at that time. The house had been full of the sounds of daily life, meals cooked, tools carried, doors opening and closing, voices in the hall. The brothers were close in age and in relationship. When the Second World War broke out, the two brothers were old enough to serve. Like so many young men then, they enlisted in the Canadian Armed Forces. My uncle found records that showed that they had gone off to war together, leaving behind their family and the farm. For a while, both of them served overseas in Europe, far from the quiet fields of Moosehorn. Then came the part of the story that made my uncle's skin prickle. One of the brothers had died in battle. He found notes that pointed to the Dieppe raid in France, one of the darkest and most deadly moments of the war for Canadian forces. Many soldiers were killed there, including one of the brothers from the Moosehorn farm. His name was listed among the dead. The other brother survived. He came home after the war, carrying memories and injuries that my uncle could only imagine. He returned to the farm, to the house where he and his brother had once lived. Later, the surviving brother moved away to Winnipeg, started a family, and left the farm behind. Eventually, the property changed hands and ended up with my grandparents. As my uncle went through old death notices and public archives, he decided to see if the surviving brother was still alive. He looked up his name and found what he was searching for in the records, a death notice for the second brother. The date caught his attention immediately. The surviving brother had died in 1985, almost exactly the same time that the strange activity in my grandparents' house had stopped. My uncle sat with that information for a long time. He thought about the word brother on the bathroom mirror. He remembered, "I am a father," on the door. He saw again in his mind the young man in a Canadian Armed Forces uniform, glowing faintly, standing at the foot of his bed and tugging at his blankets. He pictured the footsteps in the hallway, the feeling of being watched, the way everything had seemed to focus around him, a young man living in that house decades later. Little by little, a theory formed in his mind, one that brought him a strange kind of peace. He began to think that the ghost he had seen was the spirit of the brother who had died in the war. That young soldier, separated from his family and his home far too soon, might have been searching all that time for his brother, the one who survived. Maybe he returned to the house where they had grown up, expecting to find his family still there. When he saw my uncle, who was young and living in his old home, maybe he thought, at least at first, that he was looking at his own brother as a youth, or someone related to him. The words on the mirror and door seemed to fit that idea. Brother. I am a father. It was almost like he was trying to say who he was and who he was looking for. He wasn't just a soldier. He was also a man who, in life, had family ties and hopes and love. The messages were simple and personal, almost like introductions from someone who didn't quite know how to speak in full sentences anymore. When the surviving brother finally passed away in 1985, my uncle believed that something important had changed. In his mind, the two brothers had at last been reunited somewhere beyond this world. The ghost no longer needed to wander the old house. The searching was over. That was why, he thought, the footsteps stopped, the furniture stayed still, and the mirrors went back to being just mirrors. Of course, nobody can prove that for sure. There is no official record that says, "The ghost of the dead brother left this house in 1985 to join his sibling." But the timing, the details, and the feeling of the whole story make it hard to shake off. My uncle still tells it with a mix of awe and quiet respect. It doesn't frighten him anymore. If anything, he feels honored to have been a part of it, even if it did scare him half to death at the time. For my grandparents, that house in Moosehorn was still just their home. They lived out their days there, farming the smaller land, loving their children and grandchildren when they came to visit. For my uncle, though, the place will always be more than just a house. It will always be the farm where a long-lost soldier appeared at the end of his bed, where messages were written in fog and dew, and where two brothers, separated by war and time, might finally have found each other again. When I was growing up in Montreal, in the province of Quebec in Canada, I really believed that I had a kind of extra sense that other people did not have. The best way I can describe it is something like this Spidey sense, from the Spider-Man comics and movies, where Spider-Man knows something is wrong before anything actually happens. Mine was not exactly the same, but it felt a little similar. I could walk into a room and feel that something invisible was there with me. I could usually tell if what I felt was good or bad, male or female, and sometimes if there was one presence or more than one. I never saw ghosts like you would in a movie, and I never heard clear voices talking to me, but I could feel there was something around me. It was like an invisible pressure, like the air changed in a way that nobody else noticed. I always wished I could see or hear what I was sensing, because it felt frustrating to only feel and not see. But even that limited sense made my childhood feel very different from other kids. I remember feeling a bit jealous of people who claimed they could see spirits fully or hear them clearly. I would hear their stories and imagine how it must be to actually see someone standing beside your bed, or hear a voice whisper in your ear. At the same time, I was also careful and a little suspicious of such claims, because it is easy to say, "I see a ghost," but no one can prove if it is true or not. I always took what people told me with a grain of salt. I did not call them liars, but I held a quiet doubt inside myself, because I knew how easy it was for the mind to exaggerate things. Still, whenever someone spoke seriously about spirits, I listened carefully, wondering if their experiences were anything like mine, even though mine were mostly just feelings. The sad part was that there was nobody in my family or close circle who could help me understand or develop this strange sensitivity. No one else around me seemed to feel the things I felt. I did not have a grandmother who read tea leaves, or an aunt who talked openly about psychic gifts, or a parent who shared experiences like mine. I had to carry these sensations mostly in silence. Sometimes I would hint at them, but usually I kept them inside. Over time that made me question myself more and more. Was I really sensing spirits, or was I simply imagining everything? Was I a little crazy? Was it just wishful thinking because I liked paranormal stories? There were no clear answers for me, and as I grew older, life became busier with school, friends, responsibilities, and everything that comes with growing up. By the time I was in my early 20s, I feel like I slowly turned that sense off, or at least turned the volume down so low that I could not hear it anymore. I started second-guessing everything. Any time I felt something odd, I immediately told myself, "You are overreacting," or "You just want something interesting to happen," or "You are imagining this." I tried to be very logical, and in doing that I began to push every strange feeling away. Looking back now, it really does feel like I closed the door on that part of myself. It was not a sudden decision, more like a slow, gradual closing, until one day I realized I did not sense much of anything anymore. It was almost like losing a language I once spoke fluently but never practiced. I was raised Roman Catholic, so my childhood faith always centered around Jesus, God, the Virgin Mary, and the saints. Church, prayer, and religious holidays were part of my life. Even as I became curious about spirits and energies, I still felt very connected to that faith. At the same time, my family taught me something that I still believe today, which is that many religions are just different paths to the same Creator. We might use different names or symbols or traditions, but we are all trying to reach the same source. Because of that, I grew up with a respect for other religions. I did not see them as enemies or threats, just different ways of expressing spiritual truth. That open attitude helped me later when I started reading about other belief systems, energy work, spirits, and things that traditional Catholic teaching doesn't always address directly. As life went on, I moved from Quebec to Ontario. I built a new life there with my husband. Even though my spidey sense seemed quieter, my interest in spirits and the afterlife never really disappeared. In fact, my husband and I often have deep talks about what happens after we die, about souls, ghosts, and what it all might mean. I am very lucky because he does not make fun of me or dismiss my curiosity. He supports me and listens, and sometimes shares his own thoughts and experiences. Those conversations kept that part of me alive, even if the actual sensitivity felt weaker than it had in my childhood. For a long time I suspected that spirits might still be around me, but I honestly did not know how to be sure anymore. I did not trust myself the way I used to. I thought, maybe I felt something just then, but maybe it was just my imagination again. Perhaps you know that feeling, the constant doubt, the fear that you are just making things up in your own head. Part of me wanted to fully believe, and another part held me back, afraid of being foolish. I needed something that would let me explore these feelings again in a safe, somewhat structured way. I had heard about something called the Haunted Walk of Ottawa. It is a series of guided tours where they take you to locations in Ottawa that are rumored to be haunted. Two places are especially famous, the Chateau Laurier and the old Carleton County Jail, which is now turned into the HI Ottawa Jail Hostel. People say there have been many ghost sightings and strange happenings in those buildings. I thought these tours sounded interesting and fun. I also thought they might be a way for me to test my senses again, to go somewhere known for hauntings, and see if I picked up anything myself. I decided I wanted to visit the old jail. I asked my best friend if she would come with me, and she agreed. We went there together, ready for a spooky but fun night. As soon as we arrived, I treated the whole thing half seriously and half as entertainment. Part of me thought, this is probably a tourist thing. They want to scare people and make money. They will exaggerate everything. Another part of me thought, but some of this might really be true. People were locked up here. People suffered here. Some probably died here. Their energy could still be around. So I held both ideas at once, curiosity and caution. When the tour started, the guide led us through different parts of the jail and told stories about what had happened there. One story was about an executed prisoner who is said to still haunt the building. Another story was about how harsh the conditions were, especially in winter. I remember the guide saying that, in the past, the jail also sometimes held people who were not really criminals. There were no proper mental hospitals then, so people with serious mental illnesses, including dementia, could end up in jail cells. That broke my heart, imagining confused, sick people being locked away instead of cared for. Women prisoners were kept on a different level from the men, and children sometimes ended up there too if no one else could take care of them. The thought of children growing up in a place like that made me feel very heavy inside. As the guide spoke, I kept reminding myself that these tours also serve as a tourist business. They need visitors to come, so it becomes natural to focus on the spooky parts. They share ghost stories because people like being scared in a safe setting. So even though I listened carefully, I tried not to swallow every detail as fact. I remember thinking, they could also be exaggerating or repeating old legends. Not everything may be completely true. I tried to keep my feet on the ground while my imagination wanted to run wild. At one point in the tour, we reached the cell block area. The cells were incredibly small, smaller than I had imagined. The guide explained that the cells had only a narrow bed and barely any space to move. There were no toilets inside. Instead, there were buckets in the hallway. The conditions must have been terrible. Little privacy, bad smells, cold air in winter, heat in summer, people crammed together. The guide told us we could go inside a cell if we wished, to feel what it might have been like for the prisoners. My friend chose to stay in the hallway, but my curiosity was too strong. I wanted to know how the space felt from the inside, not just from glancing in. So I stepped into one of the cells and gently closed the door behind me. Immediately I felt the tightness of the space. The walls felt like they were too close to my body. The single narrow bed took up most of the room, and there was hardly any space left to walk. I imagined someone living there day after day, stuck in this tiny box. As I sat down on the bed, a strange feeling washed over me. It was not just simple nervousness. A deep sadness came over me. I felt anxious, like I needed to move, even though there was almost nowhere to go. My legs wanted to pace, to walk back and forth, even though the space was too small to do that properly. It was like picking up someone else's restlessness, someone who had once paced this same tiny floor over and over while waiting for something that never came. I also had this feeling of pressure in my chest. I could suddenly hear heavy breathing, as if someone was breathing just behind or beside me. But when I looked around, there was nothing to see. The cell was empty. The door was closed. My friend was still outside in the hallway. For a moment I thought maybe I was hearing someone from outside the cell, another visitor or the guide. But the breathing sounded too close and too personal, like it belonged in that small cell with me. I felt my heart pick up speed. Of course, another part of my brain was still trying to stay rational. It said, "You are just nervous. You are imagining this because you know the history. You have been listening to ghost stories. Your mind is creating this feeling." And honestly, that is possible. I cannot deny that the brain can make people feel all sorts of things when we are scared, especially in dark, tight spaces. The cell, the stories, the atmosphere, all of that may have combined to trigger a strong psychological response. I do not want to pretend that possibility did not exist. But at the same time, the feeling was very strong and very specific. It did not feel like the usual kind of anxiety I get in other situations. It felt like something or someone was sharing their emotion with me. The sadness did not feel entirely mine. The urge to pace felt like a habit that belonged to another person. It reminded me of the way I used to sense things as a child, as if someone had stepped into the room with me, someone I could not see but could feel. While I was sitting there, feeling all this, the sounds of heavy breathing grew more noticeable. I held still and listened, trying to determine if it was coming from the hallway, from another visitor, from somewhere far away, or from right beside me. The more I listened, the less it sounded like something outside the cell. It felt like the sound was inside my space, even though my eyes saw nothing. My mind again jumped between two explanations. On one hand, it could have been a hidden speaker or sound effect from the tour. On the other hand, maybe this was exactly the kind of spirit contact I had once known as a child, not with clear voices and faces, but through mood, pressure, and strange sensations. Because I did not want to be tricked by some hidden equipment, I decided to check. After the tour moved on, I looked around the cell for any sign of a speaker, a wire, a little machine built into the wall. I did not see anything obvious. I checked near the ceiling and where the walls met. I looked under the bed and around the corners. I did not take the entire bed apart or anything, and I am not an expert in sound systems, so I cannot swear there was nothing there, but as far as my eyes and simple knowledge could tell, there was no speaker. That made me even more unsure. Was it something paranormal, or was it something in my own body or mind? When I finally left the cell, I felt a confusing mix of emotions. I felt shaken, but not exactly terrified. I felt sad, but also curious. I felt a tiny spark of something I had not felt in years, that deep sense that something invisible had touched my awareness. This was the feeling I had known as a child in Montreal, before I turned it off. Back then it had felt more natural. Now, getting a taste of it again after so many years, it felt both familiar and strange. After the tour ended, I kept thinking about the experience. I replayed the moments in my mind, walking into the cell, sitting on the bed, feeling the heaviness and urge to pace, hearing the breathing, checking for speakers. I tried to be honest with myself. I said, "You might have just been very nervous in a claustrophobic space, especially after hearing spooky stories." Then I also said, "But what if that moment was real contact, and not just fear?" I did not want to fool myself, but I also did not want to ignore everything I felt. The whole thing left me with more questions than answers. I still do not know for sure whether I met a spirit in that cell or whether I simply had a powerful emotional reaction. Maybe it was both. Perhaps the energy was real, and my mind translated it through my fears and the stories I had heard. Maybe it was entirely psychological. I cannot prove anything either way. What I do know is that something about that place and that moment touched me deeply and stirred up the old part of me that used to sense things easily. Since then, I have found myself thinking back to my childhood in Montreal, when I trusted my spidey sense more. I remember how natural it felt then to know if a presence was kind or harsh, male or female, quiet or loud, even though I could not see it. I remember how lonely it felt not to have someone to guide me. I believe that because I had no support, I shut it all down. Visiting the old jail in Ottawa reminded me that this part of me might still be there, under the surface, waiting to be acknowledged again. Now I am in this strange place where part of me wants to reopen that door, and part of me is afraid. I do not want to lose my grip on reality. I do not want to start seeing signs everywhere that may only be coincidence. At the same time, I do not want to completely ignore my intuition anymore. I feel like there must be a way to balance both, to be open and sensitive but also grounded and careful. I still believe in God and in the idea that the Creator watches over us. I believe that if there are spirits, some of them might simply need to be acknowledged, or gently guided, or simply respected. When I think about that night in the cell, I do not see it as a horror story. It does not feel like I was attacked or harmed. It feels more like I stepped into somebody's old pain for a few minutes. Whether that pain belonged to an actual spirit, or to the memory of many people who suffered there, I still felt it. That experience has stayed with me and made me more curious about learning how to carefully listen again, while still keeping both feet firmly on the ground. The house I grew up in was a side split like most of the houses in our neighborhood. If you stood on the front step and looked around, every house seemed to be a slight variation of the same design, a low roof, a big front window, and a layout that made sense only once you'd walked through the door a few times. Ours felt ordinary and familiar in every way, which is maybe why what happened in it still feels so strange to me now. When you walked in the front door, you entered a small main hallway. Straight ahead was the doorway to the kitchen. To the left was the living room with the big window facing the street. And to the right, immediately as you came in, were two staircases side by side. One went up to the bedrooms, the other went down into the basement. I probably walked up and down those stairs 1,000 times as a kid, never thinking twice about them, never imagining I would one day stand at the bottom and see something I still cannot explain. If you went up the staircase to the second floor, you'd come to another hallway. On the left, just a few steps in, was the washroom, and next to it my parents' bedroom. On the right side of the hall was my younger brother's room. At the very end of the hall, straight ahead from the top of the stairs, was my room. If you stood at the bottom of the stairs in the main hallway and looked up, you could see straight down that upper hallway into my bedroom. From certain spots in my room, if my door was open, I had a clear line of sight all the way down the hallway, down the stairs, and into the living room below. It was like living in a house made of straight sight lines and open doorways. When I was around 12 or 13, my bed was placed in my room in such a way that this line of sight was perfectly clear. If I lay on my right side, facing my open doorway, I could see the length of the hall upstairs, the stairwell itself, and all the way down to where the living room began. I liked it like that because I always wanted to know what was going on in the house, even when I was supposed to be asleep. I could see the glow of the television if my parents were still watching something. I could see shadows move if someone got up for a glass of water. I could hear the hum of the house and picture where everyone was. I have always been afraid of the dark, and if I'm being honest, I still am. The dark has never felt like just an absence of light to me. It feels like a presence in itself, a heavy thing that sits on top of everything I know and hides it. Because of this, my parents would always leave the hallway light on at night for me. That small pool of soft yellow light spilling into my room from the hallway felt like a kind of shield. As long as that light was on, I could see enough to calm my mind. The shapes of furniture were familiar. The shadows were thin and not too deep. The light made me feel watched over, even when everyone else was asleep. Even before that night, I had often had trouble falling asleep. I've always been one of those people whose mind lights up as soon as the house gets quiet. Thoughts about school, about friends, about little problems, about random questions, they all seem to line up and wait for their turn as soon as I lay my head on the pillow. Back then, when I was 12 or 13, I didn't call it anything special. I just knew that sometimes falling asleep felt like a chore. I would toss and turn, switch positions, flip my pillow to the cool side, and still my eyes would stay open. On the night this happened, it was one of those restless nights. The house was quiet in that deep way that only comes when everyone is truly asleep. No running taps, no distant TV noises, no last-minute phone calls. Just the low hum of the refrigerator somewhere downstairs and the occasional creak that old houses make as they settle. I had been trying to fall asleep for what felt like hours. I remember staring at the ceiling for a while, then rolling over onto my left side, facing the wall, trying to let the hallway light on my back and the warmth of my blanket lull me into sleep. Eventually I rolled over onto my right side so I was facing the doorway. My door was open, as it always was at night, and the hallway was lit. From my bed I could see the length of the hall with the soft light hitting the walls, then the top of the stairwell where the light started to fade, and further down the staircase where shadows grew thicker. Beyond that, I could just make out the edge of the living room below, dim and quiet. At the bottom of the stairs, right where the hallway opened into the living room, my mother had left a laundry basket. I remember this detail very clearly because it was such an ordinary, harmless thing. The basket was one of those simple plastic ones, white, with handles at the sides. It was full of clothes she had folded earlier, waiting to be taken down to the basement laundry area the next day. From where I lay, I could see the curve of the basket and some of the folded fabric on top. It was one of those typical things you see in a family home and forget about almost immediately. I lay there looking toward the basket, my mind drifting between boredom, sleepiness, and that weird alertness you get late at night. I remember thinking about school, about something a friend had said, then about nothing in particular. My eyes were open but I was relaxed, almost floating somewhere between being awake and drifting off. It was then that I noticed something over and slightly behind the laundry basket. At first it was so subtle that I thought my eyes were just playing tricks on me. It looked like a light haze over the basket, almost like the way the air shimmers above a hot road, but softer. Then it became clearer. It wasn't smoke and it wasn't a solid shape. The closest I can come to describing it is to say that it looked like the condensation you see on a cold window when it's raining outside. Tiny dots, a faint blur, something that catches the light in a soft way. It was a finely speckled, misty presence, like a small cloud hanging just above and behind the laundry. I stared at it, half expecting it to fade away if I blinked a few times. I did blink, and I rubbed my eyes once, thinking maybe I was just tired and my vision was starting to distort. But when I opened my eyes fully again, it was still there. It seemed clearer, in fact, almost as if it had been waiting for me to really see it. Oddly, I wasn't immediately terrified. At first I thought, I must be half asleep and dreaming with my eyes open. It felt like when you stare at something long enough and your mind starts to create moving patterns in your vision. The mist wasn't moving wildly, but it wasn't completely still either. It seemed to gently gather itself together, the way fog might swirl very slowly if there were no wind. I lay there completely still, not because something was holding me down, but because I felt caught between curiosity and unease. It wasn't that I couldn't move. I just didn't. It was as if my body had decided. Stay still. Watch. As I kept looking, the shape began to change. It didn't happen with a sudden jump, like in a horror movie. It was gradual, almost slow enough to doubt it was happening at all, and yet definitely shifting. The mist stretched and lengthened. Parts of it thinned out, and other parts became more concentrated. It started to resemble a human shape, not perfectly clear, but clear enough that my brain recognized the pattern: a head, shoulders, a torso. It was taller than the laundry basket and seemed to stand slightly behind it, leaning forward just a little, as if looking down at the clothes. The shape had a softness and a slight curve to it that made me think of a woman rather than a man. There was no face I could make out clearly, no eyes or mouth I can describe in detail, but the outline seemed feminine, the way the shoulders sloped and the body narrowed at what might have been the waist, and then widened slightly again. It stood there in a kind of loose, slouched posture, like someone who had been standing in one place for a long time. It was at this point that my calm started to crack. A cold feeling slid through me, not the chill of being in a cold room, but something that started inside my chest and moved outward. I realized that I was fully awake, that I could hear the quiet of the house, that I could feel the blanket on my skin, and that what I was seeing was not fading away like a daydream usually does. This was not a quick flash of light or a trick of the corner of my eye. I was staring straight at it. My heart started to beat faster. I tried to tell myself that I was just scaring myself, that it was a shadow from some car headlights outside, that it was a reflection from the hallway light bouncing off something. I strained to hear if there were any car noises, but everything was silent. The light in the hallway was steady, not flickering. Nothing was moving except that misty shape. I stayed still, watching it. It continued to lean over the laundry basket, almost like a tired person staring at a boring chore. There was something strangely ordinary about the pose, and that made it even stranger. If I was imagining a ghost at that age, I would have imagined something dramatic, arms raised, floating in midair, something straight from a movie. But this figure did not seem theatrical. It just stood there, slightly hunched, looking down. That quiet, everyday posture made it feel more real to me, not less. It is hard to describe the mix of thoughts and feelings I had in those moments. Part of me was fascinated, almost unwilling to look away. Another part of me wanted to shut my eyes and pretend I had seen nothing. I remember hearing my own breaths, faster than normal, and feeling the tightness in my chest. I kept thinking, this cannot be happening. I was old enough to know what ghosts were supposed to be, but young enough that the line between imagination and reality was still thin. This time, though, it felt like that line had been crossed without my permission. I am not sure what finally made me move. Maybe it was the building fear inside me, or maybe it was some small sound I made without thinking, a breath, a little shift of the blanket. Whatever it was, I shifted slightly in bed, the mattress creaked just a bit, and at that moment the misty figure reacted. The upper part of it, where the head should be, rose. I cannot say I saw eyes, but I felt the directness of its attention as if it had turned its face toward me. That feeling of being looked at, really looked at, rushed through me like a shock. The shape that had seemed almost disinterested now seemed focused. Even though the features were not clear, I had the strong sense that it knew I was there, that it knew I could see it. The moment that awareness passed between us, all the calm curiosity I had been holding on to vanished. Panic took over. Every instinct in me screamed to get away. I didn't stop to analyze or think. I threw the blanket off and jumped out of bed so quickly that I barely remember my feet hitting the floor. I ran out of my room, down the short length of the hallway, and into my parents' bedroom without even daring to glance back toward the stairs. My father is a heavy sleeper. He has always been the kind of person who can sleep through almost anything: storms, loud television, doors opening and closing. That night was no different. I burst into their room, dove into the bed between them, and he barely stirred. Maybe he grunted once, rolled slightly, and then settled again. My mother, on the other hand, woke up right away. I remember the feeling of her arm coming around me almost instantly, pulling me close, even before I could explain what was wrong. I was crying, really crying, not the kind of quiet tears you get when you are a little sad, but the kind that makes your whole body shake. I buried my face against her, and could barely speak. I do not remember exactly what I said, if I said anything at all, but I remember her voice saying that I was okay, that I was safe, that I could stay with them. She did not ask a lot of questions in that moment. She just held me and murmured small, calming words. The warmth of being between them, the familiar smell of my parents' room, the steady sound of their breathing, all of that slowly pushed the fear back. At some point, still wrapped in her arms, I fell asleep. I slept deeply after that, without dreams that I can remember. It was as if my mind had shut itself down once it felt secure, exhausted from the shock of what I had seen. In the morning, light was coming in through the window, and everything felt ordinary again. My parents were awake. My mother was her usual self, talking about breakfast and the plans for the day. My father, in his normal straightforward way, mentioned what he thought had happened. He said something like, "You've really got to get over this fear of spiders," in a half-teasing, half-serious voice. He assumed that I had seen a spider in my room or on my wall and panicked and run into their bed because of that. It was not an unreasonable assumption. I have never liked spiders much, and as a kid I disliked them even more. To him, that explanation probably fit perfectly. Daughter sees spider, daughter runs to parents. Problem solved. I remember standing there, listening to him, and for a moment I thought about correcting him. I thought about saying, "It wasn't a spider. I saw something at the bottom of the stairs." I imagined trying to describe the misty figure, the way it formed into a human shape, the way it turned toward me. I imagined the look on his face, the questions he might ask, or the way he might shrug it off as a dream or a trick of the light. I imagined my mother's worried expression, not sure what to say. In the end, I didn't correct him. I let him think it was a spider. I nodded, maybe even gave a weak smile, and let the subject drop. Something inside me wanted to keep what I had seen to myself. I don't know if I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, or afraid that by saying it out loud I would make it more real. Even now, years later, I am not entirely sure. But I do know that I stayed quiet. It has been more than a decade since that night. Even now, I can picture the layout of the hallway and the stairs and the living room. I can see that basket of laundry sitting at the bottom. I can see the soft light from the hallway and the way the shadows fell. And I can still picture that strange mist, gathering itself above the basket and stretching into the shape of a person. I have tried many times to explain it to myself in simple, logical ways. Maybe I really was half asleep and dreaming with my eyes open. Maybe my tired brain took the image of the laundry basket and stretched it into something else. Maybe some odd reflection from the hallway light or from a car outside created a shape that my imagination filled in. All of those explanations are possible. I cannot prove that what I saw was a ghost or spirit or anything supernatural. But I also cannot fully shake the feeling I had in that moment, the feeling of being watched by something that was not supposed to be there. It did not feel like a normal shadow, and it did not behave like one. It felt aware. It felt like it noticed me, the way a living person does, even though it did not move like a living body. That feeling is the part one struggles with the most, the part that does not fit easily into any simple explanation. Maybe what I saw was real, in a way I don't fully understand. Maybe it was only in my mind. Or maybe it was a strange mix of both, a real experience colored by fear and sleepiness. I still do not have the answer. What I do know is that, out of all the nights I spent in that house, that one night stands out so clearly that I can tell it again and again, with the same details and the same unease. And even though I have never told my family the full truth about it, that moment at the bottom of the stairs has stayed with me, quietly, all these years. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was 8 years old when the first strange thing happened, though at the time it did not feel strange in the ghost story way. It felt heavy, sad, and somehow expected, like a storm you have been watching slowly move toward you for days. I remember my father calling my sister and me into the living room. His voice was serious, and there was a kind of tired weight in it that made my stomach twist even before I sat down. He asked us to sit because he had some bad news. I already knew what he was going to say before he opened his mouth. It was one of those moments where your mind runs ahead of the words and fills in the ending on its own. My grandmother was gone. I felt it before he said it. My grandmother had been fighting cancer for a long time. Even as a child, I could see the way it drained the strength from her little by little, though adults tried to keep the worst parts away from us. I did not see her in her last days. They thought it would be too much for us, and maybe they were right. But even without seeing, I sensed when the fight was over. While my father sat there, trying to find the right way to tell us, some part of me already knew that her pain had finally ended and that she had died. She was not an ordinary woman in my eyes. She was strong and loving and had a way of making you feel safe just by sitting next to her. To lose someone like that is hard at any age, but for me, as a child, it felt like the ground had opened a crack and part of my world had fallen into it. I cried, of course. I missed her presence in all the small places where she used to be, the chair she always sat in, the smell of her perfume when she hugged me, the sound of her laugh. But there was also a strange, quiet feeling that she was not completely gone, that somehow she could still reach us. Over time we began to hear stories about what had happened after she died. My grandmother seemed determined to let the people she loved know that she was all right. She sent messages, or at least that is how we all understood it. Her brother said that 3 clear knocks sounded on his door, even though no one was there, and he took that as her way of telling him goodbye. One of her daughters received a small gift of flowers that suddenly bloomed for the first time, and then never bloomed again, and she believed it was a sign from her. Other relatives dreamed of her. In their dreams she spoke calmly, telling them that everything was all right now, that they should not worry. It was as if she was walking through the family one by one, touching each of us in a way that made sense for that person. To my knowledge, though, I was the only one who saw her as an apparition while I was awake. It happened several months after she passed away. Those months were not easy for me. It was the first time I had lost someone I was truly close to, and I did not have the experience or the tools to deal with that kind of grief. The idea that I would never again sit at her kitchen table, or hear her ask how my day had been, was something my young mind struggled to understand. The nights were the worst. The house would become quiet, everyone would go to sleep, and the absence of her in the world would press down on me like a weight. The dark seemed deeper. The sounds of the house settling would make me jump. I felt exposed and alone in a way I never had before. I could not bear the thought of sleeping alone in my own room, so I started sleeping in my sister's room. She was my comfort then. Just being able to hear her breathing next to me, or roll over and see her shape in the bed, made things easier. On the night my grandmother came to me, I was sleeping there, in my sister's room, in a bed that was not mine, trying to find rest in a world that felt different without my grandmother in it. I woke up in the middle of the night for no reason that I can remember. It was one of those quiet, still awakenings where you simply open your eyes and find yourself aware. The room was dim, lit only by whatever faint light came through the window from outside. My sister was still asleep. The house was silent. For a moment I just lay there, staring into the shadows, feeling that familiar sadness rising up in me, the reminder that my grandmother was no longer here. Then I saw her. She was in the window, not standing in the room exactly, but there, in that frame of glass and darkness. She was wearing the gown she had been buried in. Even though I had not seen her in the coffin, I had seen pictures from the funeral, and I recognized the dress. She looked solid enough to recognize, but not as sharp and detailed as a living person. There was something slightly soft about her edges, the way you might see someone through a thin curtain. She did not glow, she did not float, she did not reach out a hand or do anything dramatic. She simply stood there, as if she had always belonged in that spot. Her face was calm, without a smile but without any sign of pain either. She did not speak. You would think that seeing someone who has died, standing by your window in the middle of the night, would be terrifying. Strangely, I was not afraid. That heavy fear I often felt at night, that dread of the dark and of being alone, was not there. Instead, I felt comforted. It was like being wrapped in a warm blanket after standing out in the cold. I knew it was my grandmother. I knew, deep in my chest, that she had come to see me. My first instinct was to share this with my sister, to make sure I was not imagining it. I began to fumble with the covers, trying to reach over and shake her awake. The movement seemed to break something inside me. As soon as I started to reach out, I was overwhelmed with grief. It was as if all the sadness I had been carrying for months suddenly rose up at once. My eyes filled with tears, my throat closed, and my body began to shake. At the same time, my grandmother's image began to fade. Slowly, gently, she dissolved into the darkness, like breath disappearing on a cold window. In a few seconds, she was gone. The comfort of her presence lingered, but so did the deep ache of missing her. I lay there crying silently, not wanting to wake my sister, not sure if I had just experienced something sacred or if my mind had created what my heart so desperately needed. Even now, when I think back on it, I still feel that mix of peace and sadness. I never told my sister about seeing her that night. I kept it tucked away inside me, like a small secret gift. My grandmother's old house, the one that had been passed down through our family for generations, held its own secrets. It was a large 3-story brick house with a history woven into every part of it. My grandparents were the last ones in our family to live there. It should have felt familiar and safe, a place filled with family gatherings, old photos, and shared memories. Instead, it always felt slightly wrong to me, as if the air inside it was heavier than normal and the walls were hiding more than just pipes and wires. I never felt truly welcomed in that house. It was not that my grandparents were unkind. They were loving and warm with us. But the house itself gave off a feeling I could never quite explain. Other family members felt it too. There was no story of violence or tragedy that I knew of, nothing obvious that would explain why we all felt uneasy there. Still, the feeling was there every time I stepped through the front door. The hair on my arms would stand up. I would become more aware of every sound. Being left alone in that house, even for a short period, frightened me in a way that felt unreasonable, but also impossible to ignore. Even now, as an adult, when I drive past it, I still feel a faint shiver run down my spine. I always had the sense that something in that house was watching me. Not all the time, but in certain rooms and certain corners, it felt like eyes were on me even when no one else was around. I never saw anything there with my eyes. No figures at the end of the hall, no shadows moving against the light, nothing like that. But there was a strong feeling of being observed, as if the house itself was aware of us. The fear I felt about that house did not stay only in my waking life. Over time it began to show up in my sleep as a recurring dream. The dream always started the same way. I would be standing at the entranceway to my grandparents' house. Everything would seem normal at first, but then my nose would start to bleed. It was always a bad nosebleed, the kind that comes on suddenly and heavily, with blood dripping down your face and onto your clothes. In the dream, I would be aware of the blood in a distant way, but my attention would be pulled away by something else. Somewhere in the house, I would hear my name being called. The voice sounded like it was coming from far away at first, echoing faintly through the rooms. It would call my name again, a little louder, still distant but clear enough that I could not ignore it. I would walk toward the sound, through the entranceway and into the living room. The air in the dream always felt thick, like the house was filled with invisible dust or fog. Once in the living room, the voice would call my name again, but this time it would sound like it was coming from upstairs. There was a pull to it, a strange mix of urgency and impatience that made it impossible to turn away. I would climb the stairs, each step feeling slower and heavier than the last, as if I were moving through water. The voice would keep calling, louder now, with a sharper edge. It would sound annoyed, almost angry, that I was not moving fast enough. At the top of the stairs, I would turn and walk around the banister toward my grandparents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The house would be quiet except for the sound of my footsteps and that voice calling my name. When I reached their bedroom door, the sound would be coming from inside their closet. The urgency of it would be intense then, like whoever it was needed me to open that closet right away. In the dream, I would reach for the closet door. My hand would shake, but I always opened it. Instead of the small, normal closet I knew from real life, I would be faced with complete darkness. It was not just shadow. It was like looking into a space that had no walls and no end, like a huge walk-in closet where the light refused to enter and nothing could be seen. It felt like looking into a void. The voice that had been calling my name would fall silent, and in that deep silence, fear would hit me like a wave. That was always the moment I woke up. I would jolt out of sleep, my heart racing, my body frozen. It would take me a few seconds to breathe normally and to realize I was in my own bed and not standing in front of that endless dark closet. That dream came back to me again and again, for years. It followed the same pattern every time. I tried to make sense of it on my own. I wondered what the nosebleed meant, why the voice sounded neither clearly male nor clearly female, why the closet was so much bigger in the dream than in real life. I never found an answer that satisfied me. After my grandfather died, the house passed into another stage. It was no longer theirs, and our connection to it was about to be broken through an estate sale. Around that time, I finally told my sister about the dream that had been haunting me for so long. I expected her to listen and maybe say something comforting or mildly curious. Instead, she reacted with shock. As I described the dream in detail, the entranceway, the nosebleed, the distant voice calling our names, the walk through the living room, the climb up the stairs, the feeling of being pulled toward the bedroom at the end of the hall, the closet with endless darkness, her face went pale. She looked at me as if she had seen a ghost herself. Then she confessed that she had been having the exact same dream. The same sequence, the same voice, the same terrifying dark space inside the closet. It had been replaying in her mind for years too, our names being called over and over again. We both sat there, stunned and uneasy. It was one thing to have a strange dream that made no sense. It was something else entirely to find out that your sibling had been having the same one. The dream would have been disturbing enough just from that shared experience, but what happened next made it even more unsettling. When our parents renovated my grandparents' house to prepare it for sale, they decided to update some of the rooms. One of the things they chose to do was remove the old worn carpet in my grandparents' bedroom. Underneath the carpet, the original hardwood floor was still there. As they pulled up the carpet and looked at the wood, they noticed something odd. The floor showed the clear outline of a space that had once been a large walk-in closet. There was the mark where the walls had been, and the shape of the doorway, all imprinted on the wood. At some point in the past, before we were born, that big closet had been torn down. My mother was surprised by the discovery. She had almost completely forgotten about it. Apparently, the closet had been removed when she was very young, and the room had been changed. The smaller closet we knew was not the original one. When my sister and I heard this, we looked at each other with a kind of sick understanding. In our dream, the closet in our grandparents' bedroom had never been small. It had always felt like a large, deep space full of darkness. We had been dreaming for years about a big walk-in closet that no longer existed, one that we had never actually seen in waking life, but that had once been real. That knowledge did not give us any clear explanation, but it tied our dream to something physical and real in a way that made the whole thing far more eerie. The strange experiences did not end with that house. There was another event that took place later, when I was still living at my parents' home. By then I had grown older, and my life had more ordinary worries in it, school, friends, plans for the future. But odd moments still slipped into my everyday routine. My bedroom in that house was next to the kitchen. The wall between the two rooms was thin, so I could hear almost everything that happened in there. If someone got a glass from the cupboard, opened the fridge, or dropped a fork, I would hear it clearly. At night, when I slept with my door open, I could sometimes see a faint glow of light if anyone turned on the kitchen light. One night I was having trouble sleeping, turning from one side to the other, trying to find a comfortable position. The house was quiet, and from the stillness I could tell everyone else was asleep. Then I heard a sound coming from the kitchen. At first it was faint, just a small noise that made my ears perk up. I listened more closely and realized I could make out what sounded like someone shifting in a chair at the kitchen table. It was a soft scrape or creak, the kind of sound you hear when someone adjusts their weight while sitting. Then I heard the distinct sound of a metal spoon hitting the side of a cup, again and again, in a steady rhythm, like someone stirring something hot. The sound was clear and familiar. In our house, when someone made tea or cocoa, that was exactly what you would hear, the gentle clink of the spoon against the ceramic cup as they stirred sugar or hot chocolate powder into the liquid. Naturally, I assumed someone had gotten up in the night to make themselves a warm drink. Maybe they could not sleep either. Maybe they had a sore throat, or wanted something comforting. I lay there, listening, waiting to see the light from the kitchen spill past my doorway. But there was no light. The hallway stayed dark. The glow I expected never came. It was as if someone were sitting in the dark kitchen, stirring a cup at the table without turning on any lights at all. That struck me as strange, but I was tired and did not feel like getting up to satisfy my curiosity. I told myself that whoever it was might not want to wake anyone by turning on the light, and that they knew the kitchen well enough to move around in the dark. I shrugged it off and eventually drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I was the first one to wake up. I went through my usual routine, moving through the hallway into the kitchen. I glanced automatically at the sink and the table, expecting to see a cup left out from the night before, maybe a spoon resting inside it. There was nothing. The sink was empty. The table was clear. It looked exactly as it had before we had all gone to bed. That bothered me. It was a small detail, but it did not match what I had heard. Later, as each member of my family got up and came into the kitchen, I asked them casually if anyone had gotten up in the night to make a tea or a hot drink. Every single one of them said no. No one remembered waking up. No one had left their bed except to use the bathroom quickly, and then go straight back to sleep. There had been no late-night snacking, no quiet cup of cocoa. I tried to dismiss it again. Maybe I had dreamed the sounds. Maybe I had drifted into sleep and a dream had overlapped with the real sounds of the house settling. It was easier to think that than to consider any other explanation. I let it go, or at least I tried to. A few nights later, around the same time, something else happened. I was lying in bed again, my door open, the house quiet. Suddenly I heard footsteps on the stairs. The steps were measured and real, not the vague, muffled creaks you sometimes imagine. It sounded exactly like someone was walking up or down the stairs. This time I decided not to lie still and guess. I got up right away and went to check. I stepped into the hallway and looked toward the staircase. There was no one there. The house was dark and still. I walked to the top of the stairs and looked down. No one. I checked the rooms where my parents and other family members slept. They were in bed, asleep, or at least clearly not just coming from the stairs. I stood there for a moment, listening. The house gave me nothing back but silence. I went back to my room, a little unsettled, and lay down again, staring into the dark. It was a familiar feeling by then, that mix of curiosity and fear, the sense that something had moved just out of sight and would not explain itself. Looking back over all these things, the visit from my grandmother in the window, the heavy feeling in the old family house, the shared recurring dream of the endless closet, the cupboard noises, the footsteps, I still do not have firm answers. I can tell the stories. I can remember the details. I can even try to line them up in my mind and see a pattern. But in the end, I am left with the same questions I had as a child. Was something really there, watching and reaching out to us? Or was it all in our heads, born from grief, fear, and imagination? Maybe the truth lies somewhere in between, in a place we cannot quite reach but can still feel when the night is quiet and the house seems to be listening. It was getting close to 9 o'clock at night, that in-between time when it is not completely dark but the day is clearly over and the air starts to feel a little different. My best friend and I were outside, just standing near the driveway, talking the way teenage girls do, jumping from one topic to another, laughing at silly things and feeling like we could talk forever. The street was quiet, and most of the houses around us already had their lights on inside. The hedges along the side of the yard made a kind of wall between us and the rest of the world, and the night had that still, empty feeling that can be both peaceful and a little creepy at the same time. While we were in the middle of some random conversation, we suddenly heard someone walking behind the hedges. It did not sound like light footsteps or someone walking in sneakers. It sounded heavy, like the steps a grown man would make in shoes with a heel, or maybe clogs, or some kind of hard footwear. Each step had weight to it, like someone solid was moving just out of sight. Both of us stopped talking at the same time, our words fading into the night as we listened. For a heartbeat or two, neither of us said anything. Then, like typical teenage girls trying not to feel scared, we started to laugh. We joked about how loudly this person walked, like they did not care who heard them or maybe did not know how to walk quietly. We made little comments like, "Wow, someone's heavy-footed," and tried to act normal, but there was still that edge of nervous energy in our laughter. We both expected that at any second, whoever it was would come around the hedge and walk past us, maybe a neighbor going home or someone taking a shortcut. Instead, before we saw any person at all, a small gray cat stepped out from the end of the bushes. The cat appeared so suddenly that it was almost like it had been pushed out, or had just slipped through a secret opening. It was a plain little gray cat, not huge, not tiny, just the kind of cat you might see wandering around a neighborhood. It walked out and then sat down near the edge of the driveway, right where we could see it clearly. The strange thing was that the heavy footsteps stopped completely, as if whoever had been walking had vanished into thin air, leaving only this cat behind. My friend and I looked at each other, and then back at the cat. At first, we laughed again, trying to brush it off. We told ourselves the sounds we had heard had probably been the cat somehow, even though the noise did not match at all. We tried to believe that the heavy steps and the timing were just a coincidence. But there were no more footsteps. No person. Just the cat sitting there, staring. We expected the cat to be shy, like most cats are when strangers are around. We thought if we moved toward it or made a little noise, it would run off or at least flinch. Instead, when we tried to shoo it away, clapping our hands a bit and making little, go on, sounds, it did not move even an inch. It did not arch its back or hiss or blink in that nervous way scared cats do. It just sat there at the edge of the driveway, eyes locked on us, watching us so calmly it almost felt unnatural. Its stare was steady and unbroken, and the longer it kept looking at us, the more uncomfortable we became. Our laughter died down slowly, and something else took its place. It is a strange feeling when you suddenly realize that you are not the one looking at something, but instead you feel as if you are the one being examined. That was exactly how it felt, like this little gray cat was not just an animal, but something that understood us in a way that went far beyond normal. At first we tried to joke about it. We said things like, "Okay, cat, you can go now," and waved our hands, but it still did not budge. Its eyes never left us. That stare started to get under our skin. Somewhere in the back of our minds, a different kind of thought started to creep in. It was the kind of thought you do not want to say out loud at first because it sounds silly, but you cannot quite shake it. We began to wonder if this cat was something else, something more, something not entirely normal. We had grown up hearing stories, half jokes and half warnings, about witches using animals, about spirits taking the shape of creatures, about evil things that watched from the edges of ordinary life. Standing there in the dim light, with the streets so quiet, and that small gray cat silently staring, it was hard not to let those ideas slide into our minds. The more we tried to scare it away and the more it stayed completely still, the more real those thoughts became. There was something almost stubborn in that cat's calmness, like it knew we were scared and was not going to move just because we wanted it to. The air around us felt thicker somehow, and I could feel my heart beating faster in my chest. We were just two teenage girls who had been laughing a minute ago, and now we were suddenly frozen on the driveway, facing this silent, unblinking animal that felt wrong in a way that was hard to put into words. Finally, fear won. We did not scream or make a big scene, but we both turned and hurried, then practically ran back into my house. The feeling that something was not right pushed us to move faster than we meant to. Once we were inside, with the door safely shut, we tried to calm down and tell ourselves it was just a normal cat, and we were being dramatic. But the fear did not go away that easily. My best friend was so shaken that she did not even want to walk the short distance back to her own home, even though she lived only about half a block away. That might not sound like much, just a short walk, but in that moment it felt like crossing a dark ocean. She ended up calling her brother to come pick her up and drive her home in the car, even though it was such a tiny distance. That choice says a lot about how nervous we really were. You do not ask someone to come get you for a half-block walk unless something has truly scared you deep down. Looking back, I can still remember the way that small gray cat just sat there in the driveway, staring, as if it knew exactly what it was doing to us. That was not the only strange thing that ever happened to me. There have been other events in my life that left me feeling unsettled and wondering what was real and what was not. One night, much later, I was getting ready to go to sleep. It was one of those regular nights where nothing seemed special. I had done whatever I needed to do for the day, brushed my teeth, maybe read a little, and finally settled into bed. Outside, I could hear the sound of rain starting to fall, soft at first and then a little heavier, tapping at the windows and the roof. It was the kind of sound that usually relaxes you and makes you feel safe and cozy in your room. My eyelids were growing heavy, and I was just beginning to drift into that space between waking and sleep when I felt something that pulled me sharply back to awareness. I had the clear, solid sensation that someone had walked into my bedroom. You know how you can hear the shift in the air when someone enters, how you can feel the presence of another person even if they are not making much noise. That was exactly how it felt. The sense of someone crossing the threshold into my room was so strong that I did not even question it at first. I assumed it was my dad. I thought he had come in because it was raining outside and maybe he wanted to close my window or check on me, the way parents sometimes do. I did not open my eyes right away. I just lay there, expecting to hear him move toward the window or say something. For a few seconds, I waited for the familiar sound of his footsteps or the sound of the window sliding shut. Instead of feeling reassured, I started to feel something else, something much darker. A heavy, eerie sensation of being watched settled over me, enclosing me like a weight. It was different from the feeling I had when my dad checked on me, which always felt warm and safe. This was cold and sharp, like invisible eyes staring at me from too close. I tried to shake it off and told myself I was just imagining things, that my mind was playing tricks on me because I was half asleep. I tried to blame it on an overactive imagination, on the way shadows and sounds can seem strange when you are lying alone in your room at night. But the feeling did not fade away. If anything, it grew stronger. Then something happened that froze me in absolute fear. I felt what seemed like a cold piece of metal touch the back of my neck. It was a very clear sensation, not vague or fuzzy. It felt narrow and hard and icy, pressing lightly but definitely against my skin, right where my neck meets the top of my back. In that instant, my whole body went stiff. My mind leaped to the worst possible conclusion. I honestly thought a burglar had broken into the house, come into my room, and was standing over me with a gun. In my mind, whatever was pressed against my neck was the barrel of that gun. I could almost picture some dark figure towering over me, finger on the trigger, ready to end everything while I lay helpless in my own bed. What made the fear even worse was what I heard at the same time. From down the hall, through the wall, I could hear my dad snoring in his bedroom. It was a familiar sound, steady and deep, the natural sound of someone completely asleep. If he was in bed, snoring like that, then he could not be the one standing behind me. The person I had assumed was my father could not be him at all. That realization sent another jolt of terror through me. I lay there, stuck between the sound of my father's safe, normal snoring and the cold, strange touch at the back of my neck that felt anything but safe. I tried to think clearly, even though my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I told myself to stay calm, that panicking would not help. Somewhere deep inside, I started to pray, silently and desperately. I asked for protection, begged for help, and tried to focus my thoughts on something stronger than the fear. At the same time, another thought slipped in, dark and quiet. I remember thinking, well, if this is really happening, then just pull the trigger and get it over with. It was not that I wanted to die. It was that the waiting, the not knowing, the feeling of being right on the edge of something terrible, felt unbearable. I wanted the moment to end, one way or another. I kept praying, over and over, trying to hold on to something solid in my mind. After what felt like a long time, though it might have only been a minute or two, I managed to gather enough courage to move. It took everything I had to break that frozen state, but finally I lifted my head slightly and turned, expecting to see someone there. There was no one. The space behind me was empty. No shadow, no figure, no gun, nothing at all. The cold feeling at the back of my neck had vanished as completely as if it had never been there. My heart was still pounding, my hands were shaking, and I could feel the rush of adrenaline still humming through my body. I lay there, torn between relief and confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. Even now, when I think back to that night, I still cannot say for sure whether it was a dream or something real. It felt real. The sound of the rain, my father's snoring, the touch at the back of my neck, the fear in my chest, none of it felt dreamlike in the moment. It all felt sharp and vivid and very present. Yet, when I looked, there was nothing there. No sign of anyone who could have been in the room with me. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of sleep paralysis, some strange state between dreaming and waking where the mind and body do not quite line up. Other times, especially when I remember how real that cold metal felt, I wonder if it was something else, something I cannot explain. That was not the only strange experience I had around that time. There were other moments that left their marks on my memory. I used to have odd dreams that did not feel like normal dreams. In some of them, I would see the ceiling of my room suddenly burst open. It was not like a small crack or a slow leak. In the dream, it would rip apart as if something had torn it wide, and water would start pouring through, crashing down directly onto my bed. It was not just a little drip of water. It was a rush, a gushing flood that soaked everything, covering me and the bed in a cold, heavy wave. At the same time, somewhere far away, I would hear someone calling my name in the distance. The voice would not be clear or close, but it would be there, echoing faintly, like a call from another place. Those dreams often left me shaken when I woke up. I would lie there for a few moments, staring at the intact ceiling above me, the dry sheets beneath me, and yet still feel that strange mix of panic and confusion. Sometimes, even when I was awake, I would feel as if I was being watched. It is a hard feeling to describe. It is not like seeing someone looking at you. It is more like the sense that there is something just beyond the edge of your vision, just out of sight, paying attention to you even when you cannot see it. I would try to shrug it off and tell myself it was nothing, but it would return at odd times, especially when I was alone and the house was quiet. There was another time when I was lying in bed and felt something even stranger. Without warning, I felt an electrifying sensation run across my back. It was not like a normal shiver or the feeling you get when you are cold. It was sharper, more intense, like a wave of energy that moved across my skin in a way that made every nerve stand on edge. It was not painful exactly, but it was so intense that it scared me deeply. My whole body tensed up, and I did not dare move for a moment. It felt like something had touched me that I could not see, something that had no business being there. Afterward, I just lay there, breathing hard, trying to calm myself down and make sense of what I had felt. But there was no easy explanation. Along with all of that, there were other small, subtle things that kept happening, things that were easy to dismiss at first but harder to ignore over time. Sometimes I would hear what I can only describe as chatter in my ears. It was not like a clear voice speaking words I could understand, but more like the sound you hear when a television is on in another room with the volume turned low. It was that faint, humming sort of noise, like many voices talking at once but all blurred together so that you could not pick out any single word. It reminded me of when a TV is on mute, and you can see people's mouths moving but cannot hear what they are saying, except in this case it was the opposite. I could hear a kind of soft, constant murmur with no clear picture, no clear source. When that happened, I would sit or lie very still, trying to figure out if the sound was coming from somewhere in the house. Maybe from a neighbor's TV, a radio, or something outside. I would listen harder, but the more attention I gave it, the more it felt like it was not coming from any one place at all. It was just there, around me or maybe inside my head, a quiet noise that did not belong to anything I could see. It made me feel as if there was something nearby, not quite visible, not quite solid, but present. I sometimes had the sense that it was a spirit, or several, gathered close but just out of reach. There were times when I wondered if it was all in my head, if my imagination was simply stronger than I realized. Maybe I was just sensitive in a way that made me notice things other people would ignore. I asked myself over and over whether these things were real, or whether I was just reading too much into normal feelings and sounds. There is always that part of you that wants a logical explanation, that wants to be able to say, "It was just the house settling," or "I was half asleep," or "It was just a bad dream." But then there is the other part, the part that remembers how cold the metal felt at the back of my neck, or how that little gray cat would not stop staring, or how that electric sensation on my back felt nothing like anything normal. Sometimes I think I might be a little sensitive to whatever exists just beyond what we can see, some thin layer of the spiritual world that most people do not feel. I do not know for sure, and honestly, there are many times when I do not even want to know. The truth is, it is easier to go about your day pretending everything has a simple answer, that there is nothing standing in the shadows watching you, nothing sending you strange dreams or whispers you cannot quite hear. Admitting that something else might be there is unsettling in a way that is hard to shake. As much as these experiences make me curious, they also make me uneasy, because I know that if I dig too deeply and find out the truth, it might be something I cannot easily forget. So I move through life carrying these memories with me, not sure where they belong. Were they dreams, tricks of light, stress, sleep problems, imagination? Or were they brief, strange openings into something I cannot fully understand? I still do not have the answers. All I know is how they felt in the moment, real, vivid, and spooky enough that even now, thinking back, a small part of me feels like that teenage girl again, standing on the driveway at 9 o'clock at night, staring at a small gray cat that just will not look away. My friend and I volunteer at a ranch a couple of miles down the road from where I live. It is the kind of place that smells like hay and dust and animals, the kind of place where you can hear the soft sounds of hooves on dirt, the clucking of chickens, and the low grunts of pigs even before you step out of the car. We spend a lot of time there, so the ranch almost feels like a second home. The routine is always more or less the same, and there is something comforting about that. We arrive in the morning, say hello to the other volunteers, maybe joke around a little, and then spread out to take care of our usual chores. That particular day started just like any other. The sky was clear, the air smelled faintly of hay and warm earth, and the sun was already high enough to cast strong shadows along the fences. My friend and I joined the others and started with the morning feeding. We went from pen to pen, bucket to bucket, checking the animals the way we always did. We fed the pigs first, laughing as they snorted and pushed each other around, eager to get the best spot at the trough. Then the chickens, always pecking and flapping and making little quick movements that made the ground seem alive. The ducks waddled around with their soft quacks, dipping their heads when we put food and water out. The bunnies and hamsters were always quieter, but somehow even they added to the feeling that the ranch was full of small, busy lives going on all around us. As the morning went on, we moved on to the horses, which was always one of my favorite parts of the day. The horses stood in their stalls or paddocks, big and calm, watching us with dark eyes. We checked their water, gave them grain, and then began the process of tacking them up for trail rides. Saddles were lifted onto their backs, cinches tightened, bridles adjusted, and straps checked. The sounds of leather creaking, metal buckles clicking, and hooves shifting on the barn floor blended into the usual background noise we were all used to. We led horses out, brought them back in, and got riders ready for the trails that snaked out from the ranch and into the surrounding fields and woods. We were busy and in motion, talking and working, when someone mentioned the noises. At first it was just a passing comment, something like, "Do you hear that?" Half of us did not even pay attention at first. The barn always had sounds, wind creaking through boards, animals shifting, tools rattling. But soon more of us started to notice it. There were noises coming from up in the hayloft above us. It was not just a random creak, or one soft thump. It came and went like something, or someone, was moving around up there. My friends and I had heard rumors before, whispers here and there about our barn being haunted. Old ranches always seem to collect stories the way they collect dust and cobwebs. People had said things about shadows seen where no one should be, odd sounds at night, and a feeling of being watched when you are alone in the barn. For the most part, we took those stories as fun talk, something to laugh about on slow days or to share when the sun went down and the world got a little quieter. We all loved adventure and loved the idea of there being something mysterious about the place. Believing in rumors made the long days more interesting, like the ranch had secrets hidden in its corners. So when the noises in the hayloft started, part of us wanted to believe it was something spooky. Another part, the practical side, told us it was probably just normal stuff, maybe the wind, maybe boards settling, maybe an animal rustling in the hay. We joked about it with each other. Someone said maybe it was a ghost horse up there pacing around. Another said maybe it was some old ranch hand who never left. We laughed, but underneath the laughter there was a little bit of real unease. It is always like that with rumors. You make jokes to keep from feeling nervous. Eventually, we decided not to do anything about it, at least not at first. The general agreement was that it was probably just one of the ranch dogs up there. The dogs liked to wander around, and sometimes they went where they were not supposed to. So we told each other it was just a dog, even though none of us had actually seen a dog climb up into the hayloft that day. Telling ourselves that made it easier to go back to our jobs, so that is exactly what we did. We continued our day, leading horses in and out, helping riders mount and dismount, checking tack, grooming sweaty coats, and filling water buckets. We tried to act like everything was normal. But as the hours passed and the sun moved higher in the sky, the noises from the hayloft did not stop. In fact, by noon, they became more obvious. It no longer sounded like random rustling. It sounded very much like footsteps. Slow, steady, deliberate footsteps, as if someone was walking back and forth across the hayloft floor. The thing about our barn is that there is no insulation between the floor of the hayloft and the roof above it. The wood is old and bare, so any sound made up there carries down into the barn below. When someone walks in the hayloft, you can hear it clearly. You can tell the difference between the scurry of a small animal and the solid thump of weight on the boards. We could hear the rhythm of those steps, the way the floor creaked in response. It sounded like a person. Not a small person either, but someone with enough weight to make definite noise. We started to glance up from time to time, as if we might somehow see through the ceiling into the space above. Each time, of course, there was nothing to see, just the familiar rafters and the places where the boards met. The sound kept coming and going. Sometimes it would stop for a while and we would start to relax, and then it would start up again, that slow, measured walking. We did not want to scare each other too much, so we tried not to talk about it too loudly. But it was on all of our minds. The noises were no longer easy to dismiss. Something was up there. By the time the day began to wind down, the sky outside had started to change. The light was softer, the shadows longer, and the work around the ranch had slowed. The last of the trail rides had come back in, the horses had been untacked, brushed down, and given their evening feed. Some of us were sweeping, some were putting away tools, and others were just finishing up little tasks here and there. That was when Roger, the ranch owner, approached us. Roger is one of those steady, practical people who always seems to know where everything is supposed to be. He asked if anyone had seen a pair of pliers that had been missing for a long time. He needed them for something, and for whatever reason, that evening he really wanted to find them. The pliers, he said, used to be kept somewhere in the barn, but over time they had disappeared. Old barns collect tools the way they collect stories, and things get misplaced and lost in corners all the time. Since there were about 10 of us volunteers around, someone suggested that we should all help look for the pliers. It felt like a small mission to end the day with, something to do together before we went home. We agreed to split up into groups to cover more ground. Some went to search the tack room, others checked the feed room, some looked around the stalls, the tool area, and the storage corners. My friend Sophie and I decided to go up into the hayloft. We were the youngest ones at the ranch, and we both had a strong sense of adventure. If there was a place people were a little nervous about, that was exactly where we wanted to go. The hayloft had always had a kind of mysterious air about it, with old things stored up there that most people did not bother with anymore. The added layer of all the noises we had been hearing that day only made it more tempting, at least to us. We wanted to find the pliers, but we also wanted to see if there was anything up there that could explain what we had been hearing. Before we could go up, we had to find a flashlight. The light bulb in the hayloft had burned out about 3 years earlier and, for one reason or another, no one had ever replaced it. Maybe because the hayloft was not used much, maybe because people just got used to using flashlights, or maybe because no one really liked going up there after dark. Whatever the reason, if you wanted to see anything in the hayloft when the daylight was fading, you needed a flashlight. We eventually found one that worked, checked the batteries, and then headed for the ladder that led up to the hayloft. Climbing up always felt a little like entering another world. The air up there was different, a mix of old wood, dry dust, and the faint smell of hay that had been stored and moved and stacked over the years. The light from below did not reach far, so the flashlight beam cut through the dimness as we stepped onto the hayloft floor. The hayloft is divided into two main sections, the right side and the left side, with a kind of central aisle running between them. Along the middle, there are various racks full of old, mostly useless saddles and harnesses that no one really uses anymore. There are old blankets and saddle pads piled and folded, some neat, some half fallen over. It is the kind of place where time seems to slow down, where objects that used to be important are now just resting in the shadows, waiting to be noticed. Sophie and I decided to start on the left side first. We moved slowly, sweeping the flashlight beam back and forth, looking behind things and under things, trying to imagine where a pair of pliers might have ended up if someone had left them up there. There were trunks pushed up against the walls, old boxes stacked in corners, and heaps of things that had probably not been touched in years. We looked behind trunks, moved aside folded blankets, and crouched down to check under racks. Dust floated in the beam of the flashlight each time we disturbed something. After going through the left section once, we had not found any sign of the pliers. So we crossed over to the right side and did the same thing there. We checked behind saddles, looked in boxes, peered into dark spaces where the flashlight beam just barely reached. The hayloft creaked under our feet, but now there were no extra footsteps above us, because this time, we were the ones making the noise. Still, even while we searched, I could not quite forget the sounds we had heard earlier in the day. When we finished searching the right side, we still had not found the pliers. Both sides had been looked over once, and the tool was nowhere in sight. There was a trap door in the floor of the hayloft that opened into the barn below. We went over to it, pushed it open, and looked down. One of our friends was down there, also searching in the lower part of the barn. We called down and asked if anyone had found the pliers yet. He looked up at us and said that everyone was still searching, but no one had come across them. We closed the trap door and turned back to the hayloft. We decided to search the left side again, just in case we had missed something the first time. Sometimes, when you are looking for something small, it takes more than one pass to see it. So we started back down the left side of the aisle, a little slower this time, double-checking places we had already looked. The air felt quieter now, and the only sounds were our footsteps and the movement of things as we shifted them to look underneath. About 3/4 of the way down the aisle, we paused near a section where some trunks and boxes were stacked. Sophie knelt down and started looking into a chest, pushing aside old items to see if anything useful was hidden at the bottom. I stood nearby, turning slowly and letting the flashlight beam drift around us. That was when I saw it. About 3 feet away, in the middle of the aisle, was an old rocking chair. It was just sitting there, in plain sight, where you would have to move it to walk past. The chair was the kind of old-fashioned wooden rocking chair you might see on a porch in front of an old house. I recognized it immediately. I had seen it around the ranch before, long ago, but I had not seen it recently. I had actually thought that Roger had gotten rid of it or moved it somewhere else. It was not the kind of thing you would overlook easily, especially in a space as open as the middle of the aisle. For a moment I just stared at it, my mind trying to fit the piece into the puzzle of everything we had seen and done that day. Then I reached out and poked Sophie lightly on the back to get her attention. She looked up from the chest, and I nodded toward the chair. I asked her if that rocking chair had been there before. She frowned, thinking for a moment, and then shook her head. She said that it had not been there, or she would have run right into it while we were searching earlier. I agreed with her completely. The chair was not off to the side or half hidden behind some pile of things. It was right in the middle of the aisle. There was no way we could have walked up and down that space, not once but twice, without noticing it. To get by, you would have to move it aside. It made no sense that we would have missed it the first time. We both stood there, looking at the chair, feeling that creeping, unsettled sensation that comes when something does not match what you remember. I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe it had been there, and we were just so focused on looking under things and behind things that we had somehow not really registered it. Maybe someone else had come up to the hayloft while we had the trap door open and quietly moved the chair into the aisle, as some kind of joke. But the more I thought about it, the more those explanations felt thin. We had been up there the whole time. We would have heard someone climbing the ladder or walking around. And there was no good reason for anyone to move that heavy old chair into the middle of the aisle just for fun. The more we stared at it, the more uncomfortable we felt. It was not just the fact that the chair seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It was also the memory of the footsteps we had heard all day from below. The noises in the hayloft, the feeling that something had been walking around up here, and now this old rocking chair sitting exactly where it should not be. It all started to connect in our minds. Even though we were curious and unnerved, we also wanted to see how hard it was to move the chair. If it was light and easy to shift, maybe one person could have dragged it there quickly without us noticing. So we decided to test it. We walked over to it, and each tried lifting it a little. To our surprise, it was very heavy. It was not the kind of flimsy chair you can pick up and carry around with one hand. The wood was thick and solid, and after years of use and age, it had weight. Barely anyone could lift it on their own. Moving it into the center of the aisle would have taken effort, time, and noise. It would not have been a quiet or casual action. We turned slowly, looking around at the hayloft again. It was not a small space, but it also was not endless. We knew the corners, the racks, the walls. There was no place where that chair could have been hiding without us seeing it. If it had been off to the side, we would have noticed it when we searched there earlier. If it had been behind something, there was not really enough room to store it without it being clearly visible. It felt as if it had simply appeared, placed in the aisle between one moment and the next. We finished our search, but our minds were no longer on the missing pliers. We did not find the tool, and by the time we climbed back down from the hayloft, our hearts were still beating a little too fast. We told the others what had happened, and soon the story spread among our friends. The noises we had heard earlier, the footsteps, the rocking chair appearing in the middle of the hayloft aisle, it all fit together in a way that made the old rumors about the barn feel a lot less like stories and a lot more like possibilities. After that day, everything about the hayloft felt different. Before, it had just been an old storage area, a place with dusty saddles and forgotten blankets. Now it felt like a place where something unseen might be watching. None of us were eager to go up there alone anymore. Even the bravest among us preferred to take someone else along, just in case. The idea of climbing up there in the dim light with only a flashlight and the creaking boards for company did not seem like a fun adventure anymore. It felt like walking into a place that did not entirely belong to us. We kept trying to come up with logical explanations, because that is what people do when they are scared. Maybe we missed the chair before. Maybe someone moved it as a prank and did not admit it. Maybe the noises earlier really were just the building settling or some animal that slipped away before we could see it. But no matter how many times we told ourselves those things, the memory of that heavy rocking chair sitting right where it should not have been stayed with us. So did the uneasy feeling that something in the hayloft had wanted us to know it was there. Even now, when I think about that day, I still wish I had a clear answer. I like to believe there is always a practical, down-to-earth explanation for strange events. But sometimes, no matter how hard you try to reason things out, you are left with questions that do not have simple solutions. All I know is that we went into that hayloft twice and did not see the chair. Then, suddenly, there it was, too heavy to move quietly, too large to have been hidden, sitting in the middle of the aisle as if it had been placed there on purpose. That is the part that lingers in my mind, the sense that, in that quiet, dusty space above the barn, we were not as alone as we had thought. And ever since then, no one goes into the hayloft alone. When I look back on that time in my life, it always starts with that big 4-bedroom house and the strange feeling that followed us into it. I had already been through a string of odd encounters and small, unexplainable things before we moved there, but I kept telling myself that a fresh start would fix everything. I was a student then, tired and stretched thin, trying to balance classes, homework, and being a single parent to 3 kids. My daughter Mary was 7 at the time, old enough to ask serious questions and notice when something was wrong. My son Ty was 5, full of energy, more interested in games and adventures than in anything else. And my youngest, Adam, was just over 3, still small enough to be carried on my hip but big enough to have a mind of his own. A classmate of mine mentioned one day that she had a huge house a couple of miles away. She was living there with her 2-year-old son, Max, and struggling to pay the bills on her own. When we started talking, it turned out to be the kind of arrangement that sounded perfect for both of us. She had space. I had kids. We both needed support. She was relieved to have help with rent and childcare, and I was relieved to have another adult in the house and a safe place big enough for my 3 children. It all felt like a gift at first, like life was finally offering me something that made sense. The house itself was big and open, with a kind of echo that followed you when you walked through the halls. There was something impressive about it, but also something a little cold. Still, I tried not to think too hard about that. I focused instead on the practical things. There was enough room for everyone. The kids could have their own spaces. There was a yard, a kitchen big enough for family dinners, and more than enough storage. My classmate, relieved to have another adult in the house, decided she could now go back to work in the evenings at a local club. That meant she would leave Max with me while she worked, and I would handle the kids, the house, and my schoolwork as best I could. It did not take long for all of us to fall into a routine, one of those predictable patterns that keep life from falling apart. Even now, I can still remember the rhythm of our evenings. After school and whatever errands needed doing, I would get dinner started. The kids would play or chatter nearby, their voices bouncing around the big rooms. We would all sit down and eat together, the table crowded with plates, cups, and little hands reaching for things. After dinner, it was bath time. I would run baths, one child after another, sometimes 2 at a time if they were in the mood to share. There would be splashing and little arguments and laughing, and then warm towels, pajamas, and the feeling of the day finally winding down. Once everyone was clean and dry, I would settle the 4 kids, my 3 and little Max, into some quiet play. Sometimes that meant coloring books or blocks, sometimes it meant soft toys or simple games on the floor. While they were occupied, I would go downstairs to the main floor and do what I called my nightly sweep. It was a habit that made me feel like I had some control over the chaos. I would start at the front foyer, broom and mop bucket in hand, and move room by room through the house, sweeping and washing the floors. It was easier to clean when their little feet were not running all over the place. If you came in the front door, the first thing you saw was the foyer, a kind of open entry space. Right in front of it was the staircase, curving to the right as it went up, with banisters running along the top floor both to the left and right. It was one of those staircases you could see from below, open and decorative, almost like something out of a house in a magazine. To the left of the stairs on the main floor was a small hallway that led to the laundry room, a bathroom, and a den. The kitchen stretched across the back of the house, full of cabinets, counters, and a large window that looked out over the yard. On the other side of the main floor, opposite the laundry and den, were the dining room and living room, open to each other. Because of how the house was laid out, it was easy to move in a big circle while I cleaned. I would start in the foyer, sweep and mop the floor, then move left into the laundry room and bathroom, then into the den. From there, I would go through to the kitchen, cleaning as I went, and then finally back around through the dining room and living room until I ended up at the foyer again. Once the floors were done, I would put the broom, mop, and bucket back in the laundry room, out of Max's reach. Then I would turn off all the lights on the main floor, leaving the house quiet and dim, and head back upstairs. After cleaning, I would always return to the kids' rooms. I would gather them on beds or on the floor and read a few stories, enjoying the peacefulness that finally settled over the house. One by one, they would drift off to sleep, sometimes in the middle of a book. Once they were all asleep and tucked in, I would go into my own room, close the door, and open my laptop. That was my time to catch up on schoolwork, assignments, and readings, or just to let my mind wander online for a bit. I would stay there, typing or reading, until I was too tired to keep my eyes open, and then I would finally go to bed. For a while, it was peaceful. One night, I remember going through that same routine without thinking much about it. The evening had been ordinary. Dinner, baths, toys, cleaning, stories, bed. I had started at the foyer with my broom, swept through every room on the main floor, then washed the floors, leaving them clean and slightly shiny in the soft light. When I was done, I put the broom, mop and bucket back in the laundry room, the place we always kept them, tucked away so Max could not pull them out or hurt himself. I checked the doors, turned off the lights and went back upstairs, leaving the main floor dark and quiet. Several hours passed. The house had settled into that deep kind of silence that only comes late at night. The kids were asleep. My classmate was at work. I was alone upstairs with my laptop, the soft glow of the screen the only light in my room. I was just beginning to feel tired, thinking I might close the computer soon and go to bed, when I suddenly heard a loud crashing noise from downstairs. It was not a creak or a soft bump. It was a sharp, heavy crash, the kind of sound that makes your heart jump into your throat. Fear shot through me instantly. In a house that big, late at night, a sound like that can mean so many things: an intruder, something large falling, an accident. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and called a friend who lived nearby. I did not want to go downstairs alone, but I also knew I had to check. While I stayed on the phone with my friend, I slowly stepped out of my room and began to creep down the stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. I kept my voice low as I whispered what I was seeing, listening both to the quiet on the line and the quiet in the house. From the top of the staircase, I could see part of the foyer. When I reached the bottom, I stopped and looked to my left, toward the side door between the laundry room and the bathroom. The door was closed. Nothing was broken, no glass, no sign that anyone had forced their way in. I slowly moved farther down the hallway, turning my head toward the den and beyond that, the kitchen. That was when I saw it, objects scattered all over the ground. At first, it took my mind a moment to make sense of what I was seeing. On the hallway floor and spilling into the kitchen area, there were nail clippers, scissors, tweezers and nail files, all spread out as if someone had thrown them. Some were way out in the hall, others closer to the kitchen. Among the scattered items were broken pieces of plastic. As I stepped closer, I realized they belonged to the container we kept those things in. The container had been kept on the windowsill in the kitchen, always in the same place, neat and out of reach of the children. Now it was smashed, and its contents were everywhere. It looked as if the container had been picked up and thrown with force against the far wall of the kitchen. The pieces of broken plastic and the spread of the small tools told that story clearly. They had flown across the floor, sliding and bouncing, landing all the way out into the hall. I stood there for a moment, completely confused. I had not heard anyone come into the house. The kids were asleep upstairs. I had just cleaned the main floor a few hours earlier and knew I had not left it like this. My mind raced through possibilities, trying to come up with a normal explanation. Still on the phone with my friend, I flipped on the kitchen light and stepped inside. As the room flooded with light, my eyes lifted from the scattered tools on the floor to the table, and what I saw there made my heart slam hard in my chest. On the kitchen table were all 4 of the kitchen chairs. They were not pushed in neatly, not pulled out as if someone had been sitting. Instead, they were placed up on top of the table, their legs resting on the tabletop, facing each other, arranged as if 4 invisible people were sitting together in a circle. In the middle of that circle of chairs was my mop bucket and mop. The bucket sat in the center of the table, and the mop handle was sticking up, wedged tightly against the ceiling. The way it was braced there made it look almost deliberate, like someone had planned it carefully, making sure it would stay in place. It was such an unnatural sight, chairs balanced on a table, a mop handle pressing into the ceiling, that my whole body reacted before my mind could catch up. I felt a wave of dread and cold terror wash over me. My eyes moved to the counter, where I saw that every dish, every cup, every mug and all the utensils had been pulled out and set there. It looked as if someone had gone through the cupboards and drawers and taken everything out, then left it on display on the counter. There was no reason for it, no mess that explained it, no human hands I could point to. It was as if the house itself had decided to rearrange things while I was upstairs. The feeling that washed over me was more than just fear. It was a kind of recognition, like a cold hand gripping my heart. I had felt this exact same terror before, in the old house we had lived in previously, when strange things had started there. It was as if whatever had been with us before had followed us here and was now making sure I knew it. The crashing noise, the scattered tools, the chairs and mop on the table, the dishes and utensils on the counter, all of it felt like a message, even if I could not understand the words. My hands shook as I moved forward. I took the chairs down from the table, one by one, setting them back where they belong. I pulled the mop handle down from the ceiling and took the bucket off the table. I did these things almost automatically, like fixing the scene might make it all go away. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger with every move I made. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my skin felt tight, as if eyes were on me from somewhere I could not see. I did not have the courage that night to put everything back the way it was. After fixing the chairs and putting the mop and bucket away, I left the scattered tools and broken plastic where they were. I turned off the light and went back upstairs, the heavy feeling of eyes following me with every step. I told myself I would deal with the rest in the morning, when the sun was up and the house did not feel so dark and full of shadows. That night, I slept poorly, waking often, listening for more sounds from below. A few weeks went by. Life kept moving forward, even with that memory sitting heavy in the back of my mind. My classmate continued to work long nights at the club and often came home in the early hours of the morning, exhausted and needing sleep. One particular day, she had worked especially hard the night before and was sleeping in, trying to recover. My children were gone for the day with my mother, who had taken them to see a musical. They were staying the night with her, and would not be back until the next day. The house, for once, was quiet and almost empty. I was in the kitchen making dinner, enjoying the rare calm. My classmate's boyfriend was there too, chatting with me as I cooked. We talked casually, about nothing too serious, just small talk to pass the time. At some point, as we stood there, he tilted his head back and looked up at the ceiling above the table. Then he pointed and told me to look. At first, I did not see anything unusual. Then I noticed a small, round bulge on the ceiling, like a bubble under paint or plaster. It was about the size of a penny. We both stared at it, puzzled. Over the next 20 minutes, as we watched, that small bubble slowly grew larger. It swelled and stretched until it was the size of a large grapefruit. The whole time we were thinking the same thing: there must be a leak. It was late November, the kind of time when pipes and roofs could be more vulnerable, so a leak seemed like a natural explanation. We went upstairs to check the bathrooms above the kitchen. We looked under sinks, around toilets, in the tubs, feeling for dampness, checking for dripping water, but we found nothing. Everything was dry. No wet spots, no signs of anything overflowing. The pipes looked fine. The ceilings and floors upstairs looked normal. It made no sense that there would be water collecting between the floors if there was no source. Eventually, we decided we should pop the bubble before it burst on its own and maybe ruin more of the ceiling or floor. We got a bucket ready and carefully pierced the swollen spot. Water came out, more than we expected, draining down into the bucket we held beneath it. We dumped it down the sink, watching it disappear, still unsure where it had come from. Shortly after that, the landlord arrived. We showed him the small mark on the ceiling where the bubble had been. We explained that it had grown to the size of a grapefruit, and that we had drained it. He inspected the area, looked around, checked for leaks, and then shook his head. He could not find anything that might have caused it. No broken pipes, no roof damage, no overflowing bathroom above. He also did not seem to believe us when we told him how big the bubble had been. He looked at the little mark and gave us the kind of look adults give children when they think they are exaggerating. At least this time, I was not alone. I had another adult witness standing right there, someone who had watched the bubble grow and had seen the water come out. It was a small comfort, but it mattered. It was proof, at least to myself, that the strange things I was experiencing were not always just in my head. The next incident was the first in a series that finally pushed me to move out yet again. Christmas was approaching, and like many families, we wanted to make the house feel festive and warm. We came up with the idea of decorating the staircase and the banisters across the top floor with long pieces of bendable, tree-like garland. We imagined the green winding gracefully up the stairs, across the left and right sides of the open banister, making the whole house feel more like a holiday home than a cold rental. We went out and bought the garland, which turned out to be more expensive than we had expected. It was the kind with metal inside so you could twist and shape it, and it would hold its place. We brought it home and started the long process of wrapping it around the banisters. It was tiring, and we had to wind it carefully between each pole, pulling it tight so it would not sag or fall. We added small red bows here and there to make it look even more cheerful. By the time we were done, about 3 hours had passed. We were exhausted but proud. The staircase looked beautiful, like something out of a holiday movie. A few nights later, we decided to give the kids a treat and take them to a play place where they could run and jump and burn off some energy. It was winter, and there were only so many ways for kids to move around without freezing outside. We bundled them up, loaded them into the car and drove out. We were not even gone for 2 hours. During that short time, the house was left alone, quiet and locked. When we got back, the first thing we noticed was the temperature. It was freezing inside, colder than it should have been. We turned up the heat on the thermostat, expecting to hear the furnace kick in, but nothing happened. The house stayed cold. We tried again, adjusting the settings, checking vents, but the furnace refused to come on. We called the landlord, but there was no answer. After a while, we gave up on getting it fixed that night. We decided that the best thing we could do was to tough it out, pile on blankets, and get through the night. Each of us went to our own rooms with our own kids, layering the beds with as many blankets as we could find. The kids huddled under the covers, and we reassured them as best we could, telling them it was like camping or a fun adventure, even though we were uncomfortable and more than a little annoyed. Eventually, everyone drifted off to sleep in the cold house. The next morning, we woke up and the house was still just as frigid. Our breath puffed out in little clouds in front of our faces as we talked. We began moving around, trying to get warm, when we noticed something that made both of us stop in our tracks. Every single piece of garland and every bough that we had spent 3 hours carefully winding around the banister had been taken off. The staircase that had looked so beautiful a night or two before was now bare. The decorations were not neatly placed anywhere. They were scattered all over the main floor, lying in messy piles, draped across furniture, lying in the middle of the floor. The neat, careful work we had done was completely undone. It might have been one thing if the garland had somehow slipped or fallen, but we knew how tightly we had wound it. Because of the metal inside, it held its shape firmly once twisted in place. It was not the kind of thing that could simply unwind itself. It had been woven between each pole of the banister, locked in place by our own hands. There was no way gravity alone had done this. My classmate was stunned and furious. All that effort, all that money spent, and now the decorations were on the floor as if someone had deliberately torn them down. She was angry, muttering under her breath about how ridiculous it was. When I suggested that something might have taken it all off, she rolled her eyes and called me silly. She did not want to consider the idea that anything unseen had been involved. But I could not shake the feeling. I refused to help put the decorations back up. My hands would not cooperate, and my nerves were already worn thin. From that point on, the small weird things around the house seemed to gather more weight. Our Christmas tree, which was brand new and set up on a perfectly flat part of the floor, began to fall over. It happened again and again. We would leave the house and come back to find the tree lying on its side, ornaments rolled away, branches bent. We checked the stand, made sure it was secure, made sure there was no draft or unevenness underneath. There was no clear reason for it to keep tipping, yet it did. Around the same time, Adam began to complain about his closet. He shared a bedroom with Ty, who slept peacefully and, as far as I knew, had not seen or heard anything strange. But Adam, just over 3 years old, started to talk about the closet in a way that worried me. After almost 4 months in the house without any problem from that room, he suddenly did not want the closet door open. He did not want to sleep in there in the dark. He said he did not like it, that it scared him. I was afraid to ask too many questions. A part of me did not want to hear what he might say. I did not want to hear about shapes or shadows or voices in the dark. Instead, I tried to make him feel safe in simpler ways. I left a lamp on at night, hoping the soft light would chase away whatever was bothering him. The lamp was just a basic table lamp, the kind with a knob you pushed in to turn off and that popped back out on the other side when it turned on again. At first, the lamp seemed to help. The room had a gentle glow at night, and I thought that maybe Adam would relax and sleep better. But soon, something else started to happen. The lamp began to go off in the middle of the night, and Adam would wake up screaming. I would rush into the room to find him sitting up in bed crying, the lamp dark even though I knew I had left it on. I would push the knob back to turn it on again, feel that cold knot in my stomach and try to soothe him back to sleep. These events wore on me, a little more each day. I was beginning to lose my nerves. The big house that had once felt like a fresh start now felt like a place I could never fully relax in. I was afraid to be alone there at night, especially after the children were in bed and the house was dark and quiet. Every sound felt too loud. Every shadow seemed too deep. And in the back of my mind, I always had that heavy feeling that we were not alone, that something else was moving through those rooms with us. Eventually, the semester ended, and with it came a chance for change. An opportunity came up to move about 45 minutes west to a smaller city. There was a college there where I could continue and finish my degree. We decided to go visit and see what the place was like. The town seemed quieter, smaller, more manageable. It felt like the kind of place where we might finally be able to breathe, where life might slow down just enough for us to feel safe. My children liked it. They did not protest the idea of moving. In fact, they seemed excited about the new place and the idea of a different house. Inside, I quietly thanked God for that. I wanted to get as far away from that house and everything that had happened in it as I could. I told myself that an hour's drive would be enough distance, that whatever had followed us before would finally be left behind. But deep down, a small, uneasy part of me was not so sure. On moving day, as we packed our things and loaded them up to leave, I could not shake the feeling that we were not going alone. It was as if that unseen friend, and his mother, the presence I had felt before and the one that seemed to be with us now, were right there beside us, slipping into the boxes and furniture, ready to follow us once again. About 18 years ago, I was living in a small town in Ontario, spending my days as a missionary. It was the kind of town where everyone seemed to know everyone else, where the streets got quiet early in the evening and you could hear the sound of your own footsteps on the sidewalk as you walked from one house to another. The winters were cold and long, the kind where your breath hung in the air and snow would crunch under your shoes. The summers were short and mild, with long stretches of soft light in the evenings. Life there moved at a slower pace, and most days were built out of simple routines. Visits, conversations, prayers, small acts of service. I had a missionary companion at the time, another young man about my age. We lived in a modest little place, kept to our schedule and did our best to help the people we met. Our days were usually predictable, but there were moments and families that stood out, and one of those families was an Italian family who lived in a neat house not too far from where we stayed. They were kind to us, warm and welcoming in that way that makes you feel like you are being pulled into the heart of a home. They had that familiar Italian warmth about them. Every time we visited, the kitchen was alive with smells of sauce and spices, fresh bread, and something simmering on the stove. The table was always set with care, and the mother fussed over us as if we were yet another pair of sons she had somehow collected along the way. The father was quieter, but you could tell he loved his family fiercely. There was laughter, conversation in accented English and Italian, hands moving as they spoke, and always food. In that family, There was a teenage boy who carried something heavier than most kids his age should have to carry. You could see it in the way he moved, and how his shoulders were never quite relaxed, and in the way his eyes seemed to look past the room sometimes, as if he were listening to something no one else could hear. He was polite and kind to us, but there was a sadness in him, a dullness around the edges that did not match the warmth of his home. Over time, as we visited them more, we learned more about what he was going through. His family told us that he had been bothered for many years by something they called the shadow. It was not just a feeling or a mood. It was something that seemed to follow him, an actual dark presence that would appear near him, close to him more often than it should. It did not stay confined to the house. It seemed to be around him in many places, like a dark, invisible companion that refused to leave. He told us, in a quiet voice, that even when we were sitting at the dinner table talking, he could feel it. He said he could feel it just around the corner, out of our line of sight, as if it were standing there listening, watching, waiting. The idea of something lurking just out of view while we were eating and talking was unnerving, but he spoke about it in such a matter-of-fact way that it was clear this was nothing new to him. This was his normal. It was not just the boy who had noticed it. Even his mother had seen the shadow with her own eyes. One evening, as we sat at their table while she told us the story, her expression grew serious in a way I will never forget. She described how, one night, she woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The house was dark and quiet. She got up from her bed and looked out of her doorway into a hallway, the way any parent might do, just to check on things without really knowing why. As she looked down the hallway, she saw it. A shadowy figure passed by her bedroom door, moving down the hall toward her son's room. It was not just a trick of the light or her imagination late at night. She saw it clearly enough to know that it was not her husband, not one of her children. It was a dark, human-shaped presence that did not belong there. She told us how her heart pounded, but instead of freezing, she got up and followed it. She walked down the hallway after that shadow, fear or not, because her son was at the end of that hall. When she reached his doorway, she did not see anything in the room, just her son sleeping, but she spoke into the empty air anyway. She told the shadow, out loud, to leave her son alone. She did not whisper. She told it firmly, like a mother warning someone away from her child. That memory had stayed with her, and as she told it, the room felt a little heavier, as if some echo of that night still lingered. This constant presence, this shadow that seemed attached to the boy, weighed on him over time. It is not easy to live with something frightening that you cannot fully explain and cannot easily escape. It made him depressed. The light in him seemed dimmer than it should have been for someone his age. His family had done what they knew how to do. They had called priests to bless him, to pray over him, and to drive the shadow away. Sometimes, after these blessings, things would get better for a little while. The boy would feel lighter. The shadow would seem less present. But those improvements never lasted. After some time, the feeling of being watched, followed, and burdened would creep back in, as if the shadow refused to be driven away permanently. My companion and I felt for him. We were young, but we cared about the people we met, and it was hard to see someone so weighed down. We knew we could not solve everything, but we wanted, at the very least, to give him a break from that constant fear and sadness. So we tried to think of something we could do that might lift his mood, even just a little. Eventually we came up with a simple idea. We invited him to spend the night at our place. The thought was that a change of scenery might help. Maybe if he spent a night away from his usual surroundings, in a different house, with different people, he might feel some relief, or at least have a night where his mind could rest. At the very least, we wanted him to feel welcome, and not alone. At that time in my life, I had already had a few experiences of something I later came to understand as sleep paralysis. Back then, I did not know what it was called. I had not read about it. I did not know the science or any explanations behind it. All I knew was what it felt like. On a handful of nights before that, I had woken up and found myself unable to move. It was as if my body had turned to stone while my mind had snapped awake. I could open my eyes, I could see my surroundings, but my arms, my legs, Even my voice would not respond to me. Each time it happened, a heavy, oppressive feeling would hang in the air around me. The room would feel wrong, full of something dark and depressing, something that made my skin crawl. It was not just fear from being unable to move. It felt like there was something else in the room with me, something that did not wish me well. Those episodes had been rare, but each one had left a deep mark on my memory. Still, I did not talk much about them at the time, and I did not fully understand what was happening. I just knew that they were scary, and I hoped they would not happen again. On the night the boy came to stay with us, things seemed normal enough at first. The three of us spent the evening together talking, maybe sharing stories, trying to keep things light. We wanted him to feel safe and included, not like he was being studied or treated differently. Eventually, when it got late enough, we all settled down to sleep in the same room. We arranged our beds, or sleeping bags or mattresses, close by. There was something comforting about having everyone in one place, like we were sharing a kind of watch over each other. The room was quiet and dark when we finally went to sleep. The small town outside our window was completely still, the kind of stillness that comes in the deep hours of night when most people are asleep and even the streets seem to be resting. For a while, everything was peaceful. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At least, my mind woke up. My eyes opened, but the rest of my body did not follow. I was lying there, fully aware, but when I tried to move, nothing happened. My arms did not lift. My legs did not twitch. My mouth would not form words. I was frozen in place, trapped inside my own body, unable to do anything but lie there and feel. I noticed a buzzing or ringing sound, low at first, like a kind of background noise that did not belong. It was not a sound from outside, like a car or the wind or a heating system. It was more like something humming in my ears or deep inside the room itself. It grew louder, not deafening, but enough to make the whole moment feel even more unreal. Then, along with the buzzing, came the feeling. It was a dark, frightening presence, the same kind of oppressive weight I had felt before in other sleep paralysis experiences, but this time it was much stronger. It was like all of those previous episodes had been dull versions of this one. This time, the fear seemed sharper, heavier, more intense. It was as if the air itself had thickened, pressing down on me from every side. I could not see anything specific. The room was dim, and my eyes did not pick out any clear shape or figure. But the feeling was unmistakable. Something was there. It was not just an idea or a mood. It felt like a presence, like a dark, invisible thing leaning over me, pushing into the space around my body, watching me, and bringing with it a kind of deep dread that settled in my chest like a stone. I could not speak. I could not turn my head. I could only stare and listen and feel. That sleep paralysis experience was the most vivid and intense of any I have ever had. Every second of it seemed to stretch out longer than it really was. My mind raced. A part of me knew I had felt something like this before, but another part of me felt that this time it was different. This time, it felt tied to something outside of me, to something that was not just in my mind or body, but in the room with us. I thought about the boy and the shadow that had followed him for years. I thought about his mother's story of seeing the shadow move down the hallway toward his room. In that moment, pinned to my bed by fear and a frozen body, it was hard not to wonder if whatever was usually with him had come with him to our house. Time became hard to measure. I do not know how long I lay there like that, trapped in my own body with the buzzing, the darkness, and the heavy presence pressing down on me. It could have been a minute. It could have been longer. It felt much longer than it probably was. I tried to move my fingers, my toes, anything that would break the spell. Nothing responded. I tried to pray silently in my mind, asking for help, for protection, for this to end. I focused on the idea of moving, even just a little bit. Eventually, slowly, I felt the invisible grip begin to loosen. It was not sudden, like snapping out of a dream. It was more like slowly rising back to the surface after being under deep water. I realized I could move the tip of a finger. Then my hand. Then my arms. Little by little, my body came back under my control. the buzzing faded. The crushing weight of fear eased, but it did not disappear completely. When I finally could move enough, I did not sit up right away. I lay there for a moment, afraid that if I moved too quickly, I might see something I did not want to see. I was scared to turn my head, scared to look into the corners of the room, scared that the dark presence might still be there, watching. But at the same time, I could not stay like that forever. So I gathered my courage, took as steady a breath as I could, and slowly sat up. I looked around the room. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, the shapes of furniture and shadows. There was nothing out of place. My companion was sleeping soundly, his breathing steady and calm. The boy was asleep too, his face relaxed in a way I was not used to seeing when he was awake. They both looked peaceful, untouched by the terror that had just held me frozen. There was no visible shape standing over anyone, no dark figure in the corner. The room was just a room again. I still felt uneasy. The memory of the paralysis and the heavy presence clung to me, making my skin prickle. But there was nothing more I could do. Waking them up just to say I had felt something weird did not seem helpful, and I did not want to frighten the boy in the middle of the night. So after a while, once my heart had calmed down a little, I lay back down. My body was my own again, but my thoughts kept circling the same point. I eventually drifted back to sleep, but it was not a deep, peaceful sleep. It was thin and restless. In the morning, the sunlight made everything seem less threatening. The house looked ordinary again, the way houses do in daylight, with no sign of the dark and heavy feelings that visit only in the quiet hours. Over breakfast or sometime soon after, I asked the boy how he had slept. I tried to sound casual, like I was just making conversation. He answered in a positive way. He said he had slept well. There was no trace of fear in his expression, no hint that he had been disturbed by anything in the night. In fact, he seemed lighter, calmer than I was. There was a tiny sense of relief in hearing that. Whatever I had gone through, he had at least had a peaceful night, and that had been the whole point of inviting him over in the first place. Life moved on after that. We continued our missionary work, moved to new areas, met new people. Over time, my sleep paralysis experiences became less frequent. In fact, I have not had one in at least a dozen years now. Knowing more about sleep paralysis today, I understand that there are natural explanations for at least part of what I experienced. The inability to move, the strange sounds, the feeling of presence that many people report. But even with that knowledge, that particular night stands out. I still think about how that intense episode happened on the exact night that the boy, the one followed by a shadow for years, slept under our roof. Of all the nights it could have happened, it happened then. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was my mind, already thinking about his situation, weaving fear into my sleep. Or maybe there was more to it than that. Maybe the shadow that had troubled him for so long brushed close enough to touch my own sleep that night. I do not claim to know the answer. I only know how real it felt, how heavy the presence was, how different that experience was from any other I have had. Even now, all these years later, when I think back to that small town in Ontario, that warm Italian household, the sad boy with the shadow and the night he slept at our place, I cannot help but wonder about that connection. It remains one of those moments in life that you turn over in your mind again and again, knowing you may never find a perfect explanation, but also knowing you will never quite forget how it felt. I am a 17-year-old girl, and next year will be my last year of high school. Right now my life should be all about exams, friends, future plans, and worrying about normal teenage things. Instead, I spend a lot of time quietly worrying about something I wish I could completely ignore, ghosts, or spirits, or whatever you want to call them. To be honest, I do not even really know the difference between those words. I just know that the idea of anything unseen, anything from the other side, scares me more than I like to admit. I say that I hate ghosts, but underneath that hate is pure, simple fear. I do not want to see one. I do not want to hear one. I definitely do not want to feel one anywhere near me. Just thinking about it is enough to make my stomach twist. The strange thing is that I did not grow up knowing a lot about ghosts. I do not come from a family that is obsessed with paranormal things. I am not someone who actively seeks this stuff out. In fact, I try not to think about it at all. But my friends know I am easily scared, and they think it is hilarious. They will sit with me and pull up ghost videos on YouTube, especially those caught on camera, ones where doors slam or shadows move. They watch my reactions more than the videos. They laugh when I jump or grab the arm of the person next to me. They tease me when I almost fall off my chair in fright. They get a real kick out of it, and even though I act annoyed, I usually play along. The problem is that the more I see, the more real it all begins to feel. It is one thing when ghosts are just a story you hear in passing or a movie you know is fake. It is another thing when you see video after video of things moving by themselves, of footsteps in empty hallways, of people waking up to see someone standing over their bed. Even if half of it is staged, my brain does not care. Every new ghost video I watch digs into my thoughts and stays there. I start to think about them when I am alone, when the lights are off, when the house is quiet. The more I learn, the scarier it becomes. As much as I want to deny it, I have started to wonder if my own family has been experiencing something ghostly. I wish I could say that all of this is in my imagination, that everything can be explained, that I am just paranoid. But there are too many small things that add up, too many strange moments that I cannot quite shake off. It all seemed to start when my family bought our first real house. Before that, we had always lived in townhouses, squeezed in side by side with neighbors on the other side of the walls. It was what we were used to. Then, one year, everything changed. It was around the summer of 2007. I remember that clearly, because it was the year I was about to enter high school. That alone felt like a huge step in my life. On top of that, my family bought a detached house in Alberta, in the city of Edmonton. It felt like a big deal. This was our first standalone house, our own place with a yard and more space. My parents chose it mostly because of its location. It was close to the schools we needed, close to places my parents worked or studied, and in an area that seemed quiet and safe. The house itself was old, though. Not ancient, but definitely not new. It had that feeling old houses sometimes have, where you know other lives have been lived there long before yours. At first, it was exciting. We unpacked boxes, decided who would sleep where, argued a little over rooms and furniture, and slowly made the place our home. The layout of the house was interesting. There was a main floor, a basement, and a second set of stairs that led down to the family den. The den became our main hangout space. That was where the computers were set up, where the TV sat waiting to be watched, where we went to play games, do homework, or just relax. Because of that, we used that second staircase a lot. It connected the rest of the house to the place where we spent most of our free time. It did not take long before something strange started to happen, and it happened specifically around that second set of stairs. The first time, it seemed like nothing more than a simple accident. My younger sister was going down to the family den, and suddenly we heard a loud thump, followed by the sound of her sliding steps and a small gasp. We rushed over and found her at the bottom of the stairs. She had fallen down, and it gave all of us a fright. Naturally, we were worried. My mom hurried to check if she was hurt. But when my sister stood up, she looked perfectly fine. Not a scratch, not a bruise. She seemed a little shaken, but it was as if her fall had somehow been softened by something invisible. My mom gave her a small lecture about being more careful, holding the railing, watching where she stepped, and my sister nodded, then ran off to play like nothing had happened. We all breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she was not hurt. If that had been the only time, we might have forgotten about it. But it was not. After that, those stairs became something we tripped on a lot. I remember noticing it enough that I began to count the steps, like I was trying to understand them. There were 10 steps in total. Each one looked normal. The carpeting covered them, but there were no obvious holes or loose parts. Still, people kept falling. Not long after my sister's first fall, she fell again on the same staircase, maybe a week later. Once again, She came out of it without any real injury. She did not cry for long. She did not have bruises or twisted ankles. She just got up and walked away. It was strange, but we told ourselves she was just clumsy or not paying attention. Then my mom started to fall on those stairs too. Not once, not twice, but at least 5 times. I remember each time she slipped or missed a step, our hearts jumping in our chests, as we heard the sound of her feet sliding and her body hitting the steps. Each time we would rush to help her, expecting the worst, and each time she would stand up shaken but mostly unharmed. Maybe a little sore, maybe a bit embarrassed, but never badly hurt. No broken bones. No sprains. Nothing that matched the number of falls. As for me, I lost count after a while, but I know I must have fallen on those stairs at least 10 times, probably more. I am not normally the clumsy one in the family. I know how to walk downstairs. I know how to watch my feet. But somehow, on that staircase to the family den, it felt like something kept catching us. Our feet would slip out from under us, or we would miss the edge of a step. It seemed to happen out of nowhere. My brother and my father, however, never fell on those stairs. Not once. They went up and down just like the rest of us, but for some reason they were always fine. At first, I tried to brush it off. I told myself it was just the carpeting. The stairs were carpeted, and we figured maybe the carpet was too thick or too loose, making it easy to trip. That became the explanation we all used. "It's the carpet," we would say, every time someone tumbled down. We tried to become more cautious, holding the railing every time we went down to the den, taking our time instead of racing. Even then, we continued to trip. Not every day, but often enough that it became something we silently expected. In the back of my mind, I had quiet thoughts that it might be something else, something not so easily explained. A ghost, maybe, or some kind of presence trying to push us or trip us. But I did not want to think about that. The idea that our brand new house, the place that was supposed to be a fresh start for us, might be haunted was too scary to accept. So every time the thought crept in, I pushed it away. I told myself I was being dramatic, that it was all just accidents and carpet and clumsiness. The stairs were not the only strange thing that happened in that house. I have always been the kind of person who holds on to things. Some people might call it being a pack rat. I keep old birthday cards, little trinkets, gifts from friends, and, most of all, stuffed animals. Even now, as a teenager, I still like stuffed animals. They remind me of my childhood, of people I care about, and of memories I do not want to lose. I arrange them carefully in my room, each one having its own spot. Among them, I had one particular stuffed doll that was very special to me. It was given to me by a close friend, someone I really cared about. The doll was beautiful and felt different from the others, almost like a small treasure rather than just a toy. It became one of my prized possessions. Because it meant so much, I always kept track of where I put it. Most of my stuffed animals were placed on top of my wardrobe, lined up in a row. That was their place. One day, I noticed that this special doll was missing. At first, I thought maybe it had fallen behind something or gotten buried under a pile of clothes or blankets. But the more I looked, the more I panicked. I checked the top of the wardrobe, the shelves, the floor around it. I looked under my bed, in my closet, in drawers, behind furniture, anywhere I could think of. I could not find it. Losing anything makes me feel uneasy, but losing that doll felt worse. I hate misplacing things, especially when I am careful about where I keep them. I started to question my memory. Had I moved it somewhere else? Had I lent it to someone? I did not remember doing any of that. I was also pretty sure none of my siblings would dare take it, because they knew how protective I was of my collection. Still, I went after them anyway. I asked my brother and my sister if they had touched my doll. I did not ask calmly either. I probably sounded accusatory and stressed. They both denied it. They swore they had not gone near my things. I even asked my parents if they had gone into my room and moved anything. They said no, they had no reason to touch my stuffed animals. For weeks, I kept searching. Every time I cleaned or rearranged something, I would look again, hoping it might appear in some obvious place I had somehow missed before. I tried to tell myself that it would turn up eventually, that it had to be somewhere in the house, but deep inside I had that sinking feeling you get when you know something is gone for good. Eventually, I gave up. I stopped actively looking, even though part of me still hoped I might see it again. Months went by. I tried not to think about it often, because it made me feel frustrated and strange to know that something so important to me had vanished without explanation. Then, one day, completely out of nowhere, I found it. The doll was lying on the floor in my room in plain sight, next to my wardrobe. For a moment, I just stared at it, like my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then I rushed over to pick it up. It was the same doll, looking exactly as it always had. There were no signs that it had been chewed by a pet, or damaged or hidden in some dusty corner. It was simply there, as if someone had gently placed it next to my wardrobe, right where I could not possibly miss it. That was what scared me the most. I always placed my stuffed animals on top of the wardrobe. That was their spot. I had checked that area many times while looking for the doll. I had looked on top, behind, beside and around that piece of furniture over and over again. It had not been there. I was sure of it. Yet now, there it was, on the floor near the wardrobe, in a place so obvious that there was no way I would have overlooked it before. That discovery really freaked me out. My first reaction was not happiness at finding something precious. It was a chilling feeling that something, or someone, from another world had been playing games with me. It felt like my belongings were not entirely under my control, like something unseen had taken my doll, kept it for a while and then returned it when it felt like it. That night, I slept with the covers pulled up over my head, as if the blanket could protect me from whatever had been messing with me. After about 1.5 years of living in that house in Edmonton, my family went through another big change. My parents decided to split up. It was not a sudden shock. I had seen it coming for a long time. There had been arguments and tension, little signs that things were not really working between them. When they finally told us, it felt more like something that had slowly grown into place rather than a bolt from the blue. It was still sad, but it did not break me in the way people sometimes expect. The decision was made that my dad would stay in the house in Edmonton, and the rest of us, my mom, my siblings and I, would move to Toronto, Ontario. We ended up living in a condo instead of a house. Leaving Edmonton was emotional in its own way, but I have to admit that part of me felt relieved. The thought of getting away from that old house, with its haunted feeling staircase and disappearing belongings, felt like a weight lifting off my shoulders. I told myself that whatever strange things had been happening there would be left behind when we closed the door for the last time. Toronto was different in so many ways. The city felt bigger and faster. The condo was smaller than the house had been, but it was new to us and clean. It was high up, with views out the windows instead of a backyard. I had to adjust to a new school, new people and a new pace of life. My mom was busier than ever. She had gone back to university, working hard to build a better future for herself and for us. I, on the other hand, had to make up for the term of school I had missed due to the move. There was already a lot of pressure in our lives without adding anything supernatural into the mix. For a while, things felt calm. We unpacked, got used to our routines in the condo, learned the sounds of the building, the hum of elevators, the footsteps in the hallway, the plumbing noises. Then, small strange things started to happen again. It began with something simple, a potato peeler. My mom had recently purchased a very good quality one. It sounds funny to say that she loved it, but she really did. Maybe it was expensive, or maybe she just appreciated nice kitchen tools. Either way, she liked that peeler a lot. It had a solid handle and a shiny, sharp blade that made peeling potatoes and carrots easier, which mattered because she cooked for us all the time. Not long after she bought it, the peeler went missing. At first, she assumed someone had put it in the wrong drawer or packed it away with something else. My mom is a neat person, like many moms. She likes things to be organized and in their place. She began to ask us where we had put it. She asked me, my brother and my sister, if we had used it and left it somewhere strange. But we almost never volunteered to peel vegetables. We were usually too lazy to do that part of cooking unless we absolutely had to. We honestly had not touched it. I thought that maybe my mom had just misplaced it. Everyone loses things now and then, even neat people. I did not think too much of it at first. But as time went on and the peeler still did not turn up, she became more and more frustrated. She cleaned drawers, checked cupboards, looked behind appliances. Nothing. It was as if the peeler had vanished into thin air. Eventually, she gave up looking and decided to go out and buy another one. She liked that first peeler so much that she bought the exact same kind. It was another good quality one, big, with a comfortable handle and that same shiny blade. She brought it home, put it away in the proper place, and felt satisfied that the problem was solved. Then, almost unbelievably, the second peeler went missing too. It disappeared just like the first one. My mom went to use it one day, and it was nowhere to be found. She searched the entire kitchen, going through the same motions, opening drawers, moving things around, checking under dish towels, looking on shelves, even peering into the trash just in case someone had thrown it away by accident. It was gone. Another $40 or so down the drain, as she put it. This time, she was furious and confused. She kept talking about it, demanding to know if any of us were playing a prank on her, if someone had taken it for some kind of joke. We all denied it, because it was the truth. None of us cared enough about a potato peeler to hide it. None of us had any reason to do that, especially not twice. The peeler was not small. It was not the kind of thing that could easily slip behind something or hide under a tiny object. It was large and noticeable. After losing 2 expensive peelers, my mom decided she was not going to waste any more money. She bought a cheap, small peeler instead. It was thin, less impressive, almost forgettable compared to the others. Stranger still, that tiny cheap peeler never went missing. It stayed exactly where it was supposed to be. That detail still bothers me whenever I think about it. The good, shiny peelers vanished, but the little cheap one remained, like it was somehow not interesting enough to be taken. While all of this was going on, I started noticing odd things happening with my own body. I began to find small cuts on my hands in random places. At first I thought I had just scratched myself without noticing. But as more of them appeared, I started paying attention. These were not paper cuts. I draw a lot, and I know what a paper cut feels and looks like. These were different. The cuts did not hurt very much, but they were annoying. They would show up on the sides of my fingers, on the underside or belly of my fingers, in places where I do not usually bump into things. The skin around them often stuck out slightly, curved and raised, like something had dug into it and pulled a little bit. The shape of them reminded me of what happens when a sharp fingernail scratches you and drags across the skin, lifting it slightly without fully tearing it away. It was as if someone with thin, sharp nails had dug in and then released halfway through. Of course, I tried to come up with normal explanations. Maybe I was bumping my hands on something while cooking, cleaning, or doing art. Maybe I was scratching myself in my sleep. But no matter how I tried to explain them, I kept coming back to how oddly placed they were and how much they looked like fingernail scratches. The cuts would heal, but then new ones would appear in different spots. Each time, I felt a little more unsettled. Another thing started happening too. I began waking up at around 3 in the morning, over and over again. It was not like I opened my eyes, saw the clock, and rolled over by accident once or twice. It became a pattern. Sometimes it was exactly 3 o'clock. Sometimes it was a minute or two before or after. I would just wake up for no clear reason, staring into the darkness of my room in the middle of the night. At first I blamed it on the move. We had changed time zones when we moved from Alberta to Ontario, and my friends told me it might be jet lag or that my body was still trying to adjust. I believed them for a while. It made sense at first. But as the months went by, January, February, March, and then April, and it kept happening, that explanation started to feel weaker. It had been since December that we moved. By April, my body should have adjusted. Yet there I was, waking up at 3 in the morning, night after night. These interrupted nights took a toll on me during the day. I was drowsy at school more often than not. I would sit in class and feel my eyelids getting heavy, struggling to focus on what the teacher was saying or on the work in front of me. I almost fell asleep several times, head nodding forward before I jerked myself awake again. On top of everything else I was dealing with, catching up on missed school, handling the emotional fallout of my parents' split, adjusting to a new city, this constant tiredness made everything feel heavier. One day, browsing online, I somehow came across a website full of people sharing their paranormal experiences. At first, I wanted to click away. I knew that reading about ghosts and spirits would only scare me more. But curiosity is a tricky thing. I ended up staying and reading story after story. Some of them were terrifying. Some were sad. Some sounded eerily familiar. I could feel my skin crawling, and at the same time, I could not stop. The stories were strangely addictive. People were talking openly about the things that had happened to them, and others were giving feedback, advice, and opinions. That is what led me to ask the question that has been sitting in the back of my mind for a long time now. Is my family being haunted by a ghost? I do not want the answer to be yes. I get deathly afraid just thinking about being around a ghost. Even if it is not doing anything big or openly violent, the idea of something unseen moving around us, touching our lives, taking things, maybe scratching me in my sleep, makes my heart race. But at the same time, I want some kind of confirmation, some way to understand what is happening. Right now, whatever is going on is not causing serious harm. No one is being thrown across rooms. No one is being physically attacked in a dramatic way. But small things add up. Lost objects, strange falls, cuts on my fingers, waking up at the same time every night. My family already has enough stress. My mom is in university, trying to better our lives. I am trying to make up a missed school term and keep up with homework and tests. We do not need to be losing tools, tripping on stairs that are not there anymore, or dealing with unexplained scratches that make it hard to hold a pen during an exam. Any weight lifted from our shoulders would be a blessing right now. One last detail that might matter is my mother's personality. She meditates and is a very spiritual person in her own way. She believes in calm, energy, inner peace, and all of that, but she does not believe in ghosts. She does not connect the strange events in our lives with anything paranormal. My sister and I, on the other hand, are simply afraid of anything to do with ghosts or spirits. We do not meditate or practice anything spiritual ourselves. We just try to get through each day without thinking too much about what might be standing just out of sight. So here I am, a 17-year-old girl who never wanted anything to do with ghosts, looking back at old houses, strange staircases, missing dolls, disappearing potato peelers, unexplained cuts and sleepless nights at 3 in the morning, wondering if something has been following my family from place to place. I do not know for sure what the answer is. But I know that whatever it is, I would give almost anything to finally feel like we are not being watched anymore. I am 19 years old, still in what feels like the early stretch of my life, and I have never lived in a place that anyone would call old or historic. My homes have always been ordinary from the outside, the kind of buildings people pass without a second glance. Newer apartments, fairly modern houses, rentals that had previous tenants but no long, dramatic stories attached to them. There were no creaky Victorian houses, no centuries-old cottages, nothing that looked like it belonged in a ghost story. You would think that kind of life would keep anything strange away from you, like ghosts and things that go bump in the night only belong in old, crumbling places. But for me, that has never mattered. It does not seem to matter where I go, where I live, how the room is shaped or how recently the building was constructed. Every so often, a few times a year, something happens to me that I can only describe as a strange and quiet phenomenon. Children that I have never seen before in my life appear in my bedroom in the middle of the night. It always begins in the same way. I am deeply asleep when it happens, not half awake or drifting in and out, but sunk far down into a heavy, dark rest. My sleep on those nights is different from normal sleep. Usually I dream. I may not remember all of my dreams when I wake up, but I know they happen. I get snatches of scenes and feelings, odd little stories that fade as the day goes on. On these nights, though, it is not like that. There are no images, no scattered bits of storyline. It is like my mind is surrounded by soft, wispy blackness, as if I am floating in a quiet, dark space where nothing is happening. It is not unpleasant. In fact, it feels like a very deep rest. My body feels heavy in a good way, as if all the tension has seeped out of my muscles, and my mind feels still. Sometimes I wonder if the experiences that follow are so vivid that they push aside any trace of dreams I might have had earlier. Maybe my brain simply cannot hold both at once, so the memory of these visits takes over entirely, leaving nothing else behind. Whatever the reason, those nights always feel empty at first, like a blank slate of sleep. And then, for no clear reason, I wake up. There is no sound, no alarm, no voice calling my name. One moment I am floating peacefully in that dark rest, and the next my eyes are opening and I am fully awake, as if someone has quietly nudged me from the inside. When I wake up like that, the very first thing I notice is that I do not feel alone. Normally, when I lie down to sleep, my room is my own little sealed space. I prefer it that way. I sleep with all my lights turned off, the overhead light dark, any lamps switched off. The window is shut, the curtains drawn, and the door to my bedroom is closed. I keep my covers pulled up around me so that I feel almost like I am wrapped in my own small bubble. When I fall asleep, I feel safe and perfectly alone, cut off from the rest of the world except for the quiet hum of the building and the faint sounds that seep in from outside. On these nights, when I wake up so abruptly from that dark, dreamless sleep, there is a shift in the air. It is subtle but unmistakable. I know in an instant that I am not alone in the room. It is not like seeing someone immediately. It is more like the feeling you get when you know someone has stepped into a space behind you, even if they are not making any noise. The temperature does not suddenly drop dramatically, there is no dramatic wind or creaking floorboards, but there is a presence. I can feel it before I can see anything. As my eyes adjust to the low light, because even in a dark room there is always a little bit of light coming from somewhere, maybe from a crack around the door or the faint glow of the outside world squeezing in through the curtains, I turn my gaze slowly towards the corner of my bedroom. I do not know why I always look there. Perhaps my mind has learned where to expect them. Perhaps that is simply where they choose to stand. Either way, my eyes are drawn toward that spot as if pulled by a thread. Standing there in the corner is a little girl. The room is bathed in deep shadows. With no lights on, everything is tinted in dark grays and muted blues, shapes softened and edges blurred. But even in that dimness, I can tell enough to form a clear impression of her. She looks very young, no older than 5 years old. The first thing that strikes me, apart from her small size, is that she does not look like she belongs to the world I know right now. There is something about her that does not fit into our generation, like she stepped out of an old photograph rather than off a modern playground. Her hair is long, blonde and full of curls, the kind of curls that spring and twist and catch the light, even the little that there is. Part of her hair is pulled back, gathered neatly in a way that suggests someone once took care to make her look presentable, maybe for something important. She is wearing a black and white dress, the kind people might call classic, or old-fashioned. It is very pretty, with a certain formal neatness to it, as if she is dressed for church or for a special occasion. White stockings cover her small legs, and she has black dress shoes on her feet that complete the picture. She really does look like a little girl who was all ready to go somewhere with her family, maybe to a Sunday service or a careful family photograph. She does not say a word. She simply stands there in the corner of my room and looks at me. Her face is not twisted into a frightening expression. She is not smiling in a creepy way. She is just looking at me, calmly and silently, as if she is waiting for something. Her presence is strange and undeniable, but it is not the kind of thing that makes me scream or bolt. You would think that seeing something like this, especially the first few times, would make me absolutely terrified. I always imagine that if this were to happen to someone else, they might pull the covers over their face, turn on the light as fast as they could, or run out of the room. I used to think that if it ever happened again, if I saw another figure, another child, I would panic. Every time it happens again, I expect myself to feel the same way, to finally have that intense fear explode inside me. But the strange part is that I never do. I never feel the kind of fear you might expect. I am surprised, yes. I am uneasy. But I am not horrified. There is something about these moments that feels strangely calm, as if some part of me understands that panicking would not help, or that these children are not there to hurt me. Instead of screaming or hiding, I always find myself speaking. My own reaction surprises me every time, and yet it has become a pattern. I open my mouth and say something out loud into the quiet room. Hello? What's wrong? My voice sounds soft but clear in the darkness, and yet the little girl still does not speak. I sit up in my bed, pushing the covers down a little, and keep my eyes on her. There is a part of me that is still unsure if she will vanish as soon as I move, but she does not. She remains there, solid enough in the shadows. Is something wrong? Can I help you? I ask. The words feel like they are coming from somewhere deeper than just my conscious mind. It is almost like a script that has been written inside me, and each time this happens I automatically follow it. I do not plan what I am going to say in advance. I never lie in bed thinking, if I see a ghost tonight I will say this. Yet the same kinds of words tumble out every time, as if there is a part of me that simply knows this is the right way to respond. The tone I use is gentle, reassuring, the way you might talk to a child who is lost or upset. Don't worry, I add, even though she has not moved or spoken. It's all right. I can help you somehow. Tell me what's wrong. I do not fully understand why I speak like this, but I do. I feel, in those moments, as if I am supposed to say it, like I have some quiet duty to be kind to whatever has come to stand in my room. There is no logic behind it. I am not sure what I could possibly do for them. I have no idea why they have chosen me or what they want, if anything at all. But still, I feel a pull to offer help, as if they are children who have wandered too far from home and need someone to at least listen. She continues to stand there silently, looking in my direction with that same unreadable expression. There is no answer, no word of explanation, no change in her posture. It becomes clear after a moment that she is not going to respond to my questions, at least not in any way I can hear. So I do what I always seem to do next. I get out of bed. I swing my legs over the side, feeling the cool floor under my feet, and stand up, keeping her in my sight. My heart is beating, but not racing wildly. I speak as I move. Hold on, I say, trying to sound calm and soothing, like I do not mind that she is there at all. I'll help you. Just give me a second to turn on the light. In my mind, it feels like turning on the light will clear things up somehow. Maybe it will show me more clearly who she is. Maybe it will reveal that I am only half awake and that there is nothing there. Maybe it will prove that I am not losing my mind. Either way, it feels like the natural next step, like part of the process. I walk over to my light switch, reaching out in the dark, and flick it on. The room is suddenly filled with bright, artificial light, pushing all the shadows back into the corners and under the furniture. I blink for a moment, my eyes adjusting, and then I turn my head immediately toward the corner where the little girl stood. There is no one there. The corner is empty. The wall meets the floor, bare and plain, just as it always does. There is no sign of a little girl in a black and white dress, no blonde curls, no small figure quietly watching me. It is as if she has never been there at all. Every time this happens, and it has happened with different children more than once, I stand there in a mixture of disbelief and a quiet, strange disappointment. You might think I would be purely relieved, happy that the figure is gone and that there is nothing visibly out of place in my room. I do feel relief, of course. There is a certain easing of tension in knowing that when the lights are on, the room is just a room again. But alongside that relief, there is another feeling that surprises me, a kind of sadness, as if I have just missed the chance to understand something important, or to help someone who needed me. For a moment, I simply stand there, looking at the now empty spot, trying to absorb the fact that she has vanished as completely as if she had never existed. Then, out of habit, I flick the lights off again. My room returns to its usual nighttime state, dim and shaded. I glance back at the corner to see if she has returned now that the light is gone, but she has not. The space remains empty, holding only darkness and the faint shapes of furniture. Like most of the times when one of these visits occurs, I find myself speaking one last time into the quiet. My voice is soft, almost like a whisper, not really meant for anyone in particular, yet meant for whoever might be there unseen. If you need my help again, I say, I don't mind if you asked me. It may sound strange, almost foolish, to say something like that when I have no idea what these children really are or if they can hear me, but it feels right in the moment. It feels like an open door, a way of saying that I do not wish them harm, that I am not angry or afraid of them, that I am willing to listen should they ever find a way to speak. After that, I climb back into bed. I pull the covers around myself once more, settling back into my personal little bubble. The heavy feeling of sleep that was with me before often returns quickly, like a blanket dropping over my thoughts. Despite what has just happened, despite the fact that I have just seen a child vanish from the corner of my room, I do not lie awake for hours. I do not obsessively replay the moment. Instead, I fall back to sleep quite easily, slipping into that dark, restful place again as if my mind has accepted this as something normal in my life. The only person who truly believes me when I talk about these experiences is my mother. I have tried telling other people, and most of them either give me a strange look, laugh it off, or gently suggest that I must have been dreaming. To be fair, I cannot completely blame them. If I had not lived through it myself, I might react the same way. But my mother listens differently. When I describe the children, the way they appear and stand silently, the way they vanish when the light is turned on, she does not dismiss me. She tells me that she understands more than I might think. My mother has her own experiences, though they are not exactly like mine. She has told me about times when people have wordlessly walked into her bedroom as well. They are not always children. They are not dressed in the same way or standing in the same spots. Her visitors are different from mine, and her circumstances are not the same. Still, there is a shared thread between us. This sense that sometimes, in the middle of the night, the boundary between our world and something else becomes thin enough for someone to step through. It helps a little to know that she believes me. It makes me feel less alone in this, even if it does not give me clear answers. Over the years, this pattern has repeated itself. I am often visited by children like the little girl I saw standing in that corner. They are not always girls. Sometimes they are boys. Their ages vary, but they always seem to be somewhere between 5 and 11 years old. Young, but not babies. Old enough to stand on their own feet and look at me with eyes that seem to hold both curiosity and sadness, or maybe confusion. Their clothing is often out of step with the present day, as if they come from different times. Their hair might be arranged neatly, or fall soft around their faces. They appear in different corners of different bedrooms, depending on where I am living at the time, but they always share the same quiet stillness. Every time, the sequence feels almost the same. I wake up from that deep, dreamless blackness. I feel that shift in the air, that sense that I am not alone. I find them standing there, watching me silently. I speak to them softly, telling them it is all right, asking if something is wrong, offering help I do not know how to give. I get out of bed and walk toward the light switch, promising to help them, asking them to wait. And every time, when the light comes on, they are gone. You might expect this to stop when I move, when I leave one place and start a life in another. But it does not. It does not matter where I live. It does not matter who I know or what kind of room I sleep in. I have lived in different homes, in different towns, and yet this thing follows me. It is not tied to any particular address. It does not seem connected to the history of a building or to some local legend. It is as if, wherever there is a dark room and a sleeping version of me, these visits are free to happen. Because of that, I have started to think of them as inevitable. I do not know when the next one will come. It might be weeks from now, or months, or longer. There is no strict schedule to it. But somewhere in the back of my mind, I have accepted that at some point in the future, I will wake up in the middle of the night, feel that quiet presence, turn my head, and see another child standing in the corner of my room. I will ask them if something is wrong. I will tell them I can help. I will walk to the light switch, turn it on and watch them vanish. And then, like so many times before, I will lie back down and let sleep take me, carrying with it that strange mixture of curiosity, sadness, and relief that always lingers after they are gone. I have always had a hard time falling asleep once my dad goes to bed. It has been that way for as long as I can remember, ever since I was little and old enough to notice the difference between him being awake in the living room and the moment the house goes quiet. As long as I know he is still up, sitting on the couch with the TV on, flipping channels or watching one of his shows, I feel like the whole world is being guarded. The soft murmur of the television coming from down the hall, the occasional clink of a glass, his quiet cough, or the sound of him shifting in his chair, all of those little noises make me feel like nothing can happen to me. They wrap around me like a blanket, telling me that someone is still awake, still watching over everything. But as soon as he turns the TV off and goes to bed, the feeling changes. The house feels different, like it has inhaled and is now holding its breath. The quiet is heavier, and the shadows in the hallway seem deeper. It is not that anything actually changes in the layout of the rooms or the shape of the furniture. The walls are still the same color, my door is still slightly open or closed depending on what I chose before bed, and the same things sit on my shelves. But my mind knows that he is no longer awake, and that simple fact makes it harder for me to relax. I lie there in the dark, tense and alert, listening for sounds that mean nothing at all, pipes shifting, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of a clock, and I feel exposed in a way that is hard to explain. So most nights I stay awake until he goes to bed, or at least close to it. I listen to the TV in the living room, and as long as the sound is there, I feel like I can drift off without worry. It is as if my mind has made a deal with itself. You can rest now, because someone else is still keeping watch. That night, however, did not follow the usual rule. The evening had been like any other one, nothing specially frightening or stressful. There was no thunderstorm, no scary movie, no strange noises earlier in the day. It was just an ordinary night with the same familiar routine. What was different was my feeling. I remember feeling especially uneasy for some reason I could not put my finger on. It was not like a clear fear of something specific. It was more like a restless, unsettled feeling, a quiet anxiety that pressed against me without a name. I did not want to admit to myself that I was uncomfortable, but it was there, pacing around in the back of my mind. Instead of staying up until my dad decided to turn off the TV, I chose to go to bed before him. Maybe I was more tired than usual, or just too drained to fight the uneasiness by sitting there and pretending nothing was wrong. I went into my room, the same room I always sleep in, with its familiar bed, closet, desk and little things I've collected over time. I shut the door or left it the way I usually do. I do not even fully remember, because what stands out most is not the exact position of the door but the way I felt lying down. I got into bed, pulled the covers up around me and settled onto my pillow. Normally, when I do that, there is a long pause between lying down and actually falling asleep. My mind likes to wander. I think about my day, replay bits of conversations, worry about tomorrow, imagine little, what-if, scenarios. I shift positions, try to find the most comfortable way to lie, stare into the darkness, and watch shapes form and melt back into nothing. It usually takes a while before sleep finally comes and pulls me under. That night was different. As soon as my head touched the pillow and I closed my eyes, I fell asleep almost instantly. It was so fast it was almost like someone had flipped a switch inside my head. One moment I was still thinking my usual scattered thoughts, and the next everything just dropped away into darkness. There was no tossing or turning, no long period of becoming drowsy, no half-dream thoughts drifting between waking and sleep. I simply slipped under, swallowed by an immediate, deep slumber that felt too sudden to be normal for me. Even as it was happening, some small part of me noticed a difference. It is strange to say that I could feel wrongness even while falling asleep, but that is how it felt. There was a tiny thread of awareness that whispered, "This isn't how it usually happens." But it was too late to hold on to that thought. It sank with me as I went down. In that sleep, I began to dream. The first thing I remember from the dream is the sense that something was happening in my room, not somewhere far away in some imaginary landscape, but right there, in the familiar four walls around me. In the dream, people were dancing. I could feel the presence of movement, of bodies turning and twirling and shifting their weight from one foot to the other. It was as if my bedroom had become a small, private ballroom, and I was not part of the dance, just an observer lying in my bed while they moved around me. The dance did not feel threatening. It was more curious, almost mesmerizing. The dream felt so real that it did not even seem like a dream at first. I remember feeling my sleeping self grow more aware, as if I were rising toward the surface of consciousness. The sensation of watching people dancing in my room became too sharp and present to pass as just a normal dream image. It was as if the dream and the waking world had started to overlap. That was when I opened my eyes. When I woke, the feeling of strangeness did not go away. In fact, it deepened. I was lying in my bed in my real room now, but the dancing did not stop. On my walls and near my closet, I saw silvery lights, moving and flickering like they were alive. They were not solid shapes at first, just patches of brightness that slid across the surface of the wall, as if someone were shining soft, shifting beams of light around my room. They danced over the paint and across the area near my closet, gliding and turning, shimmering in patterns that did not match any reflection I could think of. I stared at them, unable to look away. My first instinct was not fear but curiosity. I watched the silvery glows as they moved together, breaking apart and coming back, as if they were partners in some silent, gliding dance. I did not see any source for the light. There were no headlights shining through the window, no cars moving outside, no flickering from the street. My window was shut and the curtains drawn. The light did not look like any reflection from something metallic in my room. It was just there, not coming from anywhere I could identify. As I watched, the lights began to change. Slowly, their shapes shifted from simple, formless glows into something more distinct. They became more than just bright patches on the wall. They began to take on outlines, thin and soft at first, then sharper as they moved. The glows stretched and grew taller, gathering themselves into forms that were shaped like people. They were not solid human figures like you would see in a photograph. They were wisps, like the idea of a body made out of light and mist at the same time, wavering slightly but still clearly shaped. Arms, shoulders, heads, torsos, everything was represented in light, not flesh. There were 3 of them. 2 of them were dancing together. Even without faces or detailed features, it was obvious from the way they moved that they were dancing as a pair. They turned toward each other in a way, their silvery arms rising and falling as they twirled. Their steps were coordinated in a way that suggested a shared rhythm, an understanding between them. I could not hear any music, but their movements had a certain grace that made it easy to imagine there was a song playing that only they could hear. I had the strong impression that they were lovers, or at least very close. Something about the closeness of their movements, the way they stayed within each other's orbit, made me feel that they belonged together. The third figure was different. Instead of dancing, he seemed to be focused on me. I say, he, because that is what it felt like, though I could not see a face or anything that would mark him clearly as male. It was more like an intuition, a quiet certainty inside me that the one watching me was male. He stood closer to my bed than the other 2, their dance carrying them a little farther away while he remained near, as if his attention was on something else entirely. He was so close that it seemed like he might reach out and touch me at any moment. His form was made of that same silvery, wisp-like light, but where the others were turned more toward each other, he was turned toward me. I lay there, propped up slightly, watching him as he watched me, the room filled with the soft glow of their presence. The ordinary darkness I was used to had been replaced by this gentle, shifting light. Then he extended his hand. I could see it clearly, in that strange, luminous way, as his arm moved toward me. His hand was not a blur, it was detailed. Even though he had no visible face, no legs that I could clearly make out below a certain point, his hand looked almost completely human. He had a palm, a thumb, and 4 long fingers. They were slender and slightly elongated, but the proportions were familiar enough for me to recognize them. It was like a hand drawn in lines of silver instead of skin, every curve and joint formed from light instead of flesh. He held his hand up, palm facing toward me, fingers slightly spread. Then he wiggled his fingers a little, as if inviting me to respond. It was not an impatient motion, but a soft, encouraging one, like the way you might wiggle your fingers when reaching down to help someone up or to show a child that it is okay to take your hand. Without fully thinking about it, I raised my hand too. The movement felt natural, almost automatic. Slowly, I lifted my arm from under the covers and extended my hand toward his. Our hands moved closer and closer until they met in the space between us. When our palms touched, it did not feel like touching air or mist or some ghostly, unreal surface. It felt real. I could feel the shape of his hand pressing against mine. There was a solidness to it, a warmth that did not burn but felt alive. My fingers met his fingers, and I could feel each one of them, the curve of them, the spaces between, the gentle pressure where they lay against mine. There were details there, like the faint sense of bones beneath, like the impression of skin without actually seeing any. It was the sensation of touching a living person, flesh and bone and all, except that his hand was not made of flesh in any way that I could see. For a moment, we were connected, my palm flat against his palm. Something passed through that contact that is hard to describe in words. It was not just physical. Yes, I could feel his hand, but along with that sensation came a rush of emotion. The feeling that flowed through me was safety. Deep, absolute safety. It was a feeling more complete than any sense of protection I had ever known before in my life. All those nights when I had struggled to sleep while my dad was in bed, all the times I had clung to the sound of the TV because it made me feel less alone, those did not compare to this. In that moment, with my hand pressed against his, I felt like nothing in the world could harm me. It was as if a wall had been placed around me and nothing bad could pass through it. There was no fear of the dark, no anxiety about things I could not see, no worry about being alone. I felt held, even though technically no arms were around me. I felt understood, even though no words were spoken. I began to curl my fingers, ready to intertwine them with his, wanting to hold on more firmly to that incredible feeling. I wanted that sense of safety to last, to become stronger. My fingers moved to slide between his, to lace together in the way you might hold hands with someone you care about. And in that precise moment, everything changed. The instant my fingers started to move between his, he disappeared. The silvery hand was gone in a blink, and my fingers, instead of weaving between his, slid between the fingers of my own other hand. I suddenly realized that both of my hands were touching each other. I was sitting up in bed, my arms extended in front of my chest, my hands clasped together tightly like I had been praying or trying to catch something that had vanished. The room around me was just my room again. There were no dancing lights on the walls, no wispy figures gliding near my closet, no silvery glow, no gentle movement. Everything was still and dark in the ordinary way. My heart was beating, and I could hear the faint sounds of the house, but all the strange beauty that had been in my room a moment before was gone. I looked around slowly, trying to steady my breathing, my hands still held together in front of me. The corner near the closet was empty. The walls were bare except for whatever decorations were always there. The air felt normal again, no warm shimmer, no soft hum of energy. It was as if someone had switched off a light show and closed the door to another world all at once. As the reality of it sank in, I experienced something I did not expect. You might think that losing sight of spirits in your room would bring relief above everything else. You might think that once they were gone, I would feel grateful that my room was just a normal room again, that I would be glad it was over. But that is not what I felt. Instead, an enormous wave of loss washed over me. It was sudden and heavy, a deep ache that spread through my chest. I felt as if someone incredibly important to me had just walked away and disappeared, someone I had known and loved for a long time, even though, in reality, I had never seen this being before that moment. It was like losing a best friend in an instant, or like waking up and realizing that a comforting presence you had depended on is no longer there. The safety I had felt, the complete, all-encompassing sense of being protected and held, was gone. I was back to being just me, alone in my room, in a dark house where my dad might be asleep down the hall. The contrast between that previous warmth and the normal night felt painful. It was like going from a bright, sunny day straight into a cold, dim room with no warning. My hands, still clasped together, no longer held anything except themselves. I sat there for a while, trying to collect myself, feeling the echoes of that loss settling in. I flexed my fingers and felt the ordinary texture of my own skin, the familiar shape of my own hands. But the memory of that other touch, of that other hand, stayed vivid. I could still recall the feeling of his fingers, their length, the way they had pressed against my palm. I could almost recreate that sensation in my memory, like a phantom feeling that refuses to fade. The strangest part of it all, the part that has stayed with me the most, is that I did not feel afraid while the spirits were there. From the moment I saw the silvery lights, to the moment they formed into wisp-like people, to the moment I touched the hand of the one who came close to me, I was not scared. I was curious, amazed and calm. Most of all, I was sheltered in a way I had never felt sheltered before. My usual fear of being alone when my dad goes to bed was gone. My usual uneasiness in the dark had vanished. In their presence, I felt more safe than I have in my entire life. Even now, thinking back on it, I can still remember that feeling with an almost painful clarity. It has stayed with me, like a bright thread running through my memories. I remember the gentle, wordless connection between us when our palms met, that reassuring warmth that told me I was not alone and that I was not in danger. I remember how real his hand felt, the undeniable sense of touching something solid and alive, even though my eyes saw only light and my mind knew this was not a normal person standing there. And I remember the disappointment that followed when I realized that my fingers were only touching my own fingers. That disappointment cut deeper than any fear would have. It came with the understanding that whatever had visited me, whatever had filled my room with dancing lights and turned my ordinary space into a place of strange comfort, had gone, leaving nothing behind but memories and questions. To this day, I still think about that night. I still see, in my mind's eye, the silvery lights moving across my wall, the two dancing figures and the third one reaching out to me. I still feel, inside my chest and in my fingertips, the echo of that connection. I do not know exactly what they were, or why they came, or why they made me feel so safe. I do not know why, of all the nights I have lain awake wishing I felt less alone, they chose that night to appear. But I know this, for the brief time they were in my room, I felt like I belonged to something bigger than myself, like I was seen and protected in a way that has no easy explanation. And when they left, when he vanished and I was left holding only my own hands, I felt the emptiness they left so clearly that it was almost like a physical ache. The memory of that strange, beautiful safety and the disappointment of losing it are both still with me, side by side, each one making the other impossible to forget.
Ever since I can remember, strange things have been part of my life. While other kids worried about monsters under the bed or ghosts from scary movies, I was busy trying to understand the things that actually seemed to happen in front of me. I have always felt, deep down, that something else lives in our house besides just my family. Over the years, I slowly became convinced that whatever it is not just passing through. It lives here. It plays here. It watches us. And somewhere along the way, I gave it a name, Rachel. We moved into this house right around the time I turned 3. I do not remember much of my life before that. This place has always been home to me. I remember boxes stacked in the hallway, my parents busy unpacking, my brother running up and down the stairs, and me sitting cross-legged on the floor in the middle of it all, playing with some toy while the grown-ups worked. The house felt big to me back then. The ceilings seemed so high, the rooms so wide. There were corners I did not know yet, doors I had not opened, and a basement that felt like a whole other world. Looking back now, I think that whatever we call Rachel must have noticed us right away because the strange thing started when I was still very young. The very first experience I remember clearly did not happen to me alone. It happened one Saturday morning when I was smaller and my brother and I were still young enough that our parents did everything for us, including breakfast. It was one of those early weekend mornings when the light is soft and the house is quiet. My mom had asked my brother what he wanted to eat, and in his usual way, he answered without thinking too long. Eggo waffles. We have always kept the Eggo waffles in the basement freezer. Even now, we still do. It is just one of those habits that stuck, no matter how many years pass. So my mom, still half in that sleepy morning state, walked over to the basement door. It is just a plain door in the hallway, nothing fancy, the kind you do not really pay attention to after a while. She turned the handle like she had done 1,000 times before and pulled. The door did not move. She frowned a little, surprised. Maybe she thought she had not turned the doorknob all the way, or that her hand had slipped. She tried again more carefully, twisting the knob and pulling at the same time. Again, nothing. The door did not budge even a little. It felt, in her hands, like something very heavy was pressing against it from the other side, or like it was sealed shut. Now she really started to wonder what was going on. She set her feet more firmly on the floor, braced herself, and pulled harder. The door still did not move. Determined, she placed one foot flat against the wall beside the frame to give herself more leverage and leaned back with all her strength, pulling the handle with both hands. You could see the strain in her arms and shoulders. For all that effort, the door stayed stubbornly in place, like it was glued shut. I watched this for a moment with growing confusion. I was young, but not so young that I did not understand how doors usually worked. A door was supposed to open when you turned the handle and pulled. It is a simple thing. The fact that this one did not was strange enough to catch my attention. I walked over, still small but wanting to help, and together we tried again. She pulled, I pulled, and we both ended up letting go, breathing harder and staring at the door that refused to open. For a moment we just looked at each other. There was this silent question between us. What is wrong with this door? I saw the puzzled look on my mom's face, which made me feel both worried and oddly excited. It meant it was not just my imagination. Something actually was off. My mom then did something simple that made the whole thing even more unsettling. She reached out, turned the handle again, just as casually as if nothing had happened, and pulled. The door opened easily. It swung open without any resistance at all, as if it had never been stuck. There was no heavy weight behind it, no sign that anything had been blocking it. Just the stairs, going down into the dim basement where the freezer was. My mom and I stood there for a second, both of us confused. We had just struggled with that same door seconds earlier. We had pulled until we were out of breath, and the door had not moved even a fraction of an inch. Now it opened like any ordinary door, on any ordinary day. There was one more detail, one that makes the whole thing even stranger when you think about it. The basement door does not lock. There is no lock on the knob, no bolt, no chain, nothing. It is not the kind of door you can accidentally leave locked from the other side. It is just a handle. There was no reason, no normal explanation for why it would not open at first, and then open so easily the next moment. At the time, we laughed it off awkwardly and went down the stairs to get the waffles. Life went on. But that little moment stayed somewhere in the back of my mind. It was like the house had quietly whispered, "I can stop you if I want to," and then gone back to letting us pretend everything was normal. As I got older, the strange things continued and started to shape the way I saw our home. The experience that probably changed everything for me happened very early one morning, at an hour when the sky was still more night than day. It was about 6 in the morning. My mom had come in to wake up my brother for band practice. Their voices, or the sound of her moving around, woke me too. I have always been a morning person, so the moment my eyes opened, I felt fully awake, not groggy or confused. I glanced at the clock and saw the glowing numbers. 6 a.m. My mind registered the time, and knowing I did not have to get up right away, I thought I would close my eyes for a little longer and just rest. But before I let them close, my eyes drifted forward, across the room, and landed on something that made every bit of sleepiness leave me instantly. I froze. There, standing in my room, was a little girl. She looked like she might be around 7 or 8 years old, a little older than I was when we first moved in, but still definitely a child. Her hair was black and fell in short ringlets around her face. Her skin was so pale, it almost looked like porcelain, the purest kind of white, the way dolls are sometimes painted. Her eyes were a bright, clear blue, and they were fixed directly on me. She was not looking around the room, not staring into space. She was looking at my face, as if she were studying me. She wore an old-fashioned dress, the kind of thing you might see in a picture from long ago, not in a modern school photograph. The dress was doll-like, with details and ribbons and a style that did not match anything kids wear today. The ribbons in her hair matched both her dress and her eyes, a repeating color that tied her whole appearance together in a strange, almost careful way. Everything about her felt solid. She did not look like mist or shadow. She did not blur at the edges. She was simply there, as real as any other person would be, except that I had never seen her before in my life, and she was standing in my bedroom in the early morning without any sound of a door opening or someone walking in.
I stared at her, my heart pounding, my body completely still. In that moment I was trapped between disbelief and terror. My brain scrambled for explanations. Maybe I was dreaming. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the longer I looked, the more I realized that my eyes were adjusting to the darkness, sharpening the image of her, not making it fade. She remained clear and unmoving, her eyes still locked on mine. Somewhere in the messy jumble of thoughts racing around in my head, I remembered a chain letter story I had once come across about a ghost named Emily, the kind of thing kids send each other to scare one another. It was one of those silly internet chain messages that says if you don't forward it, a ghost girl will appear at your bed at night. That story rushed into my mind at full speed and made everything worse. I thought, irrationally but honestly, is this her? Is this the ghost from that letter? Even though I knew how ridiculous that was, fear does not always care about logic. I did the only thing my frightened brain could think of. Very slowly, almost as if I was afraid to startle her, I pulled my blanket up and over my head. I tried to breathe as softly and quietly as possible, as though if I made no sound and did not move, she might lose interest and go away. I lay there under the blanket, listening to my own rapid breathing, feeling my heart beat so hard it almost hurt. I did not know how much time passed like that, only that every second felt long and heavy. Eventually, I heard my mom's voice and the sound of her footsteps coming into the room. She spoke in her usual morning tone, telling me it was time to get up. I pulled the blanket down and blinked at the clock again. It now said 7 a.m. An hour had passed. The girl was gone. There was no sign that anyone had been there at all. From that day on, I could not pretend that the strange things in our house were just random accidents or tricks of light. That little girl, who I now think of as Rachel, became the face of whatever is in our house. She appears like a child, but I am not fully convinced she really is one. She feels like a poltergeist, playful but frightening, curious but unsettling. In a strange way, I almost feel like she has grown up with me, because she has been part of my life since I was very small. Not long after I saw her that first time, something else happened at night that added to the list of things I could not explain away. One night, I had gone to bed as usual. The house was quiet. I was snuggled down under my covers, eyes closed, slowly drifting towards sleep. That soft in-between place where you are not fully awake but not quite asleep yet left my mind loose and calm. Then I heard it. At first, it sounded like a scratching noise, the kind you might hear if a dog were scratching at a door or a wall. It seemed to be coming from the wall near my bed. I lay there listening, trying to place the sound. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was steady, not frantic but constant. My mind tried to come up with simple reasons. Maybe it was mice in the wall. Maybe a squirrel had gotten into some small space. But the scratching did not change. It did not slow down or pause as if an animal was moving around and stopping occasionally. It went on, in the same spot, for several minutes. It sounded too steady, too deliberate, to be something just clawing randomly. I lay there, feeling my body grow tense. The room felt smaller as the sound continued. Finally, half out of desperation and half in annoyance, I muttered out loud, "I need to get some sleep." The scratching stopped immediately. There was no slow fading out of the sound, no gradual easing. It simply stopped, as if whoever or whatever was making it had heard me and decided to stop on purpose. The silence that followed felt heavy and thoughtful, like someone had just listened to me and was considering what to do next. For a couple of weeks after that, nothing unusual happened. It was almost a relief. I began to relax a little and tried to convince myself that maybe it really had been an animal, and the timing of my complaint and the noise stopping was just a coincidence. Then I decided to rearrange my bedroom. I pulled furniture around, moved my bed to a new wall, shifted my dresser, and tried to give myself a fresh layout. The room changed shape in my eyes, new corners and angles, the bed facing a different way. It felt like a small new beginning, and I was proud of having done so much of it myself. At the time, the rearranging was still a work in progress. The room was not completely settled, some things still out of place. One night, after spending the day moving things around, I lay down in my newly positioned bed and tried to fall asleep. The house was quiet again, and I let myself relax. Then I heard something else. It was not scratching this time. It sounded like a mixture of a door slowly creaking open and a low, throaty laugh. The sound was soft, but it carried through the stillness of the room. The creaking seemed to stretch out, like someone was deliberately opening a door very slowly, but I could not see any door moving. Mixed into it was a quiet, rough laugh, the kind that comes from deep in the throat, not loud but somehow mocking and amused. It was the first time I had heard that sound, and it lasted for about 10 minutes, not changing much, just filling the room with its strange, drawn-out presence. I did not know where it was coming from. Every door I could see was closed. The laugh did not sound like anyone I knew in the house. It felt like someone was pleased with themselves, amused by how unsettled I must have been, listening to them in the dark. Another time, after my room was more or less put together again, something happened that made me feel like Rachel was not just watching me, but actively playing with my belongings. In one corner of my bedroom, I kept a big basket. It was full of old stuffed animals, some blankets, and a few dolls I did not play with anymore but was not ready to throw away. It was the kind of basket that sits quietly where you leave it, day after day, part of the background. One day, after I had cleaned my room carefully and made sure everything was in its place, I left for school. I remember feeling satisfied with how neat it looked. When I came home later that day and walked back into my room, I immediately knew something was wrong. The basket had been overturned. The blanket that had been folded inside it was spread across the floor. The stuffed animals and dolls were scattered across the blanket like someone had dumped them out and then tossed them around, arranging them in no particular order. The empty basket lay on its side, not where I had left it, but tipped as if someone had knocked it over on purpose. No one else in the house had any reason to be in my room, let alone to go digging through that basket. It was not the kind of thing you bump into by accident. It was in the corner, out of the way. The only thing that made sense was that someone, or something, had gone through it while I was gone. The sight of all those old, familiar toys thrown around on the floor like that made me feel strangely exposed, like someone had gone through a part of my past while I had not been there to stop them. I picked everything up, folded the blanket, and put the basket back in the corner, trying to shake off the feeling that I was tidying up after someone invisible. For all the ways she tried to scare us, there were also times when Rachel seemed to want to play. As strange as it sounds, some of the experiences felt like games. One day, I was cleaning my bedroom again, crawling around and reaching under my bed to pull things out. Somehow, in the middle of trying to reach something far back, I got stuck. I do not even know how to explain it properly. Maybe the angle was wrong, or I twisted in a weird way, but I ended up wedged between the floor and the bottom of the bed frame and could not easily pull myself out. While I was stuck there, waiting for my mom to come back upstairs and rescue me, I started to amuse myself. The floor was right beneath my hands, and I could easily knock on it. Just for fun, I started knocking a simple rhythm, the famous door knock pattern that everyone knows, dum-da-da-dum-dum. Dum-dum. I rapped out the first part, dum-da-da-dum-dum, and then stopped, laughing quietly at my own silliness. Then I heard something I did not expect. From somewhere beneath me, faint but clear, I heard two little knocks back. For a moment I froze, my smile fading. Then I relaxed, thinking, "Oh, it must be Dad." He was in the room below mine, and I assumed he had heard me knocking and decided to play along, knocking back through the ceiling. It made sense in a fun, light-hearted way. The thought made me smile again, and it briefly made the situation less scary and more like a shared joke. Later, after I finally got unstuck and climbed down from my room, I went looking for my dad. When I found him, I grinned and asked, "Hey, were you just knocking back at me?" He looked at me blankly and shook his head. "No," he said. "What are you talking about?" That was when my blonde moment, as people call it, hit me. Even if he had wanted to knock back, how could he have done it? The ceiling in his room is about 10 feet high. He is only 6 feet tall. He does not have a ladder in the middle of his room. He had no way to reach the ceiling to knock on it. There was no way it had been him. So if it was not my dad who knocked back? The answer that formed in my mind was the same one that has followed me for most of my life in this house: Rachel. The poltergeist. The little girl with the ringlets and blue eyes. The not quite child who seems to like both scaring us and playing with us. It is as if she has always been here, waiting for us to notice her, pushing and pulling at doors, making noises, appearing in the corner of the room, knocking when I knock, and scattering my belongings just to remind me that I am not alone. I do not know exactly what she is or why she chose our house. I do not know why she appeared to me dressed like a girl from another time, or why she never really speaks but still finds ways to answer me. What I do know is that every one of these moments feels real to me. They line up like beads on a string, forming a pattern of a presence that is too consistent to ignore. I named her Rachel because it felt better to call her something than to keep saying it, or the poltergeist. Giving her a name made her feel more like an individual and less like a random force. It did not make her less frightening at times, but it made the relationship clearer in my mind. She is not just a thing that happens, she is something, or someone, that is here. Watching, playing, waiting. And no matter how much time passes, I know that the experiences I have had with her are not just stories I could have made up for fun. They are pieces of my life, moments that still make my heart race when I think back on them, proof that sometimes the line between our world and whatever is beyond it is much thinner than we want to believe. I was born and raised out there in the country, far away from busy streets and crowded neighborhoods. It was a quiet place, the kind of quiet that almost has a sound of its own. Most nights you could step outside and only hear the wind in the trees, or maybe a distant dog barking somewhere on another farm. My mother and father and I lived in what people like to call the sticks. Fields, dirt roads, and farmhouses were our landmarks instead of malls and traffic lights. We didn't have much in the way of stores or entertainment, but we had open sky, dark nights, and long stretches of empty roads. Even the wildlife was simple. There were no bears or wolves wandering around, no big dangerous animals like you might see in other parts of Canada. The largest things we had were foxes or maybe a coyote once in a while. People let their kids play outside at night without worrying too much about something hunting them. If you heard a rustle in the bushes, you thought rabbit, or cat, not predator. That calm, safe feeling was just part of life. By the time this happened, it must have been 3 or 4 years ago now, I already knew every back road and turnoff within a good distance from our house. I knew which fields usually had cows, which farms had horses, and which houses people said were haunted, even if that was just gossip. The country doesn't change very fast. A field is a field, a barn is a barn. Days blend together. That's probably why some memories stand out so strongly. Around that time, my parents were not in a good place in their marriage. They fought a lot, and the house, which used to feel safe and quiet, started to feel tense and heavy. There would be raised voices behind closed doors, long silences at dinner, and that tight feeling in the air when you know an argument could start again at any moment. It was hard to be around, especially at night, when the house grew small and the sound of two people not getting along seemed louder than anything outside. Because of that, my mother and I got into the habit of taking long late-night drives. It was our way of escaping the atmosphere at home. Instead of sitting there and listening to shouting or tiptoeing around each other, we would grab the car keys and just go. Sometimes we talked. Sometimes we didn't. We watched the lines on the road and the fields sliding by, and for a little while we could pretend things were normal again. The car became our own little world on wheels. The night this happened was in late October, after Halloween. It wasn't quite winter yet, but the air had that dampness that hints at colder days coming. I remember it very clearly, because even though it was late and dark, it wasn't freezing outside. We had the car windows open, and I could feel the cool wetness of the air brushing my skin. It stuck lightly to my face and hands, a mix of cool night and faint moisture. The moon was high in the sky and very bright, so bright that it almost made its own kind of daylight on the tops of the fields and the roofs of barns. I have always been a horror movie addict. I love scary stories and creepy scenes in films, that nervous excitement when you know something is about to jump out but you can't stop watching. I enjoy that feeling of fear when I know it's not real. Sometimes I even crave it. So while we were out that night, already driving through a landscape that could easily be a horror movie setting, dark roads, scattered farms, bright moon, silent fields, it was natural for my brain to start wanting a little scare. I decided, just for fun, to suggest something to my mother. I told her we should drive down one of the long, dark dirt roads near a farmhouse. There was a particular road I had in mind. It was surrounded on both sides by trees and brush, the kind of narrow track that's just wide enough for a car, with branches leaning in and shadows hanging over it. In my mind, it was the perfect place to spot some kind of animal suddenly appear in the headlights and make us jump. Then we'd laugh about it on the way home. That was all I wanted, a little spook, a harmless thrill. My mother was used to my creepy ideas, and that night she agreed. We turned onto the dirt road, and she flicked the headlights to high beams so we could see better. The car crawled forward slowly, tires crunching softly over gravel and packed earth. The beams of light stretched down the road ahead of us, picking up the shapes of trees, shrubs, and the uneven surface. I leaned forward in my seat a little, eyes scanning both sides eagerly, hoping to catch a fox darting across or maybe a pair of glowing animal eyes low to the ground. But nothing happened. We drove the whole length of that road, slowly, carefully, and absolutely nothing showed itself. No animals, no movement at the side of the road, no sudden flapping of wings or rustling in the ditch. Just darkness and trees and the sound of the car. It was so uneventful that I actually felt disappointed. When we finally reached the end of the dirt track and the tires rolled back onto smooth pavement, I sighed. So much for my scary little adventure. Across the main road and a little farther down, there was another dirt road. This one led to a place that meant more to us than just any random farm. Down that road, many years earlier, stood the home of some family friends of ours. Their house had burned to the ground about 5 or 6 years before this night. The fire had taken the building completely. The family survived, but their dog had been inside and died in the fire. I need to say that clearly. As far as we know, no person died there. Only their dog. Beside the site of the house was a large field, usually full of dairy cows back when our friends still lived there. After the fire, the cows were gone for a while. The land looked emptier and sadder than before, like it was waiting for something that did not come back. The burned house had been cleared away, but the memory of it still hung around the place. When I suggested earlier that we drive down the first dark road, my mother didn't hesitate much. But when we drew near the second dirt road, the one that led to the burned-down house, and I started talking about going down there too, her reaction changed. She was extremely reluctant. She didn't like the idea. You could see it in the way her hands tightened on the steering wheel and in the way she looked at the turnoff. That road wasn't just another road. It carried heavier feelings. I actually felt tired at that point, and part of me did want to just go home, crawl into bed and sleep. But my curious, horror-addicted side pushed harder. The thought of that empty place, that burned-out home and lonely field, pulled at me. It was like the perfect scene for a ghost story, and I wanted to drive into it. So I started teasing my mother a bit, using a joking tone and quoting, "Do it! Do it! Like in Starsky and Hutch." I kept saying it until she finally sighed and gave in. She turned the car onto that long, dark dirt road and began to drive down. Because the property was sort of off-limits to trespassers, she turned the headlights down so they weren't as bright. We didn't want to draw attention if anyone happened to be watching from the main road. The car rolled forward, and we fell into that half-distracted way of driving where you're talking more than paying attention. We were laughing and chatting, making little jokes, probably about nothing important. The darkness ahead of us was there, but it felt like background. Then, everything changed in a second. All I remember next is that all sound in the car vanished. One moment we were mid-conversation, words flowing between us, the car making its usual hum, the tires crunching softly over the dirt. The next moment, it was as if someone had pressed a mute button on our entire world. The air went still and silent. Our voices stopped, not faded, but stopped. My mother and I both turned our heads toward the front windshield at the exact same time. It wasn't slow, natural movement. It felt synchronized, almost like something outside of us decided we both needed to look at the same thing right then. The whole moment stretched out in my mind, like the way people say time slows down when there's an accident. It felt like that, every second stretched, every movement heavy and clear. And then we saw them. 2 orange eyes. That is all I saw at first. Not a body, not a shape, just 2 glowing orange eyes down the road, straight ahead of us. They were not dim or faint. They burned in the darkness like hot cinders, a deep, bright orange that seemed to carry its own light. Against the blackness of the night, and the tunnel of the dirt road, they stood out sharply, as if they were the only real thing in front of us. Our headlights, even turned down, were pointing in their direction, but they did not reveal any body, no outline, no fur, no skin, nothing. Only the eyes. It was as if the eyes were floating alone in the air. They hovered above the ground at a steady height, moving just slightly, like they were adjusting or swaying, but never blinking. That is something I remember very clearly. They did not blink. Not once. I tried to judge how big whatever it was might be from where the eyes were. They were a ways down the road from us, not right in front of the car, yet they looked like they were at about the height of our windshield. That meant that whatever we were seeing, if it had a body, was not small. It wasn't a fox or a coyote standing on the road. It seemed too tall for that, too high above the ground. My mother and I tore our eyes away from the glowing points just long enough to look at each other, and we did this in perfect sync as well. It was as if we had the same thought at the same time. "Are you seeing this too?" There was fear in both of our faces. Then, from deep inside both of us, a scream started. It began low and quiet, like it had to travel up from our stomachs before it could leave our mouths. Then it grew louder and higher, climbing until we were both screaming at the top of our lungs. It wasn't the kind of scream you give in a haunted house for fun. It was raw and uncontrolled, pulled out of us by pure terror. The kind of scream you don't choose, but your body forces out. "Get out of here! Do it! Do it!" I yelled at my mother, my voice breaking around the words. But she didn't need to be told. She was already trying to get us out. The problem was the road. On our right side, trees pressed close, forming a dark wall of trunks and branches. On our left, there was the open cow field. There was no quick place to turn around, no wide open space to swing the car in a circle. The road was narrow, and the only obvious direction to go was forward, toward the eyes. My mother slammed the car into reverse instead. The engine whined a bit as she backed up as quickly as she dared on a rough dirt road in the dark. Gravel shifted under the tires, and the car jolted backward. I kept my eyes on those orange lights ahead of us. They stayed where they were at first, still hovering in the same spot, still unblinking, still fixed on us. As we backed away, they seemed to glide closer, not in big jumps, but in smooth, slow movement, always facing us. There was something in the way they moved that made it even worse. There was no jerkiness, no sign of panic or fear. It didn't look like an animal startled by a vehicle and deciding whether to flee. It felt like something watching us calmly, maybe even curiously, and taking its time to approach, as if it knew we had nowhere easy to go. Eventually, my mother spotted a small lane or opening off to the side. It was just big enough for her to back into and turn the car around. She swung the steering wheel, turning, backing up into the lane. Later, she told me that as she did this, she took a quick glance toward the eyes again and saw that they had moved closer still. They were now nearer than before, still hovering at that same haunting height, still staring. Any normal living creature on Prince Edward Island, fox, coyote, dog, even a cow, would have bolted at the sound of a car and two people screaming. It would have run off into the field or the trees. But this thing did not. It was not scared of us. There was no hint of fear in the way those eyes remained fixed on our car. People might say here that it was just an animal's eyes reflecting the headlights. That was one of the first explanations that crossed my mind too. Animals' eyes can glow when light hits them. It's a natural thing. But even as I thought that, something inside me rejected it. The color, the height, the way they moved and never blinked, the feeling that came with them, none of it matched the simple, familiar sight of a fox caught in a beam of light. When my mother finished turning the car around, we were finally facing back toward the road that led to the main highway. She didn't waste any time. She started driving forward, away from the burned house site, faster than we had driven going in. My heart was still hammering in my chest. The urge to look back was strong. Part of me didn't want to see those eyes again, but another part needed to know where they were. So I turned around in my seat and looked out the back window. I can still see that view clearly in my mind. The exhaust smoke from the car was drifting out into the night behind us, pale and curling, spreading into the darkness. And behind that smoke, just as clear as before, were the same orange eyes. Still glowing hot like embers, still fixed in our direction, still moving forward. They were not getting smaller like they would if they were standing still and we were driving away. They were following. Their movement was the same as before, slow, smooth, and confident. Not running, not stumbling, not bobbing like an animal on four legs might. Just gliding forward at their own chosen pace, as if whatever they belonged to was in no hurry at all. The size and spacing of them still made it obvious that whatever it was, if it had a shape, was big. Much bigger than any regular animal we knew. We got off that road, made it back to the main one, and drove home. The shock of what we had just seen did not go away as the distance increased. If anything, it grew stronger, now that we were away from the immediate danger and had space to think. By the time we pulled into our driveway and turned off the engine, we both felt shaken to our core. We went inside, but the house, which usually felt like a safe shelter, did not give us much comfort that night. We both went to bed, but we didn't sleep right away. Instead, we crawled under the covers and cried. Not just me as the younger one, but my adult, grown mother too. That is something that has always stuck with me. This wasn't just me being a scared child. This was a full-grown woman who had lived through a lot of things in life, crying because of what we had seen on that road. The feeling inside us wasn't just, that was creepy. It was deeper and more serious than that. We both had an unbelievable sense of insecurity, of not being safe. It felt like whatever those eyes belonged to wasn't just the weird thing we had left behind on that dirt road. It felt like it knew us now. Like it had noticed us, marked us somehow, and could follow us if it wanted to. The thought that it might be out there, somewhere in the dark, able to come closer if it chose to, made my stomach twist. We tried to explain it away in the days that followed. People do that when they run into something they can't understand. You reach for normal answers because the idea of something else is too unsettling. Maybe it was a trick of light. Maybe some strange reflection. Maybe a big animal whose body we just couldn't see. But every time I closed my eyes and replayed the scene, the same details came back. The silence, the synchronized turn of our heads, the way time stretched out, the burning orange, the height, the unblinking stare, the smooth movement, the smoke drifting past, and the eyes still there behind it all. Later on, after some time had passed and when we felt a little braver again, we decided to go back. It sounds crazy, I know, but fear sometimes turns into curiosity. We told ourselves we were going to face it, or at least figure out if there was some ordinary explanation. We did not go unprepared. This time we brought a strong spotlight so we could light up the fields and trees more clearly. We also brought a steel pipe, something solid to hold, almost like a weapon, even though neither of us really believed a pipe would do much against something that could appear as only a pair of eyes. We even picked out some music to play in the car, jokingly calling it our werewolf hunting playlist. I like to tell myself, half seriously, that maybe what we had seen was some kind of lycanthrope or werewolf-like creature. The size fit the idea in my head. It made more sense as a myth than as an animal we knew. We drove back down that same road, hearts pounding but trying to be brave. We shined the spotlight into the trees, across the field, scanning every corner, every fence line, every patch of ground. We slowly moved down the track, stopping at times to look longer, to study the place where we remembered seeing the eyes. But nothing appeared. No glowing orange lights, no strange movement, no feeling like the air had been sucked out of the world. Just a dark road, empty fields, and trees whispering in the wind. We searched like that for a long, long time. We went back more than once, trying different times of night, different ways of moving the car. We waited with the engine off sometimes, just listening. We never saw those eyes again. It was as if whatever had been there that first night had only wanted to show itself once. To this day, I still don't know what we saw. I don't know what can have eyes that glow like hot cinders, that floats in the dark with no body visible, that moves so calmly and so closely without fear, and leaves you feeling like you've been marked. I've seen lots of animals at night, lots of reflections in headlights, and none of them are like that memory. It's one of those things that sits in the back of my mind whenever I'm alone in a car at night on a quiet road. Whenever I see the moon bright over empty fields, or when the world suddenly goes a little quieter than it should, I remember those two orange eyes and the way my mother and I screamed together. And even now, after all these years, a part of me still wonders if whatever it was is out there somewhere, watching from the edge of another dark road, waiting for the next car brave, or unlucky, enough to drive in. It all began with something my Aunt Susie saw, and from there everything that followed started to feel connected in a way that still makes me uneasy when I think about it. We live in a very small town where most people don't even bother with cars. The houses are spread out, but not too far from each other, with dirt roads and familiar paths, and you can get almost anywhere on foot, by bike, or riding a Honda. The air always feels a little cleaner, the days a little quieter, and most of the time life goes on in a simple, predictable way. That is why what happened that week stands out so sharply in my mind, like a dark mark on something that used to feel calm. A few days before everything turned upside down, my Aunt Susie went to the airport to pick up my brother's telescope. It was a normal errand on a normal day. The sun was out, nothing strange about the weather, and it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Broad daylight. She strapped the telescope in place, climbed onto her Honda, and started riding back home. The road she took was one she had ridden down 100 times before. It runs along stretches of open land and small clusters of trees, with the same bumps and turns she knew by heart. As she rode, she was relaxed, just thinking her usual thoughts, listening to the steady hum of the Honda beneath her. Then something caught her eye. There was a sudden movement at the very edge of her vision. At first, she assumed it was just one of the young men from town taking a walk or cutting across the land somewhere. People do that all the time, especially in good weather. So she turned her head, expecting to see a familiar figure on the side of the road. What she saw instead was something completely different. At the edge of the road, not too far away, there was a black figure. It had the shape of a man, tall and wide, but it was entirely black from top to bottom. Not just dressed in dark clothing, but black in a way that didn't seem natural, like a shadow pulled up out of the ground and made to stand upright. There were no visible details like a face or hands, just the outline of a man. And this figure was walking, not creeping, not darting, but walking calmly, in broad daylight. You would think something like that would frighten a person right away, especially when you're alone on a road. But my Aunt Susie wasn't scared, at least not at first. Her first reaction was excitement and curiosity. She felt this strange rush inside her, like she had just stumbled onto something unbelievable. The idea popped into her head that maybe she was seeing Bigfoot or some kind of legendary creature, and the thought made her more amazed than afraid. This was the kind of thing people told stories about, not something you actually expect to see yourself. She slowed down her Honda and actually stopped in the middle of the road. Her uncle was riding behind her on his own Honda, and he came rolling up a few moments later. She waved her arm to get his attention, her heart pounding from what she'd just seen. When he pulled up beside her, she blurted out, "Did you see that?" expecting him to be just as amazed and worked up as she was. But he looked at her with a puzzled expression. "See what?" he asked. There was no recognition in his voice, no hint that he had seen anything at all. He rode past her, continuing ahead down the road, leaving her sitting there with her confusion and excitement slowly turning into a colder feeling. She was still thinking that maybe she had seen some kind of creature like Bigfoot, but now there was no one else to back up what she'd seen. It was just her. Still fired up, she started her Honda again and drove to the exact spot where she had seen the figure walking. She expected to find something, footprints in the dirt, a mark on the ground, some sign that a heavy figure had passed through. The earth there is usually soft enough to keep prints if someone walks on it. But when she got there and slowed the Honda to a stop, she saw nothing. The ground was untouched. No tracks. No disturbed soil. No flattened grass. It was as if she had imagined the whole thing. That was when another, stranger realization hit her. She thought back to how the figure had been moving and how clear it had been to her eyes. It hadn't seemed like it was walking on the ground at all. It had looked like it was walking just above it. When she replayed the scene in her mind, the way it moved made more sense if it hadn't actually been touching the earth. She realized, with a shiver, that it had been walking on the air. And it hadn't been far from her either. She had been close enough to see its outline clearly in the bright daylight, and yet it left nothing behind. Nothing solid enough to prove it had ever been there. That same evening, while we were still thinking of our usual routines and Aunt Susie was probably replaying her strange sighting in her head, something tragic happened that turned everything darker. A man from our community named Matthew, who is my cousin, went out on the river in a canoe with the new cop in town, a man named Wilfred. It was night by then. They weren't doing anything unusual or dangerous, just admiring the water and the nature around them, the way people often do. The river can be peaceful at night, the sounds of the world quieter, the water reflecting the sky. No one can say exactly why the motor stopped, but at some point as they were out on the river, the motor failed. The timing was terrible. Waves began to roll in, stronger than before, rocking the canoe. Without the motor to give them control, the boat became unstable. It didn't take long before one of the waves hit hard enough to flip the boat over. Suddenly, what had been a calm outing turned into a struggle to stay afloat in freezing water. From what we were told later, Wilfred shouted to Matthew to swim to the shore. He told him he would be okay if he just hung on to the boat. A canoe, even overturned, can sometimes still keep someone above water if they cling to it. Matthew did what he was told. He fought the cold and the shock and swam toward the shore. When he turned back to look at the boat, he saw something that would haunt him forever. The canoe had sunk, and Wilfred was no longer on the surface. The last thing Matthew saw was Wilfred clinging to the boat as it went under. This all happened around 1 o'clock in the morning. At the very same time, away from the river and unaware of what was happening out there in the dark water, I was in my bed at home. I woke up suddenly and glanced at the clock. It was exactly 1 a.m. normally. Waking up in the middle of the night is not something that would bother me too much. But this time felt different. I remember lying there on top of my covers, and the first thing I noticed was that I felt strange inside. Uncomfortable. Restless. Something about the air and the feeling in my body felt wrong. I realized that I felt sore, the way you might feel after doing hard physical work, or being out in the cold too long. At the same time, I felt freezing. At first, I blamed my fan. It was on, blowing air over me, and I thought maybe I was just too exposed on top of the covers. But then I reminded myself that I always sleep with my fan on. It is part of my usual routine. I have done it for ages without ever waking up feeling like this. This cold felt different. It sank into me in a way that made me shiver from the inside.
Eventually, I decided to slip under the covers to get warm. Even then, the feeling stayed with me for a while. I lay there listening and realized I could hear my mother moving around the house. She wasn't asleep either. I heard her footsteps on the floor, the soft sounds of someone walking back and forth in the middle of the night, clearly wide awake. That wasn't normal for her. She is usually a deep sleeper. The more I listened, the more it felt like both of us were caught in the same strange disturbance, even though we were in different rooms. When morning finally came and the light started to creep into the house, we talked about it. My mother told me that she had felt freezing cold all of a sudden during the night. She said that it was a kind of cold she rarely feels, the kind that goes right through your clothes and into your bones. She couldn't sleep for a whole hour. She just lay there, shivering and awake, unable to calm down. Only much later did we connect that feeling to the fact that the river water at night is freezing, the kind of cold that can shock your body and make it hard to move. It was only after that strange night, after our restless hours and the eerie chill we both felt, that we heard the news about Wilfred. We learned what had happened on the river, that the canoe had flipped, that Matthew had made it to shore, and that Wilfred was missing. The realization hit us all at once. While we had been lying in our house, feeling an unnatural cold and a heavy sense of discomfort, something terrible had been happening out there in the water, at that exact time, at that exact hour. It made the odd feeling in our bodies seem less random and more like a connection to something we could not see. A little later, my Aunt Susie told us about what she had seen earlier that same day, the tall, black figure walking on the air in broad daylight, then disappearing without a trace. She hadn't told us right away. She shared it with us on Thursday, after the news of Wilfred spread and the strangeness of the week settled in our minds. When she described the figure again, how it looked like a man but was entirely black, tall and wide, and how it walked above the ground and then vanished, we all listened carefully. We started connecting everything. The black figure in the afternoon, the strange, icy feeling my mother and I had in the middle of the night at the exact time of the accident, and the tragedy on the river. My mother and I told my aunt about how we'd felt at 1 a.m., how we couldn't sleep, how we felt cold and sore for no reason. We told her about my waking up suddenly, checking the clock, and about her walking around the house trying to get warm. None of it felt like coincidence anymore. We all began to believe that what my aunt had seen was some kind of sign. The figure walking on the air in daylight, almost as if it existed halfway between our world and another, seemed like a warning or a presence connected to what was going to happen later. Maybe it was some kind of spirit, a messenger, or even a shadow of death itself passing by. The feeling of freezing cold that night, the restless wakefulness, how it lined up so perfectly with the moment something awful was happening out on the river, it all fit together too well for us to ignore. Search teams began looking for Wilfred soon after the accident. Boats went out on the water. People walked along the shore, scanning the edges and the currents, hoping for some sign, some answer. Day after day, they searched the river. The water there is strong, and the currents are not always easy to predict. We knew that if a body were caught in the flow and pulled away, it might travel far. Our fear was that he had already been carried down toward James Bay, which is large and open and makes the search even harder. As the days went by with no success, the heaviness in our hearts grew. 5 days passed, and still there was no sign of Wilfred. The river kept its secret. The people in charge of the search said that this would be the last day they would look for him. It was hard to hear that. It felt like closing a door without really knowing what was on the other side. During that time, The image of the black figure my aunt saw and the memory of that pounding, unnatural cold stayed with all of us. The town felt quieter, even more than usual. People spoke in softer voices, as if they were afraid of disturbing something that still lingered. We thought of Wilfred, of his family, of the way he had tried to help Matthew, and of how quickly a calm moment on the river had turned into a tragedy. We thought of my aunt on her Honda, seeing something that defied explanation walking on air, and of me and my mother lying awake at night, shivering in our warm house while the river froze someone to death far away. Even now, it is hard to put all of it into simple words. It felt like the world we see and the world we don't see brushed together for a short time, close enough that my aunt could catch a glimpse of a dark silhouette walking where no one should be able to walk, and close enough that my mother and I could feel the echo of freezing water in our bones without ever leaving our beds. Maybe it was just our minds trying to find meaning in something tragic. Maybe it was something more. All I know is that none of us will ever forget that week, or the feeling that a shadow passed through our lives and left a piece of itself behind.
Ever since I was 7 years old, I have had the feeling that someone is with me. Not in the normal way, like a person in the room, but in a quieter, stranger way, like a presence just outside the edge of what everyone else can see. I have grown up with the idea that there is a ghost, or a spirit, watching over me. I don't have any proof. I don't have pictures or videos or recordings. Nobody else seems to see him the way I do. Sometimes I even doubt myself, but deep down, I know he's real because he has been part of my life for so long that I almost don't remember what it was like without him. When I was a kid living with my mom, my room became the place where he made himself known the most. My room was simple: bed against one wall, dresser near the door, a couple of posters, some clothes on the floor like any other kid's room. But there was always that one path he seemed to use, like it was his own little route. He would walk between my dresser and my bedroom door. Over and over. Back and forth. If I remember right, it was every 5 steps that he would stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stop. Then he would turn, slowly, like he had all the time in the world, and just stare at me. He wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't move his hands or tilt his head. He would just look. It was not an angry stare, not a sweet one either. It was more like he was trying to understand me, or make sure I was really there. After a few seconds, he would turn back again and continue walking. 5 more steps. Stop. Turn. Stare. It went on like that so often that it became almost normal to me. I can't tell you exactly what he looks like in clear detail. It's not like he stands under bright lights and poses for me. But I know he is male. I know he looks roughly like a man in shape, height, shoulders, the outline of his body. Sometimes he is more shadow than solid, like he is made of smoke standing in the shape of a person. Sometimes he's clearer, but never all the way like a living person. He doesn't have that solid bright. Here I am, feeling that regular people have. He's quieter, a bit transparent, but not so faint that I can pretend he's nothing. He's just him. My ghost. The strange thing is, even with him walking back and forth like that, I never felt like he was trying to hurt me. I was scared sometimes, especially when I was younger and didn't understand what was happening. But there was always a part of me that felt, watched over, protected in a weird way. It was like having an invisible bodyguard who also liked to stare too much. Every morning, I would wake up with this strong feeling that I had not been alone in my bed. I swear to God, so many times it felt exactly like he had been lying down beside me. Not in a creepy way, not like a stranger sneaking into bed, but almost like a parent or friend just keeping me company through the night. The mattress would feel like there had been weight on the other side, like someone had just gotten up a second before I opened my eyes. Sometimes I would wake up and my first thought would be, he was here. I never saw him clearly lying there, but the feeling was so strong that it was hard to ignore. Growing up with this going on, I learned to just keep it to myself most of the time. If I told people, they would either laugh, or stare at me like I was making it up, or worse, act like I was crazy. So I stopped telling the full stories and only hinted at things. Even now, I have so many experiences with him that I don't even bother talking about, because honestly, no one in their right mind would believe them. Sometimes even I look back and think, did that really happen? But there are two stories I keep coming back to. They feel the most real, the most clear, and I can't brush them off. Those are the two I want to share. The first one happened a couple of years ago, back when I was dating a guy named Brian. On the surface, Brian was just a normal boyfriend. We went out, we watched movies, we hung out with friends. He had this one thing about him, though. He always told me that he could see things. Spirits, shadows, energies, that kind of stuff. I never really knew what to do with that. I didn't exactly tell him everything about my ghosts, but I knew what it was like to feel watched, so when he told me he could see things, I didn't totally dismiss it. Still, a big part of me didn't fully believe him. People say things sometimes to sound interesting or deep. One night, Brian stayed over at the house. My room was the same as always, dresser by the door, bed pushed against the wall. It was late, and the house was quiet. Brian was half asleep beside me, breathing slowly. I was lying there awake, as usual, watching my ghost walk his usual path between the dresser and the door. He was doing the same routine he always did. Step, 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 stop. Turn toward me. Stare for a few seconds. Turn back. Walk. It had reached a point in my life where, as strange as it sounds, this was almost like a lullaby. Something I had seen so many times that it no longer shocked me. I just lay there, eyes following him, my body still, my mind oddly calm. Then, suddenly, he just disappeared. One moment he was mid-step between the dresser and the door, and the next he was gone. Not like he faded out slowly, not like he walked all the way through the door. Just gone. The space where he had been standing was empty. The room felt different, too. Lighter, in a way, but also a little tense, like the air was holding its breath. I remember blinking and staring at the empty path, waiting to see if he would show up again. He didn't. The room was still. I glanced over at Brian, thinking maybe he had sensed something too, but he looked completely out, eyes closed, breathing steady. About 5 minutes later, I heard Brian get up. The bed creaked, the blankets shifted, and he swung his legs over the side. I figured he was just going to use the bathroom. The bathroom was across from the basement stairs, just down the hallway. I didn't think anything of it. I stayed in bed and listened lazily, only half paying attention. Then I heard him yell. It wasn't a playful shout or a quick, ow, like he had bumped into something. It was a real yell, sharp and panicked. At the same time, I heard the bathroom door slam shut hard, like someone had kicked it or thrown their full weight into it. The sound echoed down the hall and jolted me upright. My heart started pounding. I jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom, my mind racing with all kinds of possibilities. Had he slipped? Fallen? Was he hurt? When I pushed open the door, I stopped in shock. Brian was in the bathtub. He was fully awake now, curled up in the tub, shaking and crying. Not silent tears, but full-on, messy crying, the kind that comes from real fear and shock. His eyes were wide, and his hands were gripping the sides of the tub as if he needed to hold on to something solid. I rushed over to him, asking, "What happened? What's wrong?" It took him a few moments to calm down enough to answer me. When he finally spoke, his voice was shaky and low, but serious. He told me that as he was walking toward the bathroom, he had glanced toward the basement stairs. The basement door was across from the bathroom in the hallway. Halfway down those stairs, standing there waiting, was a figure. My ghost. Brian said the figure had stood there just long enough for him to see it. Then, without warning, it ran up the stairs straight at him. Not walked. Ran. Brian didn't know what else to do. His body reacted before his brain could think. He threw himself into the bathroom and fell into the tub, hitting the door on the way in, which is why it slammed shut. He said he felt like something was right behind him, chasing him, and all he could think was to get away. The way he told it, the fear in his voice, the way his hands were still shaking, none of that felt fake. For the first time, someone else was reacting to something I couldn't see in that moment, but that I knew was there. My ghost, the one who had disappeared from my room, had shown himself to Brian instead, in a way that left him scared out of his mind. About a week later, I found out that Brian had been cheating on me. The whole time he had been talking about how he could see things, he hadn't been honest about something simple like staying faithful. When I found out, I broke up with him. I was angry and hurt, of course, but there was another thought in the back of my head as well. I couldn't help but connect it to what had happened that night. My ghost disappearing from my room, then rushing up the basement stairs at Brian, scaring him so badly he ended up in the tub crying. It felt like a warning. Like my ghost had seen who Brian really was before I did and decided to scare the truth into the open, or at least give me a hint that something was off. Maybe that sounds crazy, but in my mind, it was like my ghost was trying to teach Brian a lesson, or protect me from someone who was not good for me. The second story I have about him is less intense, but still strange. In its own way, it's more funny than scary. This one happened on New Year's Eve at my grandma's house. It was one of those family gatherings where everyone brings food, people wear silly hats, and the night goes on with music, chatting, and too much alcohol. My grandma's house has this familiar cozy feeling. Old furniture, family pictures on the walls, a table filled with snacks that never seems to empty no matter how much people eat. That night, all the adults got good and drunk. The room was full of laughter and loud voices, the TV playing in the background, someone's music mixing into it. At some point someone suggested we play poker, and everyone agreed. It sounded like the perfect way to keep the night going. We all sat around the table, shuffling cards, throwing in bets with chips and coins and whatever else we had. After a few rounds, people started dropping out of the game, losing too much or getting too tired. Eventually it came down to just me and my uncle. The others were still there, watching, joking, commenting, but the game itself was between the two of us. I looked at my hand and felt my confidence shoot up. I had 4 of a kind, jacks. You don't see a hand like that very often. It's strong, and I knew it. The betting began again, and round after round I stayed calm because I was sure there was no way my uncle would beat me. I had that feeling of being a step ahead, already picturing the moment when I would lay my cards down and watch everyone's reaction. We got to the last betting round. The tension at the table went up just a bit. My uncle sat across from me, cards in his hand, face doing that pretend serious thing people do when they're trying to bluff. His fingers were holding the cards tight, and he was just about to decide whether to raise or call. Then, out of nowhere, his cards flew out of his hand. They did not just slip or drop like he had loosened his grip. They flew, like someone had smacked them right out of his fingers. They scattered on the floor in front of the table, face down and face up, like they had exploded from his hand. It was so sudden that everyone at the table went quiet for a second. My uncle swore under his breath and leaned down to gather them up. I bent down too, wanting to help and also curious about what had just happened. As I picked up a couple of the cards near my feet, I happened to look up at my uncle's lap. That's when I saw them. On his lap were several extra cards. They weren't from the hand he had just dropped. These were cards he had been hiding. Aces and other high cards. It was like a little stash of, just in case, cards sitting there, quiet and secret, until now. He had been dropping them, one by one, from his other hands earlier in the game, letting them rest in his lap so he could pull them in if he needed them later. He was cheating. I stared at the cards for a second, then looked up at his face. Our eyes met, and I saw that flicker of guilt and surprise in his expression. The whole table erupted then, people laughing, shouting, pointing it out, calling him out for cheating. Some people thought it was hilarious. Some shook their heads and said things like, "I knew it!" My uncle tried to laugh it off, but the flush in his cheeks showed that he was embarrassed. As I sat back up with the cards in my hand, the thought came to me clearly, my ghost did that. I couldn't prove it, of course, but it felt like him. The way the cards flew as if something invisible had slapped them, The timing right when my uncle was about to finish the game with me, the fact that it revealed the cheating, it all fit. My ghost has always had this habit of stepping in when someone is doing something wrong, especially when it comes to me. It was like he was saying, "Nope. Not fair. Not happening." Apparently, he didn't agree with my uncle's idea of sneaking extra cards into the game. Now my life has moved on again. I'm no longer living with my mom. I'm not at my grandma's. I'm living with my boyfriend in an apartment, trying to build something like a normal adult life. New place, new routine, new furniture, but one thing hasn't changed. My ghost is still here. He followed me, or maybe he is just attached to me wherever I go. Either way, I still see him. At night, when the apartment is quieter and the outside noise dies down, I can see him standing by the door sometimes. Just standing there, like always, watching. He doesn't pace as much here, maybe because the space is smaller, but the feeling of him being there hasn't gone away. It's like he stands guard at the entrance, making sure he sees everyone who comes in and out. He also seems to have taken a special interest in my boyfriend. I wouldn't say he hates him, but he definitely likes to mess with him. Little things happen that get on my boyfriend's nerves. Items moving, strange noises at inconvenient times, things not being where he left them. My boyfriend will grumble and blame the apartment being old or say I moved something without thinking. I just sit there sometimes and think, "No, that wasn't me. That was him." My ghost likes to piss him off, I guess. Maybe it's a way of testing him, like he tested Brian, or maybe he just enjoys a little chaos. Lately, I have been thinking about doing something I've never tried before. I have been thinking about getting a Ouija board. The idea keeps coming back to me late at night when I see that familiar shape by the door or wake up with that old feeling that I wasn't alone in the bed. After all these years, after all these moments and all these stories, I still don't know exactly who he is. He has no name. I always just call him my ghost, or him. That feels wrong in a way, like talking about someone you've known for a long time but never asking their name. I want to know who he was. A name, a face, something about his life. Why he chose me, or why he's attached to me. Whether he's really protecting me, or just hanging around because he can. The Ouija board idea scares me a little, of course. I've heard all the stories about how things can go wrong, how you can invite in something you don't want, how doors can open that are hard to close. At the same time, I feel like the door is already open. He has already been here since I was 7. He already walks in my room and stands by my door. He already slaps cheaters and rushes at liars and lies in bed beside me like he's part of my life. So now I'm stuck in this place between fear and curiosity. Part of me wants to leave things the way they are, unspoken, unnamed, just strange moments I live with. Another part of me wants to reach out and ask, "Who are you? Why are you here? What do you want from me?" All I know for sure is that he is real to me. I have felt him for most of my life. I have seen him when no one else has. I have watched him scare people who deserved it, and call out people who tried to cheat me. I don't know if he's my guardian, my shadow, or something in between, but he is mine, and I am his, in a way no photo or video could ever prove. And maybe, one day, I'll finally get the courage to ask him his name.
When I look back on that period of my life, it always starts with the same image in my mind: narrow cobblestone streets, old stone buildings with crooked windows, little balconies with rusted railings, and a sense that the whole neighborhood had been standing there for centuries, just watching people come and go. My apartment was in a historical district of a very old city, the kind of place tourists came to photograph during the day and hurried through a little faster at night. The buildings around me were hundreds of years old, and sometimes when I walked home alone after dark, I would run my hand along the cold walls and think about all the people who had lived there before me. Lovers, families, soldiers, widows, children, sick people, old people, people who had been happy, people who had died alone. Every time I thought about it too long, it felt like the walls were full of stories I would never know. When I first moved in, I was a skeptic in that relaxed, casual way. I wasn't the type who rolled my eyes at every mention of ghosts, but I definitely wasn't the type who jumped at shadows either. If someone told me a spooky story, I would listen and enjoy it the way you enjoy a movie, but when it was over I would shrug and go back to my practical little world. My thinking was simple. Old buildings make noise, people imagine things when they're tired, and a lot of hauntings could be explained with loose pipes, drafty windows, and bad wiring. The apartment itself was small but charming. It had high ceilings and uneven wooden floors that creaked when you walked across them. The windows were tall and narrow, with old glass that warped the view a little if you looked through at certain angles. The staircase leading up to our place was metal, hollow, and loud, the kind of stairs that announced every step with a clang. My roommate and I used to joke that there was no such thing as sneaking in late because the entire building could hear you coming up those stairs. For the first few months, everything was normal enough. I unpacked, settled in, decorated my room, and figured out which cupboard made that weird clicking noise and which tap had to be turned off just right to stop dripping. The city outside had its own rhythm, and our building had one too. I got used to the occasional sound of distant music, someone slamming a door, a car passing by below. Life felt ordinary, busy, and predictable. Slowly, very slowly, that changed. It began in the quietest hours, the ones between late night and early morning, when the streets emptied out and the building felt hollow. I started hearing sounds that didn't quite fit in with what I knew. Bumps in the night at first, dull thuds somewhere above or beside my room, as if someone had dropped something heavy on the floor, then nothing. Sometimes there would be tapping on the walls, light and rhythmic, not like pipes pinging, but like fingers drumming or knuckles knocking softly. I lay there in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening. When the tapping would stop, the silence that followed felt even deeper, as if the whole building was holding its breath. Then came something different. Every once in a while, faint and far away, I would hear crying. Not loud sobbing, not someone screaming in pain, but a slow, soft weeping. It sounded like a woman, though it could have been a young girl. The sound would drift in through the walls or from above, thin and sad. I could never place it clearly enough to tell where it was coming from. Sometimes it sounded like it was in the next room, sometimes like it was somewhere in the stairwell, sometimes like it was right behind the wall near my bed. The first few times, I thought it had to be one of the neighbors.
People have bad nights.
Maybe someone was going through a breakup, or had lost a job, or was suffering quietly with something I would never know about. I mentioned it to my roommate once or twice, and he raised his eyebrows and shrugged, telling me it definitely wasn't him.
He was very clear about that.
He insisted that if he was ever going to cry, he wouldn't be doing it in the middle of the night where the whole building could hear him. I tried to brush it all off. I told myself that old buildings expand and contract. Pipes rattle and knock. Neighbors move around, sometimes at odd hours. A mind that is half asleep can turn any noise into something more dramatic. That became my explanation for everything, imagination, and the quirks of an old structure.
It was easier that way.
I went on with my life, working, socializing, coming home late, sleeping in, studying, cooking, complaining about the little things, and mostly being too busy to think much about ghosts. Then something happened that I couldn't dismiss so easily. One afternoon, I was coming home from the grocery store. I had spent more money than I intended, like always, and was loaded down with bags. I had stuffed my arms full of food, household things, and random items that had seemed necessary at the time. My purse was slung awkwardly over my shoulder, and I remember thinking that the strap was cutting into my skin a little, and that my fingers were starting to go numb from the weight of the bags. I hurried up the hollow metal stairs, each step echoing around the stairwell, just wanting to dump everything on my bed and give my arms a break. Our apartment door was at the top of the stairs, on a small landing. I had planned to stop by my room first to drop off my purse and a few light items before going into the kitchen with the rest. I was already thinking ahead, making a little mental list of what needed to go into the fridge and what I could leave out. As I reached the landing and shifted my weight to put one of the bags down, the door to the apartment opened by itself. At first, I thought my roommate had heard me coming up the stairs and opened it for me as a kindness. That was something a normal person would do. I watched as the door swung inward slowly, the latch giving way with a soft click. The hallway inside came into view. Before I had time to call out, the light inside the apartment switched on by itself. One moment the hallway was dim, lit only by the natural light from the window, and the next the overhead light flicked on, bright and firm, as if someone had hit the switch. Almost immediately after that, my CD player turned itself on and started playing music. It felt like the apartment was greeting me. Door opening, lights on, music playing, welcome home, it seemed to say. The timing was so perfect that if it had been a person doing it, it would have been a cute surprise. But there was nobody there. I stood in the doorway for a few seconds, arms full, heart beating oddly. I called my roommate's name, expecting him to pop his head out of his room or the kitchen. No answer. I stepped inside and checked. His room was empty. The kitchen was empty. The bathroom light was off. There was nobody home but me. I wasn't terrified, exactly. It wasn't the kind of moment that made you scream or run. It was more like a cold shiver sliding down your spine, as if someone had just breathed on your neck. It was strange, not aggressive. My brain immediately went to old building mode. Loose wiring. Faulty locks.
Drafts.
Maybe the latch was weak and opened by itself. Maybe the light switch was faulty. Maybe the CD player had some weird memory function and had turned on automatically after a power flicker. I piled explanation on explanation until my rational side calmed down again. I put my groceries away, turned off the CD player, and told myself it was just another quirk.
Even then, something in me knew it wasn't completely normal, but I went with the explanations because they were easier to live with. Another incident in that apartment was harder to shrug off. It happened late one evening. I was sitting on our couch in the living room, watching TV. The room was dim except for the glow from the screen. It was one of those ordinary nights when you're not thinking about anything deeper than what to eat and what show to watch. I was relaxed, legs tucked under me, halfway through some episode. Suddenly, I heard rattling at the front door. The sound was sharp and metallic, like someone was grabbing the doorknob and shaking it. It wasn't gentle, like someone testing it lightly. It sounded urgent, insistent, as if whoever was out there was trying hard to get in. My first thought was that it had to be my roommate. Maybe he'd forgotten his keys and was trying to get my attention. That would have been typical. I sighed, rolled my eyes a little, and got up to let him in. As I walked toward the door, the rattling continued for a moment, and then stopped abruptly just as I got close. The silence that followed was sudden and heavy. In that instant of quiet, I felt something I can't fully explain. A sinking feeling hit my stomach, like when you miss a step going down the stairs and your body drops before your foot lands. It was a strange wave of unease that rolled through me. My body was telling me that something was wrong before my brain had caught up. That was when I realized something else. I had not heard anyone coming up the stairs. Those metal stairs were impossible to climb quietly. Every footstep rang through the stairwell. Even if someone was trying to be sneaky, the sound would travel into the apartment. Whenever my roommate came home, I heard him long before he reached the door. But just before the rattling started, there had been nothing. No clanging, no footsteps, no metal echo. I stood there, hand hovering near the lock, trying to make sense of it. Part of me still wanted to believe it was just my roommate, and that somehow I had missed his arrival. To be safe, and because a tiny warning signal was still flashing in my gut, I slid the chain link lock into place. We didn't have a peephole, just a solid old door, so if I wanted to look, I had to open it. I pulled the door open a few inches. The hallway outside was empty. The landing was bare. There was no one there at all. The light on the landing flickered slightly, as it sometimes did, but otherwise everything was still. The metal stairs leading down were quiet and undisturbed. No sound of anyone retreating, no shadow turning the corner. I felt a rush of relief and confusion at the same time. Maybe I had imagined the rattling after all, I thought. Maybe the TV had made a weird noise and I had distorted it in my head. I closed the door again and slid the chain back off. Then I looked at the doorknob. It had rattled so violently that the screws had loosened. The hardware had shifted. The knob was no longer firmly attached. It sagged slightly, unsteady. When I touched it, It wobbled in my hand. Later, I had to screw it back on just to get it to function properly again, and even after that, it was never quite the same. It stayed a bit broken, as if something had shaken it beyond what normal use could do. That was not my imagination. That was not a sound drifting from another apartment. Something had grabbed that door from the outside and tried to force it open with such intensity that it physically damaged it. And yet when I opened the door, there was nobody there. I stayed in that apartment for several years after that. The rent was cheap, and if you've ever lived in a city, you know how hard it is to let go of affordable housing, even if the place comes with a few extra surprises. During those years I went through a series of roommates. People came and went, students, coworkers, friends of friends. Some stayed a few months, some a year, some barely long enough for me to learn their favorite cereal. The apartment itself stayed the same, old, slightly drafty, and just a little bit off. One of my later roommates was a woman I'll call Stacy. She moved in after someone else moved out, dragging in boxes and bags, filling the place with new energy. On one of her first days there, while we were eating and unpacking together, I decided to tell her about a few of my experiences. Not all of them, just some of the ones I thought were more interesting than frightening. She seemed curious and maybe a little amused. She listened closely but kept that mild skeptical expression that says, "I'm not saying you're lying, but I'm also not convinced." I could tell she wasn't fully buying it, but she didn't dismiss me either. She said something like, "Well, if something wants to haunt me, it's going to have to get in line," and laughed. That night was her first night sleeping there. The next morning, she came into the kitchen looking tired and a bit pale. There was something unsettled in her eyes. She waited until we were alone and then said, "Okay, I have to tell you what happened last night." She told me that after a long day of moving and unpacking, she had taken a shower late at night to wash off the sweat and dust from hauling boxes. The bathroom had an opaque glass shower door, the kind that lets light through but not clear images. When you're inside, you can see vague shapes on the other side if someone walks by, but that's all. While she was in the shower, letting the hot water run over her, she said she began to hear singing. It was a young girl's voice. Soft, high, and light, singing some kind of tune she didn't recognize. It didn't sound like someone singing along to a radio or humming randomly. It sounded like someone quietly singing to themselves in the bathroom. The sound seemed close, like it was right there in the room with her. She thought nothing of it at first. She assumed it was me, that I had come into the bathroom to brush my teeth or wash my face. It would have been completely normal for that to happen in a small apartment. Then, as she continued showering, she saw a shadowy figure move past the other side of the opaque glass. It was the right height and shape to be me, she thought. The timing lined up perfectly with the singing. She just kept doing what she was doing, slightly reassured that the sounds she heard had a normal explanation. Her new roommate sharing the bathroom. When she finished showering and stepped out, she wrapped herself in a towel, wiped the fog from the mirror and went to talk to me. She went straight to my room, expecting to find me there or just outside. I was in my bed, deeply asleep. And from the look of me, I had been for a long time. She asked me, later, once I was awake, if I had possibly gotten up during the night, gone into the bathroom, maybe brushed my teeth while she was in the shower, and then gone back to sleep. I told her no. I had gone to bed a couple of hours before she said she took her shower, and I had no memory of getting up at all. I don't sleepwalk. I have never had that habit. There was no reason for me to be in the bathroom at that time, and I had not been. She stared at me when I said that, the little color she had in her cheeks fading. "Then who was singing?" she asked quietly. "And who walked past the shower?" I didn't have an answer. All I could do was tell her that she wasn't the first person to feel like they were not alone in that apartment. Life went on. Stacy eventually moved out. Time passed. New people came into my life. Years later, I was in a relationship with a guy I'll call Aaron. He was the kind of man who prided himself on being rational, tough, unbothered by weird stuff. If I had ever told him I thought the apartment was haunted, he would have rolled his eyes, laughed, and called me dramatic. He had done it before with other things. There was a macho edge to him that made him quick to dismiss anything that sounded emotional, sensitive, or supernatural. Because of that, I never told him about Stacy's experience. I didn't mention the singing, the shadow, or the girl's voice in the bathroom. It felt pointless to bring it up, and I didn't feel like being mocked. By the time this particular night happened, Stacy had long since moved out. There was nothing connecting the events except the walls themselves. One night, Aaron stayed over. We were getting ready for bed. My room was across the hall from the bathroom, perfectly positioned so that if I sat on my bed, I could see straight into the bathroom doorway and catch sight of the sink and mirror. I had finished my own routine first and was sitting cross-legged on my bed, waiting for him to get ready and come join me. He stood at the sink in the bathroom, brushing his teeth, his back to me. I could see him in profile and slightly from behind. He was talking to me between strokes of the toothbrush, his mouth full of foam, saying something, probably a joke or a comment about the day. I couldn't make out his words properly because he was half gargling them, and he was far enough away that his voice was just a murmur. I smiled and nodded anyway, picking up bits and pieces. He finished brushing, spat into the sink, rinsed his mouth and put the toothpaste back in its spot. Then he reached up and closed the mirrored medicine cabinet above the sink. Up until that moment, everything had been perfectly normal and boring. As he closed the cabinet and the mirror swung into place, he looked into it. I saw the color drain from his face. He froze, still holding the edge of the cabinet door. His shoulders tensed. For a second or two, he stared straight into the mirror, eyes wide, as if something there had stunned him. He didn't blink. Then, very slowly, he turned his head to look at me across the hall. Our eyes met. His face was almost white. He looked back at the mirror, then back at me again, as if he was trying to make sure of what he was seeing and what he wasn't. He closed the cabinet fully, took his hand away from it, and walked out of the bathroom more slowly than usual. He crossed the hall and sat down next to me on the bed, still looking rattled. I had never seen him that shaken before. The tough, joking, nothing bothers me man suddenly had the look of someone who'd just seen something he couldn't explain. I asked him what was wrong. He told me, quietly, that while he had been brushing his teeth, he had heard a young girl singing in the bathroom with him. He thought at first that it was the TV, or maybe music from somewhere else, but the sound seemed close. Then, when he closed the mirrored cabinet and looked into the mirror, he saw my reflection standing right behind him. In the mirror, I was there in the bathroom with him, just behind his shoulder, close enough that he should have felt me. It looked completely real to him. He turned his head in surprise to say something to me, but when he turned, he saw that I was not behind him at all. I was sitting cross-legged on the bed, in my room, across the hall, exactly where I had been the whole time. When he looked back at the mirror, there was only his own reflection and the empty space behind him. The me he had seen in the reflection was gone. I felt a chill crawl up my spine as he spoke. I realized in that moment that his story matched Stacy's almost exactly. Young girl singing, bathroom, my form appearing where I physically was not. Two different people, years apart, with no knowledge of each other's experience, recounting almost the same thing. I had never told Aaron about what Stacy had seen or heard. I had kept that story to myself. There was no way he could have been influenced by it, or imagined he was seeing something he'd already heard described. I have never seen this copy of myself, this double, as some people might call it. Maybe that's a good thing. At some point, I had looked up the idea of a doppelganger and read all kinds of ominous things, warnings that seeing your own double can be a sign of death or misfortune. I don't know how much of that I believe, but if there is any truth to it at all, I am grateful that if such a thing exists around me, it chooses to show itself to other people instead of to me. Still, it bothers me sometimes. Why would something appear in my shape? Why would it mimic me in that particular room, with that particular eerie detail of a young girl's song echoing around it? Why didn't anyone ever see it anywhere else, just in the bathroom? Why did it choose my friends, my partner, and not me? Around that time, at some point, I had a colleague who was completely into ghosts, the occult, and anything spiritual or strange. She was the type who read tarot cards at lunch, burned sage in her apartment, and spent her weekends ghost hunting with friends. When she found out that I had lived in an old building in the historical district and had a few odd experiences, her eyes lit up. She told me that my aura was the craziest and brightest she had ever seen. According to her, that meant something, that I had some sort of energy that attracted things or made them more noticeable to me. She insisted on doing my numerology one day. She sat me down with a paper and pen and wrote things out based on my name and birth date. When she was done, she told me I was a 9. To her, that meant I was an old soul. Someone who had lived many lives and carried a lot of spiritual baggage, or wisdom, or sensitivity. She said people like that are more prone to these types of experiences, that spirits are drawn to them, that they walk through the world with a sort of bright light attached to them that other beings can see. I listened, partly amused, partly uncomfortable. It all sounded like a bit much. Interesting, sure, but also like something you might hear from someone who wants everything to mean something. I called it a crock, at least in my mind, though not to her face. At the same time, there were little things that made me pause. For example, I have never been able to wear a wristwatch for long without something going wrong with it. It's happened so many times that it became a joke in my family. Every watch I wear will begin to lose time or gain time, going way too slow or way too fast. New batteries don't always help. Different brands don't matter. Eventually, they stop being reliable. My mother has the same problem. She says it has something to do with our iron levels or some kind of electrical charge in our blood, a physical explanation rather than a mystical one. Maybe that's true. Maybe there really is something off in our bodies that messes with the gears and circuits around our wrists. Still, when you put all of these things side by side, the old building, the singing girl, my double in the mirror, the strange rattling door, the lights that turn themselves on, the colleague telling me I'm an old soul with a bright aura, it paints a picture that's a little hard to ignore completely. I've told this story to a few people over the years. Some believe every word and tell me that my apartment was definitely haunted. Others nod politely and say it might have been faulty wiring, noisy neighbors, or a stressed-out mind mixing things up. People will believe whatever fits best into their view of the world. But whether you're the most skeptical person alive or someone who loves everything paranormal, you have to admit that those are some creepy coincidences at the very least. Since moving out of that building, things have been quiet. I eventually left the historical district and moved to a brand new building on the other side of town. Fresh paint, new pipes, modern wiring, clean hallways. I have been there for 2 or 3 years now, and nothing like that has happened. No crying in the walls, no rattling door that fixes itself into brokenness, no singing in the bathroom, no reflections of me standing where I'm not. My clocks run on time. My CD player stays off until I turn it on. The only strange noises I hear are from my neighbor's TVs or someone dropping something upstairs. What was it all? Was it the building itself, soaked in centuries of memories? Was it something attached to me personally? Was it my mind making stories out of random events? Or was it something that defies easy explanations, something that brushed up against my life for a while and then moved on? I don't think I need to worry about it anymore. Whatever it was seems to have stayed behind with the old stone walls and hollow metal stairs. But it has stayed with me in another way, tucked into the back of my mind. Every now and then when I pass an old building or hear a faint sound in the night, I remember that apartment and the girl singing in the bathroom, and I feel a small, lingering question mark in my chest that I know I will probably never fully erase.